Get ready, traders. We're set to have a very busy day, and it's already been a super busy week. Just start here with a look at the S&P 500. We did slide lower in the last hour or so of yesterday's session as we got comments from Fed Chair Kevin Warsh during the FOMC press conference. As we know, the Fed actually ended up holding rates, but right now trying to climb back a little bit as the market digests mixed Mag 7's earnings reports. We'll get to that in just a second. NASDAQ looking almost identical to the SPY, and once again, it is worth keeping an eye on oil here because we have, as we know, continued tensions here between the U.S. and Iran. I want to mention as well here, guys, economic data is coming in fast and furious at 8:30 in the morning. You get PCE month over month and year-over-year core and non-core. It's going to be 4 prints to watch out for. Initial jobless claims, GDP, consumer spending, and consumer incomes. That's a lot of numbers to digest. We'll take you through those bright and early at 8:30, so in just half an hour from now. But in the meantime, there's a lot to know about today's session as well as what happened last night. You've got the tale of two stories when it comes to Mag 7 earnings. Microsoft sharply to the upside, whereas Meta is still pushing lower after a report that was not well received by the market. That includes a pretty significant EPS miss and year-over-year EPS decline for META. Other earnings names in focus as of last night and this morning, so names that are day one earnings plays. Those include Robinhood, Carvana, Fortinet, Lam Research, Starbucks, Chipotle, Altria, Norwegian Cruise Lines. It goes on and on. There was a ton that happened last night to digest. There's also a ton we're expecting today. So good morning, Sharif. Very, very busy day yet again for these markets.
Absolutely, Adira. And the 30-year yield is at 19-year highs. Mainly the reason we sold off aggressively yesterday, the market, the bond vigilantes, putting their foot down here, possibly with Chair Warsh. If he's not going to do the cutting, they may do it on his behalf. So something to keep an eye on here. We haven't been this high since 2007. So right before the GFC, some food for thought. As Adira mentioned, it's a who's who in today's lineup. We got, as she mentioned, tale of two stories. Qualcomm dropping here pretty aggressively. ARM kind of flat. Lam Research doing quite well, almost up 10%. They're up 61% on the year. Starbucks really does continue to do well. They're up 32% on the year and up 6% this morning. CMG, don't look now, but they're flat on the year. They were decidedly negative. They're up about 8% here. Fortinet lifting up the group. They're up 10.5%. NCLH reported this morning. Tough one, 6.5% in the negative. And then Vertiv, Adira, 4 3/4, looking decent here. And then you've got Carvana as well, looking possibly pretty close to SSR.
Yeah, Vertiv earnings day 2 should be interesting. I want to get your thoughts, though, here, Sharif. I know you totally called the Microsoft bounce. I guess what were your biggest takeaways? We'll get more into Microsoft and Meta later on in the day during our rundown, but what were your biggest takeaways from those Mag 7
You want the truth?
reports?
I haven't read the report yet.
Okay.
I plan on doing it soon.
Awesome. Well, we're very excited to hear about all of that when we get into that at 9 a.m. for our morning rundown. There are a lot of earnings and everything to get into. Take a look here at what else is on tap for today, because we mentioned this economic data at 8:30. Pretty much all of the economic data we're going to get is going to be at 8:30 today. Whole bunch of earnings that we already digested this morning, and then after the bell, you get a murderer's row of sorts. Amazon, Apple, Rivian, Coinbase, Reddit, Roblox as well. So there's going to be a lot to discuss pretty much all session, whether it's earnings, whether it's economic data, or whether it's anything with treasury yields. But in the meantime, we're going to bring on Sean and Neil. Good morning to both of you, and happy Apple earnings day.
Ooh, okay. I mean, you could call today a lot of things. You could say Microsoft rally. You could say post-Fed bounce. Sharif mentioned the bond vigilantes out there. You know what? Everyone's talking about how they didn't raise rates, so therefore the bond market went crazy. Were we not talking about the fact that they were not going to raise rates? We knew that wasn't the case, but that's literally not the only thing they can do. He already hinted that all they have to do is contract the money supply by letting the balance sheet run out. Okay, that's their other lever. We mentioned this yesterday. He said it at the beginning, and that's another way they can contract. So maybe that's another reason why the markets went down. But this is really just all about earnings, and more earnings. Microsoft, well, I think one of the most impressive things was 43% growth in Azure. That was an absolute blowout. And the other earnings number that was pretty amazing was, I think it was like 8% for Starbucks same-store sales versus 5.4 expectation. They blew that one out of the park. Surprised that's not even double digits there. So a couple of really good earnings names. Lam, of course, doing really well. ARM and Qualcomm, both of them, well, ARM bounced a little bit, but both of them hit a little bit by the handset decline. Memory prices are kind of hitting phone sales, and they're dragging on both those names. The little arm catching a little bit of a bid, but the market's back up 1% here, so looking pretty good. And there's still a lot to get to. Like there is a lot of economic data at 8:30, and then of course after the bell gets pretty big. I mean, like you were, I mean, we have massive earnings after the bell, and obviously headlined by Rivian.
Yeah, obviously big headline from Rivian. No, look, when we made our quarterly picks or our semi-annual picks, I had Microsoft. We had sort of talked about, how we thought Copilot was going to be potentially a driver there, helping out with their Azure numbers. And they had 30 million paid seats for Copilot. So that's a number that I think surprised a lot of people. And upside for Microsoft, right? We've seen really a battle back there in the software side of things. So I was just checking the account. Like, it's good, it's a good thing we have Microsoft. It's a bad thing we have Meta. And earnings will do very humbling situation because, we wanted to sell. We should have sold Meta at 640 when we first said it, and then we got excited when it got up here, hoping that it was going to break. And this stock was $690. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 trading days ago. So what was 2 weeks or so ago, Meta was $690. Looked to have potentially, been breaking out maybe a little bit. I mean, looking to see if you could test 700. And now all of a sudden today you're down to 530 again. So just an absolute disaster for Meta, regardless of what those numbers look like. They even had like a retracement of CapEx there a little bit. But yeah, missing on the top there. We'll have to wait to see if Meta can rebound again today, down 9.7%. I mean, it's going to go SSR there. But so there are some, green shoots in the market again. We'll look to see if Google can try to hold up some of its rebound plays, which has been pretty good as well. If we think about Google's quarter was actually a pretty good one, and you get the bounce back there after it being, hit pretty good down to the downside, maybe there is going to be some relief rally. We saw Salesforce, they didn't report or anything, but you've seen a nice move to the downside. And some of these software names, sometimes they get beat up so bad that it's down 3% today, but that bounce from 155 up to 185, that happened pretty quickly too. So I just think that at some point, names like the Marvells of the world, I have just like I picked Microsoft, I also picked Qualcomm. So Microsoft up 10%, Qualcomm down 5%. So there's back and forth with that. But at some point, some of these names have just been beat so badly that they become good buys. And that's why we mark down 200 period moving averages and things like that. No matter what we think about, hey, maybe it's dried up a little bit here in the data centers and the chip race, but that's already reflected in the stock prices. So you're already getting hit to the downside, right? I mean, look at the NASDAQ today with a battle back there, up now 1.5%. I mean, what happened to yesterday's move down? We were all sort of panicking like, oh my God, what is Warsh done and all these kind of things. And here's what the Qs did. So they did this move, and now you're all the way back to where we were. Guess at what time? 2 p.m. So we're right back to as if that didn't even happen anymore. So did you sit there and buy some of those dips in the market yesterday? If so, being rewarded by a little bit of a move higher today, up 1.5%. So yeah, just kind of like, as Sharif said, maybe the TLT, we talked about that sell-off there yesterday, with yields rising, the price, of course, the TLT going to the downside there. And I think it's right. If the rates aren't going to drop themselves, then they'll take care of that in the bond market. And that's what happened yesterday, as they didn't really like the sort of non-talk. That was the one thing that I was hearing about last night, was that they were a little disappointed in the clarity and the direction. Powell used to put all the cards on the table. And then yesterday we weren't getting too much reward.
He said that's how he wants to be, though.
Yeah,
He kind of came out and said he thought things should be a little bit different from the very beginning, where you should maybe have a little bit less of like the forward guidance. And he doesn't like the dot plot. So the whole leading the market with what you think is something we're gonna have to get used to with the Fed. The bond markets have always liked that little bit of certainty. Not certainty, but foreshadowing, an idea where things are going. So it's an adjustment period for sure. Just saw, everything is bouncing back here. Intel just broke back through like 85. But one important distinction, we'll go back into the desk in a second, but one important distinction is, you've got some obvious, every time you have a Fed day, you've got those tops, tops and the bottoms. Obviously, we're going to be concerned more with the highs after the Fed. than we are the lows because pretty much everything is bounced off of them. But show me the symbols that are breaking out already above that Fed high, like say 87 here for Intel, which is also even lower than its opening range top. Like that's a little bit weak. But then you look over, like see Bitcoin. Bitcoin effectively triple topped on the Fed, double top there, but also go back to the morning, to even the pre-market, but we're above. So like Bitcoin is breaking out above those Fed levels. Obviously, a name like Microsoft is breaking out, like that's sort of obvious. And then don't sleep on some of the names that reported, not last night, but reported earlier in the week, right? Like a Bloom. A Bloom can be in play after their earnings dump. But again, a name that's still underneath those highs. So if it couldn't break out those tops in this recovery, it's a bit of a sign, not that they're not strong because they're still bouncing, but a bit of a sign they don't have quite as much juice. But there's a lot of recovery names. So you got to look at some of the things that got beat up yesterday to see, are they strong enough, are they breaking out, or are they still underneath that resistance? One thing I haven't seen a lot of, usually what will happen, I think we were talking about this yesterday, I'll look up in the chat and I'll see like there's one symbol or two symbols people are talking about the small cap. It's not. A lot of it's been, IREN's popped, BE's popped. They're looking at some of these.
IREN even popped?
Wow. I just saw it. I just saw it in the chat. It was like the last symbol that got thrown in there. No, but it's more of these types of names that are getting thrown around instead of the small cap gappers because there's so much movement post-Fed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know, and I think that you can, small cap names are fun to trade, but they're just random every single day.
Exactly.
Like you get it popping out of nowhere. The good thing about, learning to trade, all different kind of styles is exactly what you're saying. A stock like an IREN can get there and get played today. A stock like an SMR, like this is probably better to trade than small cap names. You've gotten levels, you've got different things to trade with depending on your style. It's up 3.5%. Look at this move yesterday, right? So an $8 name goes down to $7.55. Follows the market, follows, what's been happening in the broader market. Well, you get a stock like DFNS or something like that, and you really just look what this stock is, $95 today. Like, are you even kidding me right here? These stocks are nearly impossible. I mean, we have people, we have Bovin and everybody there in the chat, but like I've been here now trading for 25 years. And, we've seen this go up, down, and around, and it's very, very hard. We have, what's his name? A-Day trading there, Luis on all the time, talking about small cap names. And even he trades, the SanDisks, the Microns, and all this of the world because he realizes that there's so much more, not more, but there is opportunity in all of these plays. So I think it's very, very important to trade absolutely every single thing that you see out there. You'll see me on SkyQ. You see me yesterday. I had written on here Battle as one of the top. Here, it's right here. Battle was a top name yesterday to trade. And you'll see me trading everything, and I think that's the right way. So if there is anything going on in the chat, guys, absolutely let us know. Like that's what I'm saying about DFNS. This was a penny stock a month ago.
The locates are a little more expensive.
Now it's $95. So it's like, yeah, sure, it's fun to trade and everything like that, but realistically, how many shares can you play on this kind of stuff? And you just got to be very, very careful with what you're doing because you don't need a whole bunch of shares to make some money on stocks like this, right? Especially if you could have just made millions of dollars if somehow you had held this all the way up. And Sharif actually had that story about, running into a few people and saying that they hold some of these smaller cap names overnight and whatnot. And, this would be a perfect example. So for every one person that makes money on this, there's about 1,400 that lose. So you got to be very, very careful trading these small cap names, right? And so they always look great on paper, but realistically, there's only probably a few traders in our chat right in here that are successful sort of small micro cap, I guess, names, which is what these are, right? I mean, when you're talking about small cap names, we like to, things have changed so much recently with the valuations, like if you looked up what a small cap market cap looked like maybe 20 years ago, as opposed to what they look like today. And then the mega caps and all that, it's a completely different game altogether. But yeah, look, I mean, tons of opportunity. That's what Adair started the show off with. There were so many names. Our watch list is rammed.
It's a bit, but this is like extra. The last 2 days, especially for the watch list in terms of busyness, there's just more in play than in earnings season. this specifically, like this Wednesday and this Thursday, and then of course you had to throw in the Fed. It's going to be a little bit different. For those that, if you're tuning in and you're like, oh, what is the FNS? You haven't really followed this story. We should probably preface. They did a reverse split. I don't remember, like a little while back. I don't think it was too long ago. 1 to 120, 125, I think. It was pretty extreme, and their float is underneath 1 million shares. Like that's a lot of what's going on here. The locates to short this thing are jumping in price. Like early on, it was cheap, which meant a lot of day traders were probably trying to short this thing because it was cheap and there was no barrier to doing so. Now it's a little bit different. It's already up to 50 cents a share. If it breaks 100 again, it'll probably even keep jumping higher. But yeah, these can be absolutely insane. Sharif, outside of DFNS, because I haven't seen many, it was one for 125. Thank you, Mike. In the chat. Anything else you're watching today that's actually doing volume on a catalyst this morning? Outside of this, of course, day 4 play.
First of all, Neil, I want to say something. The amount of people messaged me yesterday in the aftermarket telling me to get on my computer immediately and look at DFNS it's got to be a record there. You guys are just fantastic. You guys are the indicator. So I'm looking at NUWE, Neil. It's the #1 gapper in the market right now. It's up 127%. The breakout was on yesterday in the aftermarket. Broke out looks like around 415. The high in the aftermarket, we had a double top at $4. So that was a clear level of resistance to me. This morning, we gapped up a little bit higher. 450 is the high this morning. As I mentioned, 126%. We're already doing a fair amount of volume, Adara, 26.1 million, just by way of comparison. This thing typically does a little bit less than 1 million shares per day. So our vol here through the roof.
Lots of volume in the small caps, not as much perhaps in this next name I want to talk about, but I want to go over here MasterCard earnings because MA did report at 8 a.m. So about 16 minutes ago, just after we went live here, they did beat on EPS, they beat on sales, a little bit of a push higher, but again, light volume here for MA. Let's talk about a different earnings name here though, Sharif. We have Qualcomm. Qualcomm had an EPS miss, sales beat. Guidance, though, kind of disappointing, especially on the EPS side.
Especially the margin guidance as well, which is going to get cut here. This is a very interesting report. So let's get right down to it. Their QCT, that's their chip division, okay? Earnings before tax, EBIT here, contracted from 30% to 26%. Really, the margins is the problem. Historically, it's about 48 to 50% target range. They're saying scarcity in memory and higher foundry costs are going to eat into those in the near to intermediate term. So expect that in the next earnings. And then the CFO, he disclosed that Qualcomm's modem share for the upcoming iPhone launch going to be markedly lower than expected. They were expecting about 20% of the modem chips in the new iPhones were going to come from Qualcomm, but we know Apple's been pushing their own C-class modems, and now it's going to be it's going to be below 20%, and then it's going to expect there's going to be a triggering of even less next time around. 50% are saying by the September and the December quarters is going to be even more reduction, so about 10% total upcoming. And then automotive revenue, they continue to try to diversify away just from handsets, and as we've seen with data centers. Automotive revenue hit a record at $1.59 billion. That's up 61% year over year. They've also pushed that annual guide for 2026 from $6 to $7 billion for non-automotive. And they've got a goal here, which is quite ambitious, $40 billion by full year 2029. We'll see if they can do it. Dilution. They did acquire a company, $3.1 billion. They acquired a software company called Modular on July 28th. They issued 18 million new shares, so share dilution there. And then they had some, non-operational tax windfalls. So these are not going to occur again. They got about $5.7 billion in profits out of 12.38 that are a non-recurring item. And that's apparently as a result of the change in the corporate tax rate that they were able to make that.
Qualcomm, guys, are you looking to trade this today?
Well, maybe, yeah, but it's not for a day trade, I don't think. It's not the best volume always, but like these guys are they're gonna happenstance some way into a low single-digit PE at some point here. It looks like very similar to ARM. A lot of those points, like it's just get hit when handset goes down a little bit, and you're trying some diversification. ARM doing it in a different way, of course, with chip business, but that's going to be some future revenue which hasn't really gotten there yet. But I meant to already be on a weekly chart, but that's still on the daily. But if you look at this one on the weekly chart, it is coming into, again, I mean, obviously 125 to 130 stands out like an absolute sore thumb on this stock. And you'd be like, okay, well, sure, anyone would want it to bounce there. But you can also look here, like the 200 period on the weekly, like that has been a bounce spot outside of the 125. So it gets there at a 150. It gets there today. And if it doesn't bounce there, I think you're looking at this 125 to 130. Like it's either this level holds or we are looking for that 125, 130, which looks pretty appealing for them.
Yeah, I mean, I again, another play that I've liked and I've been recently getting into, Qualcomm. I mean, not happy to be down 5%. I mean, obviously it could be a lot worse. Missing on their guide, I think, is the problem, right? I mean, good revenue beat, so we're happy with that. I mean, part of the reason to get this was the automotive there. But we put this back in the portfolio here at 170. We talked about making the call with Microsoft. We also made it with Qualcomm. I thought the 200 period was a good spot to think about getting long, but then, Armageddon sort of happened, and now we're down pretty good into that level that Neil was talking about, this 130 to 140. Generally, you don't want to put more money to work until you get back up to those levels, breaking near that 200 period moving average. But if you go into here, and I got to actually open up a workspace here and call up QCOM right now, you're going to see, as what Neil was saying, this is why it's very exciting to me as well, is this forward P is 13 right now, the current P of 17. I don't know if this is including yesterday's numbers, but at the end of the day, this is good valuation for what's a stock that's been around forever. Seems like it was getting its love back into it, only to have this happen. So right back into April lows is maybe where we're going. There's been a lot of stock that's looked like this. I just showed you Marvell. You can look at what AMD's been doing recently. Nowhere near what Qualcomm's been hitting to the downside. But I sort of equated a little bit. We've seen Intel make that 40% move down. Now it's Qualcomm's turn. Marvell's doing it as well. There's a bunch of names that continue to get hit where we look for some rebounds in. Right, so you got to give Qualcomm a little bit of love here, just for the day. Let it settle down and see if it can get back up to the upside again. A good quarter, nothing wrong with it. I like the automotive segment there, but increased costs is the problem. They clearly there in their report, as Sharif just mentioned, blaming the higher cost of input. So when you're making these chips and you're putting out these products, especially what Qualcomm's trying to do in the PC game, as these components get more expensive, Qualcomm gets hit, which is why that EPS continues to slide on the expectation, right? It was 220 to 235 or something, when 235 was the high end of that look. So yeah, downside 5%, could be worse on Qualcomm. You saw ARM yesterday. Look what ARM's done in the pre-market here, right? I mean, they got hit. ARM's now way back up. Yeah. You could have got that was yesterday, $214, $215. And even this morning, this was at 220, at 7 o'clock. Now ARM's at 240. So you've just gotten 10% of a move in ARM just in the last hour and a half right there. So what's up with that? So they've already digested the number. They didn't really like it. It was getting hit. And then it was flat, at the end of the day. ARM gets hit yesterday. And then all of a sudden, the market just says, oh, maybe things are okay all of a sudden. And this thing goes from 215 up to 244. So, you want to talk about, we obviously just mentioned small cap names moving around, but look at this. This is a pretty monster move. So I'm just wondering if we're a little cooking almost too much right now in the pre-market. A lot of people buying these dips. Let's see if it winds up holding. I think we all hope that it does, because our portfolios look a lot better now than they did an hour ago. So I'm not sure exactly the macro reason for all that. We do have, as Adara mentioned here, not only is it a big day for earnings and the covering of all the earnings, but take a look at this. If you look at our watch list right here that we put out every single day, these are the economic events coming. We have GDP coming at 8:30, initial jobless claims coming at 8:30, PCE all over the place today as well, consumer spending. So 8:30 is just a barrage of numbers. Where I think we're supposed to have Mitch on so we can see what he thinks about some of the recent calls. But for right now, it's going to be a big data drop at 8:30. So, we'll have to wait to see where that takes us for now. Just seems like the market's a little heated here in the pre. So we'll see if we can settle down. Hey, not complaining about it. I mean, we want to see more money pumping into these names, especially at these lows. So we'll see if there's some get up. 5 minutes left until those numbers, and about 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1, until Joe at the big screen.
All right, guys, good morning and welcome. Let's take a look at some of the derivatives activity from yesterday's session. Guys, we're going to kick things off with a lot of Microsoft here today. Now, at this $425 strike price, there's going to be a couple of strikes we're going to be looking at here. So first things first, 7,500 contracts still open, but 8,200 on that specific zone opened and closed on yesterday's session. Now, we're sitting on a $50 spread. Don't forget, these are going to be expiring tomorrow, guys, all right? So our delta relatively cool and our gamma exposure as well. But one thing that we want to focus on is the at-the-money IV and how far can we climb, all right? So this was the first supply zone that I identified, but I also want us to focus on this one as well too, okay? So it's only 5 points away, but you can see the open interest is substantially more, all right? So it's like if you have the ability to absorb and what we've seen on this first strike, then I do believe that we may fall into some resistance at the following zone, okay? So 7,500 here, and then we move on to the next strike price with 15,000 contracts for $430 at that $430 strike. It's quite a bit of size and supply at that level. Now, as for the volume, 9,800 contracts opened and closed on yesterday's session, and then we can see our spread. There's a pretty big difference between the two contracts, okay? We're sitting at $50 on one side, and then as we move higher, the spread really starts to tighten up here, guys, okay? So $2.19 versus $1.93 for the collector side of things. And then also your delta exposure going to be cooler because we are getting farther away from at the money. Moving forward, you can see our gamma exposure sitting on the 007, but our at-the-money IV is going to remain the same. Now, as for this specific contract, guys, we're only a percentage point away from the 425 and the 430 contract in value depreciation, okay? So 36% to the downside and 35% to the downside on the 425 contract. Let's keep an eye out for this $430 marker via Microsoft, all right, guys? Now, moving forward, $500, what are we talking about here, Sharif? With Meta, that's a ways away. Well, this is where we're going to find the most amount of supply, all right, guys? 5,300 contracts, that's the base. It is a more expensive underlying asset and doesn't typically have the most volume, but it did fall onto the volume scanner yesterday, okay, guys? So we're going to keep an eye out for this potential floor here within Meta, and you can see how cheap these contracts are considering the value of the actual underlying asset is extremely out of the money. With that being said, out of the money means cooler delta. We're only sitting on that 6-cent delta, guys. So keep that in mind. And almost no gamma exposure, but be cautious just in case there's a free fall. All your Greek metrics will start to increase, okay, including your at-the-money IV, which is sitting at 143%. Moving forward, let's take a look at the actual put contract itself, going from $1 around these lows to a high of around $1.99. So almost a 100% gain right there. We'll call it 95 flat. Let's see if we can hold on to this zone. It will get really ugly if Meta falls to $500, but I would look for this floor to hold up. Until then, let's see if we chop around and find some form of a recovery in META. Let's send it back to Neil and Sean.
Thank you, Joe. We're a heck of a lot closer to that 500 than we were yesterday on Meta, that's for sure.
Yeah.
No, I get it. Like 525 is still, it's a good 5% away, but we're down 10 points and it's pretty close. Like that 500 object is looking a lot closer in the rearview mirror than you think.
Joe said, oh, well, 500 is still quite a ways away. And Neil and I looked at each other and was like, yeah, maybe it's about 15 minutes away.
Well, we were at 600 yesterday.
Right yeah, so down to 525. And if you break through this 10% mark, which it's going to do, interesting to see how this is going to trade off the open. I do think there's a bounce back potential here for Meta. I mean, obviously it's going to be expensive watching out for these options, right? But yeah, good look there, Joe. I mean, it's always great to look at names that are moving around, and no better one today than Meta, obviously one that's held in a lot of portfolios. All right, 30 seconds away. Let's go back over the desk and get ready to digest this big earnings drop or number drop.
There are a lot of numbers here, guys. So we've got PCE year over year. We're expecting 3.7% versus 4.1% prior. Month over month, negative 0.1% expected versus 0.4% prior. Core PCE year over year, 3.3% forecast, 3.4% prior. Core PCE month over month, 0.2%. expected versus 0.3% prior. So we're actually expecting cooler prints for all 4 of these PCE numbers. You're also looking at initial jobless claims, 200,000 is the forecast versus 187,000 prior, and GDP here, 2% forecast, 2.1% prior. Initial jobless claims, what I'm seeing first here, 197,000, that's going to be a little bit below the forecast of 200,000. You're seeing core PCE, 0.1%, that's going to be below the forecast of 0.2%. You've got personal income here, 0.2%. That's going to be a little bit below the forecast. Same with personal spending of 0.3%. You also have here PCE year over year in line, 3.7% versus 3.7% expected. PCE month over month, negative 0.1% versus negative 0.1% expected. And then core PCE year over year, 3.3% versus 3.3% expected. So in line prints, which of course cooler than the prior print for PCE year over year, month over month, and core year over year. Again, as I mentioned earlier, core PCE month over month, 0.1%, a little bit cooler than the forecast of 0.2%. Market not reacting too much to this here on the NASDAQ right now, just kind of inching near those highs. And GDP as well, just to go over 1.5%. That's going to be below the estimate of 0.2%. Probably that GDP print, the biggest shock here. Before we send it back over to the guys, let's take a look here at another earnings name. I know Sean mentioned the name that this stock has had. This one just continuing higher now. ARM on earnings in focus here. What is your takeaway here from this ARM report?
Yeah, it was an earnings beat, Adair. I mean, they beat on revenue. Non-GAAP EPS did quite well, but as true to form, we have to talk about GAAP EPS and non-GAAP EPS. So let's do that. Expanded non-GAAP EPS, that is 41.2%. GAAP operating margins, though, I'm talking about a GAAP operating margin right now, dropped to 7.1%, and that's down already from 10.8% last year. They're trying to blame it on stock-based compensation, which they took a hit of $343 million on, and about $90 million in related employer taxes, and that consumed 33% of their revenue. So a lot of expenses going on. And despite the record cloud demand that we're seeing from hyperscalers, management actually dialed back their full-year royalty growth forecast from about 20% to they're saying the high teens, and high memory prices again being kind of the real reason here. And they're saying we're also not going to have that many handset volume sales, which we kind of already know. We knew that the handset volume sales were going to be a little bit light this year. Pipeline demand for the new ARM AGI CPU. Remember this whole thing that they had a few months ago that they have an AGI CPU? It did have a lot of demand, over $2 billion in orders. They were thinking about $1 billion, so well oversubscribed there. And then they see it even growing further when they access it in the Chinese market. Yes, this will be allowed to be sold in China. And in fact, Adara, about 30% of the company's revenue now is coming from China. A lot of the chips that they have are actually allowed to be sold there, which is interesting because they're not that advanced, but we see they're being used in the cloud space now.
Yeah, that ARM look in China is pretty fascinating. Before we go back to Sean and Neil, I just want to go over these numbers one more time. So you had inline PCE for 3 of the 4 prints. Again, PCE year over year, 3.7%, month over month, negative 0.1%, and core PCE year over year, 3.3%. Now, the one that was cooler than expected was core PCE month over month. 0.1% versus 0.2% expected. You had consumer spending and consumer income both slightly cooler than expected. You had initial jobless claims, 197,000, below estimates of 200,000. And you had GDP here, 1.5% versus the forecast of 2%. So that's a little bit lower than we were looking for here for the GDP. But that's a quick recap of that big 8:30 a.m. economic data drop as we send it back to Sean and Neil.
Yeah, you don't like that GDP number. I don't know. The market doesn't seem to care that much, but that seems like it. That should be the headline so far, at least. But very, very muted drop there in the futures. But we had a bunch of super chats while we were just with Joe, and of course we just had the numbers. Tisha Perkins talking about NUWE. That is a big time mover. It's your main focus for move to 510. Well, look what it just did. It just broke through 510 through to 560. So double top breakout at 450. Always want to make a big look. You have news there. It's a micro float. And remember, with all of these, you do have the whole history of the stock where it usually has reverses and dumps and pops and dumps. So some of these levels don't matter after you do a reverse split. Obviously, you got to go out and look at like something that has it split adjusted. Like I'll pull up here an E-signal where it's going to be split adjusted. Then you can really get to see that there isn't too much juice at any of these levels down here. If it fills in the entirety of the gap, it looks like $6 way back here could be a little bit of something. And thank you for that super chat. We have another one here from Alan. Alan's asking, does Tesla break out today? Lost in all of this Fed palooza and earnings this week was the abject disappointment that Tesla was, or I guess is. I shouldn't say was, because it's still very much disappointing. I actually thought on this move down we were kind of headed more toward the 280 level, but for now 300 is held. So it's a psychological number. That's a wipeout bottom. Obviously yesterday on Fed, where 300 was the low, pretty much in the most of the session. But the problem here is, like, you see the declining since the earnings. It's like lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. It has yet to make a single, like, forget about breaking out, because to me breaking out would be taking out 325 and filling in the bigger part of the gap. Like a small breakout would be 310 trying to get to the 25. And even if it did that, you would still be looking at an overall downtrend. Like if this bounce here can't even get past the 25 area, then you just have like a muted bounce. But for a day trade, the 310s where you got to look. It just seems like there's a bunch of other stronger stocks that are closer to a bit of a breakout there. Oh, and there's another one. Oh,
Okay.
Oh, this is, I just saw. Michael P. DeRider. Hummingbirds are the vampires of the flower sector. Okay.
Yeah,
well,
that's right.
We'll just let that one stand by itself. Stock talk and some little introspective.
Yeah, we should get one of those every day. Where
We should
just
put a bumper sticker
just makes you
moment right
think
there.
about things there. So, as the hummingbirds suck out the pollen and whatnot, and we get to figure out what vampires. I mean, it's actually a pretty good that's a pretty good metaphor or whatever. There,
Thanks,
for that.
Mike.
So thanks, Mike. That makes a lot of sense. We like that one over there. But yeah, no, just looking at a few things. I was looking at this DRAM ETF here, and was going to be adding this to the list. But we are really starting to go now as the market extending through. So those numbers come out. Doesn't seem to be hurting the market whatsoever as we start taking out some of these new highs. So there we go in the NASDAQ, up 1.5% and looking to claw back everything from yesterday. It's roughly where we were at 2 p.m. yesterday. And, let's see what the market wants to do today, right? We've already come through earnings, which they weren't that great. I mean, there's a few names that, we talked about Microsoft definitely helping out the NASDAQ here this morning. And then, with an all-time high take of Apple as well. That was yesterday. Had to get back up to 340 again. But this is reporting after hours. So, maybe we get a little bit of a push forward here with Apple as well, down 1% with the market up 1.5%. So interesting to see. Is this sort of a look forward into potentially what could happen here tonight with the market up 1.5% and Apple down 1%? So I don't know, looking to pick up some Apple, I think, if it continues to make this move lower, and trying to find some levels where you may be able to hold. It's been such a strong stock. Like, to think that the NASDAQ would be up 1.5% today and Apple kind of looks like this. This is a couple-day chart here on a 1 minute. It's not great for Apple. So we'll have a look to see if there's some weakness or if we're going to buy some dips over here. All right, it's 8:38. We were scheduled to have Mitch on. It doesn't look like he's going to be coming through right now, but hopefully he comes through soon. And we'll go back to the desk, and there's lots to talk about today, obviously, as we go through, parse through. Make sure you get the watch list. Link is in description below, so make sure you do that. We want to say a big shout out to everybody that, of course, is here with us today. Make sure you're either on TikTok, on YouTube, wherever you guys are. We've already shouted out a few of you guys today. What's up to Los Polos? Whether or not you're giving a super chat or not, Neil and I definitely trying to watch the chat. It gets pretty busy though. Yes. Sometimes we come back and there's like, oh, you've just missed 5,000 messages, and that's not even, and that's the truth. What's up, Ozan, Buvin? Everybody's here. Old Wise Trader. KC526 is here as well. B. Cameron is here. Just thanks to everybody, no matter what you're on, whether you're on TikTok or on Instagram. Amare here as well. Juan Padilla. We always say, what's up to Juan Padilla?
Shout out to this name from TikTok.
Yeah.
Dad's Market Stats.
There we go.
There we go. Get that. You just get everything you like in one place there. Thomas Shaw, I want to shout out to you. Another viewer there from TikTok as well. So we got them all. But actually, it was Simpsons. Simpsons Dr. WebMD. Okay, now, see, there's interesting names, there's fun names. Come on, put a message in, please, and tell me what's that all about. And Microsoft versus the Qs. Microsoft is winning that battle, but it is worth noting that since we had the numbers at 9:30, Microsoft has kind of lost VWAP a little bit and is pulling back. Big quarter. This could be an interesting one if it tries to fill in the gap. There's a 415 level. That's pretty deep, but there's a 415 level on the daily that if it tries to fill in the gap. I don't see how far this could really fall if it tried to fill it in. But yeah, there's a lot to look at, and thanks for all the messages there. I just had another one, Yeti, in there. Shout out to you. Let's get back onto the desk, and we have a lot to cover.
Well, I think, it's the morning. We should take some time to sip some caffeine and look at Starbucks here. Before we get to that, I do want to mention a report here on Microsoft. Nothing massive, but Nikkei reporting here that MSFT, Microsoft, of course, at earnings day one play here, is pondering an open weight AI as we see these Chinese models gain ground. So that's an interesting look for MSFT. If and when I see anything else, I'll keep you posted. And stick with us through the rundown to hear more about this Microsoft earnings report. But in the meantime, as I hinted at a couple seconds ago, let's get back into this Starbucks report, because SPUX, this was actually quite the solid quarter. And this comp sales growth, which is sometimes an issue for Starbucks, that was not an issue this quarter.
No, and when you see exactly what it came with, you'll be even more impressed. Let's talk initially, but their earnings beat $9.32 billion, beating expectations. Adjusted EPS also beating expectations, and they upgraded their full year EPS forecast. So check, and more check. Let's talk about their China divestiture. They kind of earmarked this last time around. 7.9% surge in global comparable store sales, even though they divested a great majority of the stores that they have in China. They're not going to be doing this at a corporate level. It's going to be a joint venture now with privately owned entities. So they won't be realizing revenue from those numbers. So any increase in comparable store sales are not going to take those joint venture numbers into account. They're going to be reported separately. Something to know there, because that 7.9 is without them. 7.9, yeah. Traffic-led recovery as well. Unlike prior quarters when same-store sales were kind of artificially inflated because they increased menu prices, here you had a double whammy. You got more foot traffic and you got more price increases. Usually it's just you have price increases, so you see more revenue from same-store sales. No, you got both here, so it's very good. And then tax refunds. We know about this, Adar. We knew that they were coming. Operating margins in the channel development division rose 700 basis points because they got reciprocal tariff refunds. They expect to get more in the near future. And then last but not least, they're paying back a lot of their debt. So some of that money that they got from their China store divestiture, you thought that maybe they'd buy back shares or something. No, what they did was they paid off $1.3 billion in debt. That reduces their equity to debt ratio. That's a good look.
Yeah, good look here for SPUX. As we know, Chipotle also reported. We may not have time to get into this, but this was another solid report from a former Brian Niccol name. Of course, Brian Niccol, current CEO of SPUX. I believe this one you had a double beat. So nice look here for Chipotle and for Starbucks. Are you looking at any of these names today, guys?
Well, definitely going to be looking at some of those names, specifically Starbucks. But you know what? When it comes to looking for setups, when looking at making your reads, we see it in the chat. We see it all the time. You're looking at the right thing. You're looking at the right setup, but you got the wrong size. The truth is, you got the skills, but the count's just too small, and Trade Funder's changing that. 100,000 for stocks, 25K for options today. You get to keep 80%. You get paid every single Friday. You are not risking your own money. So $9.99 to start and refund it on your first qualifying payout. You can start in an hour. No evaluation, no background checks. Just you and the size you've been missing. Scan the code on your screen, that QR code. It's tradefunder.com. Choose stocks or options. Want to shout out to Trade Funder. Get paid every Friday. It's Friday again. Saturday, Sunday, what? Shout out to Trade Funder for sponsoring this portion of the show. Hey, of course we're looking at Starbucks. That's like everything. There was no ambiguity. Everything was pretty positive, and if you looked under the hood, like some of those numbers are a little bit more impressive when you put them in a bit more. Yet, the Starbucks is no longer breaking out this one. It's actually 109 change, but you just call it 110, which it was in the aftermarket. It was pretty clear on the daily. Like the daily, it was a break from here, and then you kind of go into February of last year with those highs at 116. But it's still selling off, interestingly enough. So you're not looking as good before. It's the 110 you want to be holding above. That's the big level on the daily. Still, Starbucks is notoriously low volume, pre-market, wide spreads. It's an 80-cent spread right now, even as I look at it. Like you might see, like you can see like 50s, you know, 108.50 there, but like the spread is actually 108.20 to 109. So this is the kind of stock that you actually have to see the market come in at 9:30, get a better sense of where it's really going to trade. Because if there's no buyers above the 110, then it's not really the breakout that you're looking for on the day. But once it creeps back above that at the open, then Starbucks can get going. Great Q. Momentum, absolutely fine. It's in a very clean up trend above both major moving averages. There's a lot to like there, except for currently the spread in volume. You got to wait till after 9:30.
I'll give you another one here. What about Dutch Bros? You know, these guys are going to report next Wednesday. Things are going well for Starbucks, you know, potentially going well for Dutch Bros. Starbucks beats on the top and the bottom and a better guide. Dutch Bros right here, $64, holding this bid, and looks to get going, right? I mean, if right here, you might be too late on this if you wait for earnings. You know, if they come report anything similar to what Starbucks just did, then they probably, with a little bit more, you know, earnings growth potential, because, you know, they don't have the expansion, obviously, that Starbucks does. Starbucks is one of the largest chains in the world. Dutch Bros, you know, if you're looking for some get up in the space, we already mentioned some Chipotle. You got Jersey Mike's coming today. Jersey Mike's going to be the 9th largest franchise, I think, food franchise on the NASDAQ, or in the market once they IPO. But yeah, Jersey Mike's coming today. So anyways, Dutch Bros, yeah, good little upside take here. Waiting for earnings report next Wednesday. Looks like it's coming Wednesday after market close, August 5th. So I think this is another name that you could look at that could catch, you know, some positive shrapnel coming from Starbucks. So Dutch Bros, another one of those names that I think is a radar name now that you've seen the numbers from Starbucks. And it's not even, as Neil mentioned there, it's not even like Starbucks. Look, it's a great name. It's moving high. 4% is nice. I think the expected move was higher than 4% yesterday for Starbucks. So that pullback right there, not great. You like to see it try to hold some of those bids, but hey, it's still better than we could expect. Both those names, Dutch Bros and now Starbucks, firmly holding that 50-period moving average. Will we come back and test it? Doesn't look like that today, with the NASDAQ still screaming higher. So yeah, all good. So far, so good this morning. But remember, guys, just like we saw yesterday, you know, at 2 p.m., the market can do many different things. You know, you go from down here in the NASDAQ 669, this is the Qs. And I'm just trying to show it to you because this is where we are right now. So you're just coming back in to where that bunch up happened just before Warsh took the stand. And then when to stand, it sounds like he's, you know, on trial, but I guess sort of they are every time. And then there's what the longer end of the bond market and everything, the rates start to really get hit there. And the market, the NASDAQ, corrected itself all the way back in. So this could happen again here today when this market opens back up. I mean, not much has changed. We got earnings. We got one good from Microsoft, a little bit of a bad one from Meta, and we've talked about a few other names there today. So I'm interested. I'm writing down the TQQs here today, see if we can find some dip buy opportunities, but it may not hold. This 200 period right now at 670 on the Qs. All right, we've talked about it a little bit earlier today. We do have Mitch ready to rock and roll here, an analyst there from Trade the Pool. So we want to thank him for coming through once again, and we're going to throw it back to the desk where we can begin the discussion.
Let's indeed talk with Mitch. There's a lot to discuss today, but we'll start here by saying welcome and good morning to Mitch Hoke, Money Mitch, analyst over at Trade the Pool. Good morning. How are you doing today, Mitch?
Doing good. Getting my Dutch Bros ready. You know, it was said well, and it's made its way over even to Florida. I remember when I first started seeing this company really expand. I started seeing them in Colorado, but they're making their way all the way out east now in Florida. So shout out to Dutch Bros. It's definitely a great company. I love the way they built it, and it's let's say the Chick-fil-A of coffee.
Yeah, a great tie in there to what we were talking about earlier. Now let's get into Mag 7 earnings. Of course, we have two that are going to be coming after the bell tonight, Amazon and Apple. But let's talk for trading purposes about the two that we already have that we just got, Microsoft and Meta. If you had to pick one to trade today, Mitch, which one and why?
1,000% Microsoft was what I was actually watching last night as the report came out. I said, whoa, This is a good report. If we can't get this stock to come up now after we've been so beaten down, RSI down towards the 26 on the Qs, and with this good report, something has to come up. Something has to start changing where we actually get a good report and we get stocks to go up on a good report versus what we've been seeing, which are sometimes good reports and stocks coming down on it. So of course, as they're growing 43%, I mean, the revenue here, the cloud space just justifies the spend. Not only does that justify the spend, but when you look at the RPO, right, and you look at how they're getting like 200 billion from OpenAI, right, in the next couple of years, just that alone justifies that CapEx spending, let alone their RPO number that's up there towards 680 billion, right? So in this case, I think Microsoft is definitely the play here. So what I did is for trade the pool, you can't necessarily swing on some of these earnings stocks as the earnings cut you out. So what I did, I'm smart. I know how Microsoft works. And what is it? It's a lot of CoreWeave, right? So how Microsoft goes, if the revenue is doing well, CoreWeave will probably do well. So I went long on CoreWeave last night. I have 61.14s. It's now trading at 66.20s and continuing to climb this morning. So that's one trade that you can watch also off the backs of Microsoft's great report.
Yeah, I like that pairs trade there, Mitch. I want to talk about any sectors that you have on watch. I mean, I think crypto off the top of my head is maybe one to look at. You had Robinhood last night. You're going to have Coinbase and MSTR today. We've had some biotech earnings. We've had some credit card earnings. So I guess what's your top sector that you're watching right now or that you've had some good trades on earlier this week?
So I think the sector that we got to watch is healthcare, right? Because that's an area that I've been watching for a while now. Last time I was on, I was talking about Johnson & Johnson, Gilead, those types of names. They've done really well, right? A big part of this was Johnson & Johnson kind of dipping their toes and really taking off in the surgical game, right? AI surgery has really kind of pushed. There's a kind of a new change in outpatients. It's kind of changing things up. Medicare, of course, different changes that are going on there. So healthcare is the trade here. I think another one to look at is IBB, right? The IBB has been hanging out here around the 190 to 87s. I think today's that day where you could maybe see this dip below and it be an opportunity, right? I'm actually looking for these to pull back here to get the opportunity to go back in because I do think that tech is going to have maybe its day in the sun day, but that doesn't mean that we're out of the realms of the pullback, right? I think we're in for some chop here in tech, especially going towards the back end of the year. So I think we need to be watching for areas that are continuing to show strength. That's healthcare. Of course, there is some growth there and AI can play into that space. So I'd be watching that. But for today, it's definitely a tech type of day. So yeah, you can push that one towards more of a swing trade idea. And I'd be focusing on just trying to ride the tech momentum, right? You're going to continue to see this momentum lead into the open. Why? Because it doesn't want to let traders in, right? Like if you think about yesterday, everyone was in panic mode. Everyone was like, oh my God, I cannot buy a single tech stock, right? Well, there you have it. Now the market goes and humbles all those shorts. Now, that doesn't mean that tech has completely flipped, but it does mean that we can ride the wave. And that's exactly what I'm doing this morning. I was able to get out on a trade on SOXL this morning and close to 4 digits on that. Not going to be mad about that. It's been doing really well this morning. And I think you just ride different waves. I have CoreWeave on. I got out of a TQQQ position this morning, and I'm just trying to just continue going with the action. Another stock that I'll be watching for reversal today, of course, is Intel. Of course, that report really wasn't bad underneath the hood, and you're seeing it the action this morning from 82s to the 86. So one thing you got to be careful of is right out the gates, we probably go in towards more of that quick red look, right? It's going to wash out some of the traders that are trying to hold on for too big of a trade here. We'll see what happens if we find buying on those washouts. That's what you really want to be watching for, right? Because if you can find buying on the first washout of the day, that could mean that the appetite is out there to go into these risk assets again. Of course, Bitcoin could be one of those kind of indicators to see if we get some risk on, back on, because we've seen names like CleanSpark and Riot really come down fast. So we'll look to see if we see some type of bounce in risk on names.
Is there anything going on at Trade the Pool right now that you want to let the people know about? I know you guys had that World Cup, and obviously the World Cup is over right now. So I guess what's next for you guys over at Trade the Pool, and how can people join and play along?
Yeah, we've had a lot of creators join now. It's not just myself making videos, not just myself trading on there. So I'd say come check out Trade the Pool. We have over 7 creators making different trading content for you guys, showing you guys live trades. I mean, the other day I was able to make over $10,000 on the stream live. So if you guys want to see trades like that, you guys know where you're at. Trade the Pool. We give you guys the buying power to go ahead and achieve your dreams that you're looking for. And that was with a 200K account. So if you're looking to get some buying power, Trade the Pool might be the place to be. And just to mention, I know my man Sean wants to talk about SoFi, the financial beta winner, as I want to call it. This report was actually really great. So today's the day to look for that reversal, right? I'm going to look to see if financials can to get a little bit of an up move, but SoFi definitely on the radar today. Look for a quick red action towards the 15, lower 15s, let's say back towards 15.25. But then I want to see a sweeping trade come back through 15.50s, and then I want to use that 15 as a potential bottoming for SoFi to start working its way back. Of course, this stock loves to chop around, especially during earnings. Let's see now that earnings have gotten out of the way, can we get some continued upside pickup?
Thank you very much to Mitch Hogue, Money Mitch over at Trade the Pool, for all those good ideas, for being here with us today. We'll see you again, I'm sure, Thursday morning very soon. So best of luck on today's session. Before we go over to Joe and the upgrades and downgrades, I have to mention a story here for Oracle and Google. So I'll just do that quickly if you guys do not mind. And thanks again to Money Mitch Hogue. Keep an eye on Oracle and Google. Oracle reportedly expanding its partnership with Google. They're going to be bringing Google's cloud models to enterprise applications. So nice little spike here for ORCL. I have to give this one props for bouncing off the lows from yesterday. But let's see what are on the highs and lows for analysts with the upgrades and downgrades.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of the analyst actions here this morning. A lot of names and big names here. We're going to kick things off with the very ever so popular, much so popular Meta. Now, guys, Citigroup here, giving them a buy rating, but we're going to be slashing our price target from $850 down to $8. You can see that we're negative more than 8%. But Citigroup stating and citing Meta's elevated spending and lower free cash flow for the target cut. Now, we've seen a lot of these hyperscalers really deplete their free cash flow, and I think that's an important metric that we need to keep our eyes on, especially with the upcoming earnings report amongst the hyperscalers. How is that performing, all right? So we've already had Amazon depleting 75% and 90% here for Meta, but also issued Q3 guidance that was roughly in line with the streets, which feeds into AI bear concerns. Now, here's another issue here, guys. We're starting to see better performance among some of its AI tools, but the capital expenditure is really coming into play here, guys. Moving forward, we're going to be looking at Qualcomm. Negative this morning, but Bernstein giving them a market perform, but reducing its price target to $165. That's down from $235. Now, the downgrade and the price cut is based off cost increase and higher spending are impacting the company's margins, all right? So DRAM factor coming and the memory storage really affecting this name. Continuing cost pressures in the smartphone market as well too. Really hurting this name. You're down to a $165 price target. The margins being the main issue of concern. Now we have Robinhood, a pretty good report here, guys, but we have Barclays giving them an overweight rating, but across the board, multiple analysts reducing their price target. So here we're seeing a $105 price target. That is down from $122. But going through the report, Q2 trading activities reached all-time highs for equities, options, and event contracts. So you see these event contracts really starting to gain some steam, especially when there's competition out there like Kalshi and the other betting markets as well too. Guys, this report was hindered by the lack of crypto trading. That was down roughly 30% year over year. So that was a tough look within that specific segment of the company. The company's EBITDA came in as well ahead of estimates. So here it is, slightly positive this morning, but across the board, multiple analysts reducing their price target here on Robinhood. Now, more positive side of things, guys, at Microsoft, a price target increase, but we have a hold rating here. Stifel giving them a $450 price target. That is up from $400. The company reiterated its full year 2017 2027 guidance and sustained double-digit revenue growth and operating income. Now, we've seen Copilot actually gain 10 million paid subscribers over the quarter, which I think helped add a little bit of a boost into this name, and then also phenomenal cloud growth from Azure or within Azure itself. All right, guys. Last but not least, we have Starbucks on the list, 5.6% to the top side. Neutral weight rating, but we're going to get a slight price target increase, $112. UBS giving them that nod. That is actually up from $105. So the analyst stating that Q3 results and raising full year 26 guidance as the back to Starbucks turnaround gains some traction. A positive look here for Starbucks this morning, guys.
Yeah, love that look on Starbucks, no question, no question about it. It looks absolutely fantastic. I want to shout out to, we did get a gift from Alfred over there on TikTok. Just want to shout him out there and appreciate you, Alfred. Thank you for the gift. If you want to include a message, you always can with the gift. Talk about a symbol, ask a question, whatever it might be. Just want to show our appreciation for you there, my friend. And just to jump right back to one thing Mitch said, because Mitch, he covered a lot, as per usual, but one of the things that got mentioned was how, he's talked about XBI, Biopharm, the healthcare names, how they're going to be able to benefit from AI. Remember, it's going to be cheaper to do drug trials long run. And you'll be able to target exactly what you want to. Everything is going to be a little bit more efficient. It's such a capital and time-consuming and costly business to get drugs to market, as everybody knows, and that'll make it a little bit easier, especially for the big boys who a lot of times do it through acquisitions. I think that definitely benefits this group, and as people rotate back into tech, I think there could be a chance maybe even get AbbVie could pull back into the prior high, get a dip, maybe the 50 period in there. So those are things to definitely watch. But yeah, that quarter Starbucks looks fantastic. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. We've already talked about Microsoft quite a bit there.
Yeah, no, shout out to Mitch there yesterday. Obviously, we had $15 long yesterday on SoFi. It was my number one P&L yesterday, and it actually went up to 1570, 1580. This was before the Fed, right? And so, yeah, we'll look to see. I just put it out right now again. The watch list is now out, and I have DRAM there as the top. Then I have the Qs, and I have IBIT, then I have SoFi. So it's pretty simple here today. Actually, no stocks on here, just SoFi, we just talked about it, but DRAM, TQ long, IBIT long, SoFi long. That's what we're looking at right here today. So four ideas early. Go check it out on X, and I'm just gonna go long. I don't know, the market's up 2%. Some of these calls, all the longs aren't long off the open. I'm thinking we are gonna get some sort of a dip down opportunity. So that's gonna have to happen for SoFi. The thing is, we have to wait to see what happens here with the news I know there's some sort of news about Intel, I thought maybe. There it is right there. So Intel to the downside. Nothing going on right now in the imbalance land. And I saw a bunch of people talking about what was going on there with Intel. Well, really there's the story, but there's nothing happening with it. It does make a move down as the algos hit it, and then right back up as maybe it's a nothing burger. AI chip packaging tech to counter Intel. So that's not a great sign for Intel, of course, but it seems to be doing okay off of that. Wow, Intel got to $80. Wow, that was a real big washout. 140 top down to 80. You're getting into levels now. This is what I was saying before. Regardless of how bad you think this is, a lot of it has been, and what's up to Don Baco or Don in the chat there, Baca, from Prague. Shout out to Prague. Just wanted to say, these levels may be interesting to buy a little bit off of, little nibble action here, because there's 80, there's the gap. And he was mentioning just the fact that, hey, maybe it's not all baked in yet. The earnings are just coming through right now. So who knows where these names are really going to settle down. We'll have to let the market tell it for us. And I think that's a valid point. It's just right now we've been coming back in so hard on so many names that at some point there has to be a get up, right? We don't necessarily think that software, the problems are solved there, right? But you do see a nice little bounce back there. CRM gets beat up so badly from 210 down to 150, then it battles back in. We got 190 yesterday on that kind of a name, right? We've talked about names like ServiceNow that went through all this software Armageddon and everything, and once this loads up, I can show it to you. There's the 140 top back into 90 a couple times, found a base down there, popping back up into 114, 115. So there is going to be some love for all of these names at some point. They're just a couple stories away from being now returning to glory. I don't think we're getting 140 on Intel anytime soon, but a little bit of a better feel now that we're through earnings. We could start to see a little bit of a rally on some good headlines. We just need to get those headlines. And when we do, I think the market will bump up from that for sure. So.
Yeah, well, it's nice to see we're in an environment where Microsoft got rewarded for their earnings, right? Lam got rewarded. Like before, it was like, oh, okay, well, even if it was good, you're heading to the downside like Intel did there, but Lam just fine. And I think that's the kind of thing that we're looking to see. So I do like that aspect of it, where finally we see good reports and we're going to get double digits from the names that we want to see to go to the upside. That being said, there's a lot to cover. We have a big and busy free watch list, which we're going to get into right now before we take you into the open. 25 minutes till said open. Let's get back up to the desk.
Down goes Fraser. 729.5 is where we closed out yesterday on the SPY, decidedly losing that 740 area of support we have been talking about now for a few weeks. Good thing is, this 730 area, it's a repeat offense area as an area of support. Take a look at what we did in late June and again in early June when we got into that 730 area. So we're already bottoming till now on the 4-hour or breaching prior bar high. So let's see, number one, can we hold 730? We're at about 735 right now. If we catch a bit of dare, 740 as R1.
There's a lot to discuss today. We're not going to be able to get to every name, which is why you should check out our free Trader TV live watch list for all the earnings names that are on watch, for all the sectors that are in play, for all the names that are going to be reporting tonight, for any economic data in focus. You can use that link. You just type that right in, or you can just click the link in the description. Probably easier. Either way, the watch list is free, and it comes to you every single morning that the markets are open, because we're here with you guys every single trading day. Let's take a look here at MSFT. This was a solid report across the board, Sharif, and you called it. You said if they give us a good call, we'll likely get a gap up. That's exactly what happened on MSFT with that Azure growth, EPS beat, revenue beat, and another fiscal year in the books.
And you know what surprised me the most? People are actually using Copilot. And okay, relax, Joe. You're not even using it anymore. No, but people are adopting it more on an enterprise sense. Their revenue beat, they have a lot of demand for it. I was shocked. Let's talk about this though. Full year, so Q4, earnings beat $90 billion on the dot is what they brought in revenue. Their GAAP EPS 481. We'll get to that GAAP EPS in a second, but let's talk about their RPO, specifically their commercial RPO, rocketing up 84% year over year. Adara, they have $678 billion in remaining performance obligations. I know your affinity for that number. $3.2 billion is what they made from their Anthropic investment combined with OpenAI, but the majority of the money came from Anthropic, and that boosted their EPS by about 27 cents a share. So that 481 number, if you remove Anthropic's investment, it's about 27 pennies less. But it's not all sunshine and rainbows. Their gaming unit continues to bleed, specifically Xbox. Gaming performance severely lagged cloud momentum, and Xbox content and service revenue fell 10% year over year, but it is a small segment for them, and they do have a new CEO. So we'll see if she's able to finagle some growth there. And then Azure officially crossing $100 billion in annual revenue, driven by a 43% quarterly growth in Azure and other clouds. That is the first time in the company's history it crosses that mark.
Yeah, good look there for MSFT. And again, fiscal 2026 for them is now over and done. Are you guys looking at MSFT today?
I don't know if it's going to get a dip that makes it worthy of it. Almost doubling up Alphabet's cloud growth there. So like that's got to be what you're asking for. I mean, like, it's not really double. I think whatever. 43 versus 23 is pretty damn good. But it was about the comparison, and that's one of the things we were talking about. I think it's going to be true of Amazon. Like, you're going to put these three side by side and look at that cloud growth, and then Microsoft appears like it's going to be the clear winner here. I don't want to crap on Amazon, but I kind of doubt that they're going to be able to beat AWS, can be able to beat that kind of growth, or at least approach the quarterly growth improvement. So 415 was the level on the daily chart that I was pretty interested in, if we could have a dip into it. But at 8:30, there was the chance that the market was going to pull back in. Economic numbers, we had triple barrel, GDP was a little bit weak. It doesn't seem like that's going to be the case on Microsoft. So maybe play it by ear, see if VWAP holds, because the gap fill usually on big earnings gaps on big cap tech names, I tend to find the breakout through the high is not as well received. It's usually your best bets for longs are to try to catch a bid when it fills in the gap, and then it'll close regaining the high. So we'll look for those teens if we get there. Otherwise, there's plenty else to look at. We'll get into Robinhood, Jersey Mike's. I like IBIT today. We'll be looking at that as well. So yeah, plenty to watch, but I don't know if we're going to be able to see the dip buy where I want it.
Yeah, we had, we just put it, like I said, we just had that contest. We put some Microsoft in the portfolio there for that one. I just, we talked about sort of the death of the software names. And look, we knew, I'd mentioned over the last couple of weeks there that we thought Copilot, did have some upside to it. I was hearing that, it was going quite well, and that Azure would be part of the, beneficiary of that 30+ million seats rate there for paid seats for Copilot, which is really super sweet. And I think that, as Mitch had said here, looking at that report, if it wasn't up, there could have been a problem. Now, up 10% seems like a lot. The only real worrisome here is this 200 period moving average, which we haven't broke all year. So that's something to look at. Does it look familiar to what this was? Yes, it does. That's back in May. So, it's does this happen now? I don't think so. I think now that we have earnings, we could see where the revenues are going to come from, especially with a good forward look as well on the name. I think Microsoft does not have this opportunity here. So as Neil said, where you're going to get long now, maybe a pullback into the 50 period if it comes back into 400 for some strange reason. I just don't think it does. I think now there's going to be a lot of people that may be offside on Microsoft. And I don't mean short, just maybe underweighted here, and the get up could be real, and it could be a nice continuation move there for Microsoft today. So you want to be careful when it will break this 425. At 925 we're going to get imbalances, and if it's a red imbalance, it will break through. So I just want to look always at the 200 period moving average. So I think Microsoft down there at 417 is worth something. So let's have a wait to see if that winds up hitting. But my prediction is we do break this 425 as profit. And, traders that maybe were long yesterday, long into this print, long off of this 380, wake up today and realize you get a nice little 10% bump in a name that doesn't normally move 10. So, that's going to be a good look here. Let's see if we do break that 425. I like it for a scalp short. If we break 425, probably bouncing off near that 420 area. So I think you can have, a $4 to $5 winner short on Microsoft. I like the name. It's nothing to do with that. I just think as a day trade, the short there, the pre-market low break, we've seen that work so many times. So I would like to look at that, and then we'll find out where the bouncing spot is there on Microsoft. All right, from one name where you're looking to maybe see if there's a downside trade to Meta, where the downside trade everyone's hoping is already in. Let's go have a word with Adair and Sharif about Meta.
Meta, it's a rough look here for the stock, and it's kind of a rough look for these numbers here as well. You did have a pretty sharp Q2 EPS miss. It was also down year over year for EPS. Those sales were a beat, but this Q3 sales guidance also tepid. There's a lot to get into here with Meta.
Everybody's pounding the table on the EPS miss, but there's a good reason for this, guys. All right, so there was a $1 EPS miss here. The street wanted $7.18. They printed $6.18. Why? Because they had $2.4 billion in legal loss reserves. That's tied to the upcoming trial for the youth safety. We've been talking a lot about that. And then there was another $1.18 billion for the layoffs that they had in May. These are, one-time severance charges. So what I'm trying to say is this is a one-time recurring item, not to recur again. So that EPS miss may not continue into Q3. This is Q2, by the way. Free cash flow, absolutely getting squeezed, Adair. Listen to this. So they brought in $31.86 billion in operating cash flow. Guess how much they spent? $31.1 billion. So they're spending everything they're bringing in. And now their free cash flow is down to less than $1 billion for a company. $784 million is what they're working with at the moment, and they're not done. They're looking at taking on more debt. So to finance the full year CapEx, they're raising $130 to $140 billion is what they're going to spend for year 26. And that takes their long-term debt liability to $83.66 billion, and they're not done. They're looking at other ways to generate cash. So whether or not, they're going to go to a Morgan Stanley, they're going to issue new shares, a bridge finance. There's so many different accounting methodologies that they can follow. So we'll have to see, how the street receives that. And then there are other revenue. So we're talking about the WhatsApps, right? for the first time ever, it cleared $1 billion. It's a high margin business, and it's really driven here by businesses using the WhatsApp messaging. I guess they're paying for that. So not an area that I know too much about.
Yeah, spending still an issue here for META. Neil, are you spending any mental capital looking at this stock today?
It's hard not to. I mean, a big cap tech name like this, it's going to be potentially SSR. It did take 10% down, but that happened in the pre-market. So the uptick rule and the short sell restriction, which is the uptick rule going into effect, that really only happens when it hits 10% down in the open market. That'll be at about, I don't know, 526. If it hits there, then you're that 10% down. It's already triple bottomed effectively, or consolidated bottomed at that low, which gives you an easy place for it to do a little bit of a dip and rip. So false break of the low at the open, and I think you've got yourself a chance. On the other side, as Sharif mentioned, yeah, there were some one-off items that made the EPS look worse than it probably will be going forward. But it's not as if it was a gigantic beat on revenue or anything that blew you out of the water in that regard either. So, there are some concerns here, and you can't ignore the direct comparison that gets made. Like, maybe this isn't so bad if Microsoft isn't so good. If Apple wasn't firing on all cylinders, and there'll be a couple of extra choices tonight, because if Amazon, like better that Amazon and Apple look tonight, could also weigh a little bit on Meta. So yeah, it's at the level where you're looking for the bounce. It's just a matter of putting in that bottoming tail candle for a bit of an SSR bounce. It was so weak going into this report. Like, I don't think there is a green day. There might be one that's miscoded. There probably is at least one green day in the last 2 weeks there. So it is primed for a bit of a relief rally. But I wouldn't be putting too much stock in that one-off aspect of the EPS, because it's not as if the revenue growth was making anybody do cartwheels, if we're being real.
Yeah, I mean, I hate looking back at decisions that were not made, and it's just like, we sold some AMD, we sold some Intel, we sold names that we were questionable on, and Meta was definitely one of those names, man. Look, it's not, for me, it's not like a super heavy position from all the Mag 7s for me, but still, to give up from 680 down to 530, like that's, you just lost. I mean, right there, just as Neil said, 9 straight down days. Or maybe more. In those 9 days, that's down 23% right there, top to bottom. 23% in 9 days of this, huge name. Will they ever figure out what to do with WhatsApp? Like, there's certain things that they're going to have to start to monetize. I think Zuckerberg's lost his way a little bit here. I don't really love this name. Glad that it's, one that we've trimmed out on. It's just like, how do you feel this year? It's actually not even really that bad year to date. 650 down to 530, but there's so many other opportunities out there that Meta just does not seem like it's a buy. Look, down here it might be. I mean, you may want to get out if it breaks $500, but like, I don't know if that's going to come today or not. It sucks because we had sort of flagged that Meta was a problem and should have got out when we said about it that at 640. We'll get a better opportunity. Look, I mean, if you're taking the strategy, I'm going to hold something forever and ever and ever, then yeah, maybe Meta gets back up there at some point. But there's going to be so much more opportunity. Like if Meta gets back up to here, then that 20%, you won't worry about it. It's just let's wait to see what winds up happening. I mean, the ad business is still strong. Like I always say, every time there's somebody born, there's another Instagram account created. So you got to watch out for, a possible bounce in Meta, but I don't know, down 10%. I think it goes lower today. I think they come for this name, and I'd rather be short than long heading into today's trade for Meta. So, down 9%. I think it gets down 10, and then I think it gets down 12, and then we'll wait to see what happens at maybe this 520 area. So Meta's not interesting to me yet on the long. Has to flush a little bit more, but it's a low PE. So, if you do believe in the name, it's probably worth nibbling here. Just sucks to be holding on to it. That's all. During these roller coaster rides, right? I mean, we were just down here a month and a half ago, so to think that we can get back upside, I think is very possible. All right, Robinhood, Jersey Mike, and Amazon. Let's go.
Let's start here with Robinhood, HOOD. We're going to take a look at what's under the hood with this company. This was kind of a mixed report. You're still having some issues, though, with crypto revenue strength, which used to be a strong point for them.
Well said, Adara. Yes, 38% plunge in crypto revenue as, crypto doesn't go up. I guess people aren't trading it. 38% drop now to $100 million. That is down from $160 million in Q2 of 2025. So the comp from last year, they remain subdued. But look, when one part does bad, the other part picks up. What am I talking about? I'm talking about contracts, guys, or prediction markets absolutely skyrocketed tenfold year over year, now bringing in $156 million in that. Which is obviously now, sorry, not obviously, but it is their third largest revenue stream after options and after equities. So prediction markets really aggressively moving. But we didn't even talk about their earnings. They had an earnings beat on the top line and the bottom line, but that bottom line, again, heavily influenced by non-recurring one-time items. What am I talking about? I'm talking about the deconsolidation of Robinhood Ventures. They made some money from that, and if they hadn't made any money from that, then EPS would have been more at 48 pennies rather than 62. So some food for thought. And then Trump accounts. Come on. President Trump. Other revenue here, which Trump accounts falls under, expanded 54% year over year. They brought in $143 million in deposits. And those $143 million, Adara, they brought in $25 million in service fees that are 100% profit.
Yeah, I mean, good look here for Robinhood. It'll be interesting to kind of see how Coinbase performs tonight because they're in a similar sector. Do you have some comments from White House economic advisor Kevin Hassett saying that Kevin Warsh, Fed chair, his job is, quote, now easier with today's inflation data. So interesting look there. Cryptocurrency revenue for Robinhood, as we said, dropping actually for the third straight quarter now. How do you guys feel about Hood?
Yeah, look, understandably, crypto not there, but the volatility in the markets is making up for it. So you talk about, we didn't really mention this quarter, but certainly true last. PDT rule gone, more activity there. Predictions markets are fantastic for it. It's just disappointing that you're not breaking out this 94 level. Like that's what I would have been much more interested in. It still could be a breakout trade there today. Like look at that. You look at the double top and anything. A lot of stocks have this with the double top from the Fed, but it also lined up with the double top from the day before, and then support the 2 days before that. So it's an obvious breakaway area, but the aforementioned crypto, I mean, Bitcoin is through that double top. So this is a little bit more interesting, at least early on for me, because you have that 36, just underneath 36 half, which is 64.4 or something like that, if you're looking at actual Bitcoin. So on IBIT, I want to look to be long on IBIT today. I don't want to write off that breakout over 94 on Robinhood. Certainly has the juice to be able to get there, but like IBIT's above levels with a chance to be the dip buy, whereas hunting for the breakout has not really been much of a thing this last quarter. So yeah, it'll be IBIT for me, at least early. But yeah, that 94 change breakout on Robinhood looks pretty good. It was a good, if not perfect quarter, as Shreve said. It was a lot of the beat. It's still a beat if you take away the divestment of the Robinhood Ventures Fund. They still did beat on EPS, even if you take that out. But it's a slight beat. It's like 48 versus 44, which is still pretty good, but it's not the huge beat that.
Look, I only have a few names written on here. Obviously, we have IBIT right there at 36.30, so I think that's and hopefully an easy look long. So we'll look there. IBIT 36.30. It's so funny how I can sit here and we can all talk about what the look that Meta had over the last little while, when realistically Robinhood's worse. You go over to Robinhood, that's 120 down to 90, right? So you're down that swell. It's same 23% right now on Robinhood. So this has been a equally disastrous 9 days for Robinhood that it is for Meta. Unfortunately, half of Meta's loss came today with the earnings report. So Robinhood, thankfully, did not have the similar reaction to their report that Meta did. Obviously, they're completely different reports, so we don't have to worry too much about it. And maybe now you're finally, I still don't like Robinhood as a long. You're still underneath everything right here. I think if you get back into that 70, 75, 80 area, then you're down 40% from its highs. At that point, I think there might be a buy zone there for Robinhood. The prediction markets are nice, but there's just so many different opportunities for the prediction markets out there to trade on different platforms that I think it's unique now for that to be available on Robinhood. But we know it's available on IBKR, soon to be on DraftKings, and I think more legislation coming anyways on those prediction markets. So I think it's a nice sort of tailwind for now. I just don't think it lasts. So for me, Robinhood, I'm already into SoFi. And I know they're different. SoFi is a bank. That's why I prefer it more. But I think that down into this area, 70 to 75 is maybe where it gets interesting. And then you can maybe average in when it gets to 35. Like if it breaks this area right there, then there's really no support from the whole year. And again, a name that's not doing that bad. I mean, we look again and we just see what's been happening so far year to date. This was 120. So if you've been holding this all year, you're still down 30% on it, but you were just flat 2 weeks ago. It's just crazy how this last month or so has been so volatile for so many names. And I mean, we get the Fed coming out yesterday, and it looks like now that rate hike cycle is kind of just beginning. So yeah, I'm not in love with a lot of these names. And when you're seeing a JP Morgan get hit yesterday, down to, I think it was 343 or something when we looked at it yesterday. Maybe that makes sense. Like I would much rather wait for any kind of dips if the market's going to dip and buy some of the JP Morgans, the Morgan Stanleys of the world, even obviously better than a SoFi or anything like that. So, we talked about the XLF and how interesting that has looked over the last little while. That, there's a lot of love. There's IBIT with a sell, so some disagreeing a little bit with the buy, but hey, I wanted this to come down so we can buy it. Microsoft gets hit with a sell again. Should be interesting to see where this name winds up going. Even though it's a sell, it's still ticking higher here into the open. Nvidia yesterday at 190 held pretty nicely. We can see if that winds up holding again. And there's Oracle down there, as Adara brought up that point today. Oracle to the upside there today, and then Netflix as well, trying to catch a bid, small one of 116. But look at Netflix near bleeding to the downside here early. So yeah, 925. Jersey Mike's going to be exciting. We'll wait. We'll be showing the imbalance locator here as Jersey Mike. I think it probably as soon as it's there already, but it's only 9,000. I see it on Neil's screen. Once the market starts to open up, we'll get more volume here for JMKE today. That should be an exciting one. We're going to talk about it right now.
Jersey Mike's JMKE pricing its IPO at $23. That is smack dab in the middle of that $21 to $25 range. Should be actually a pretty interesting debut, Sharif.
Yeah, 43.5 million shares, give or take, is what they're going to issue here. It's going to be on the NYSE, as Adara mentioned. JMKE is going to be the ticker. They're also going to issue an additional, to what they already had in the flow, 13.7, almost 13.8 million shares to repay debt and cover general corporate expenses. Are not going to receive any money for operations from that. There's also an over allotment option. They've granted some of the underwriters here a 30-day option to buy another 6.5 million shares. Speaking of the underwriters, you got Morgan, Jefferies, and JP taking the lead here, but you also have Barclays and Guggenheim acting as co-coordinators. Companies headquartered in Jersey. They operate 3,300 franchises across the United States and this country, Canada.
You guys taking the open on JMKE?
It'll have to do if it does something a little different than what it's indicating now. Because one of the things is that they were talking about 21 to 25, and then they come at 23 for the issue. So it's not as if they had to raise it, which is usually a pretty good sign. Like if they need to raise that or could have raised it to like 27 or in the 30 range, that would have indicated maybe a little bit more hype. So if I see enough interest, I might take something, but it would be much smaller than any of the other IPOs. It's not really in the super explosive sector either, so that's another thing to consider. I can show you it's a very small neutral imbalance. I think it was 9,000 to buy. Now it's saying neutral. Don't know why. It's still only paired pretty small. It'll be in the millions before it opens up. That's a good way to gauge it, but we'll keep you guys abreast of what's going on with that IPO. I wouldn't suspect that we'd even see this open on the morning show. It'll probably be for the midday.
Yeah, 20 straight years of same-store sales growth for Jersey Mike's.
It's not bad.
Same store. Yeah. So 20 straight years
That'll play.
of opening up a store, and every year your sales going higher and higher and higher. So I like MKE there today. I don't know if I'll be sitting here by the time it opens, but if I am, we'll definitely have a look at what Jersey Mike looks like. And yeah, we want to see what the pricing comes out at, right? I mean, maybe if it's above the 25, then we will know that there's a little bit more interest in the name, and then we can try to spike it right off the open. But for right now, I'm interested in it. We'll just have to wait to see what the data looks like. So, watch us trading live here, Jersey Mike. Hopefully the guys on the midday, if it does open up, not hopefully, they will be looking at it. So Jersey Mike opening up probably, well, who knows when, but generally some of these IPOs have been between that 12 to 12:30 marker.
Say 12:17.
Yeah, as long as it's not, SpaceX was 11:45 or something like that. So we were pretty lucky to get that one early, but we'll have to wait around for Jersey Mike's, I think. But it's on the New York exchange, so that's interesting. Well, the last couple ones have been on the NASDAQ.
All NASDAQ.
So. All right, just 1 minute left. Amazon and Apple tonight. Maybe a quick word, and then we'll get ready to trade.
Yeah, Amazon, Apple, both reporting after the bell. Sharif, any thoughts that you're looking at for tonight?
Yeah, Azure is going to be the biggest thing, of course, or sorry, AWS, pardon me. For Amazon, we'll have to see if that can keep pace with Azure's growth and Google Cloud's growth. For Apple, I want to know exactly how they're going to find it, or they're going to navigate the increased component costs. We've seen them. Apple upgrade. How much is that Apple upgrade going to cost them? Because they're going to schlep their own money to finance some of these products here. So let's see how it goes, Adair.
Amazon at 4, Apple at 4:30. We'll give you guys the earnings right here on Twitter TV Live. Let's go to the opening bell. Good luck.
Yeah, 30 seconds till the opening bell. There were a couple of imbalances, that have paired off right there. Microsoft with a little bit of one. iBit, that sell imbalance is still there for Bitcoin. Just keep in mind, for iBit, I shouldn't say for Bitcoin, it's not a stock, but it's not really moving down on that. So you still have all of that resistance from yesterday that's going to come into play. The opening bell is brought to you by VinFast. That's ticker VFS. You can scan the QR code to find more information. Want to thank them for sponsoring said opening bell, which opens the markets now.
All right.
Casino open, everybody. Right off the bat, we didn't really look at one name that I just saw a red reversal candle on. Was SpaceX. We didn't really talk about them, but they did do the dip and rip. This is headed right into that 118 area that's been resistance for the last few sessions. SoFi is moving a little bit. iBit's doing absolutely nothing so far at the open. I feel like that's always true of iBit if you're expecting a move. Microsoft, well, it broke out.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, we can put a fork in dipping into 415. 440 high on 440 high on Microsoft.
It's still very early, man. I would still say that play is still valid.
It's possible. Yeah, it's possible.
Right now, okay. So yeah, I mean, Meta was another one that we are looking at here to see what that was going to do off the open. It does dip right into the bid again there that we've seen in this pre-market. It looks like it's holding 525 quite nicely, 524 and change, and there it goes back up to the upside. The market's trying to come back a little bit. You know, we wanted to look, and one thing is my top idea today is DRAM. But we have to wait now for VWAP. That's 46, and that's what we marked down on here. We said look for some longs in DRAM here on the sticky note, but we had to wait for VWAP. At that time, it was 45. I mean, that's when we wrote it down here. But now we're way up here. There goes DRAM. There goes the rest of this market to the upside. Names like Marvell probably popping through right now with DRAM going. Yeah, there's Marvell up 9%. We like that one. We had the ARM yesterday.
15%.
Yeah, I mean, that's not stopping. That's up 15%. Now goes ARM, goes boom in the night. We wanted the TQQs long. People in the chat want us to look at the futures trade. I mean, I want this name long. It's got to come back in, right? I mean, there's a little bit of exuberance here early in the market as we tick near 2%. So yeah, good day to start with right there. And then, I had sort of said that I thought Robinhood could go to the downside. Look what the hell Robinhood's doing right now. That was a good idea. That's now getting crushed, Robinhood, from 91 down to 88 right now. So they were up 2 or 3%. And there it goes to the downside. Could be a buyback here at some point for Robinhood, but we definitely want to look to see if yesterday's, this is after the report, bounced off 85, 86. So could be a low look there for Robinhood. So, hey, we got that one right at least, but we didn't trade it. We're going to wait a little bit. It's 9:32.
Palantir is heading down.
Yeah, so that's right. So there's going to be,
what about the IG?
I mean, that could be an interesting name too. I think we want to look at names that are, have some stories behind them right now. But yeah, Palantir, here, we can call it up for you.
I'm just scanning through names right now. Nothing is really hitting. You saw what was going on with Microsoft. SoFi actually hasn't really moved yet, but I think day 2 SoFi is very much going to be in play. It just hasn't really done too much of a move. As I said, Bitcoin's heading to the downside. But Palantir, I know it doesn't have the catalyst, but just try to keep in mind, Palantir the last couple of days has been super, super volatile. Like 2 days ago, you had that monster drop into 118. So you don't want to forget levels like that if it breaks down, because that was a good reversion. 2 days ago, we're like, oh, wait for the dip. And when it finally bounced, it was fantastic. So that could be one worth watching. SpaceX does not get to 118. Well, it's actually 118 to 119. Close, but it's got that topping tail candle look. We've seen this story before. False breakout on SpaceX, and then look for it to close holding under VWAP and then scalp to the low if it doesn't get to the absolute top. That might end up being the first. Let me confirm that I paid for locates. I did.
Oh yeah, I mean I like SpaceX. I mean even SK Hynix today.
We didn't even look at that.
So if we do dip down here, just looking at the cues again, it looks like the market's trying to make a little bit of a move through the 50 period right now for sure, right? And now we'll have to wait to see. There's view up. I still don't want that. I want this. I want a buck lower here. I want the 200 period on the NASDAQ. So if we can come into where we were sort of in the pre-market, then fine. It might not dip that low, but I want to give this a little bit of time. It's only 4 minutes in. Let's go have a look at what NVIDIA is doing here. Trying to chase back Apple, right? We'll see what happens tonight's report with Apple, but we'll wait to see what happens here with NVIDIA. Bouncing off that 190 again yesterday. We talked about that at the close. Now we start to go a little higher, but look, we are failing again here on NVIDIA. Maybe NVIDIA is the short that we all don't want to put on. That might just be it. 193 there could be a decent level. We're trying to bounce around it a little early. Hit the short on this, but what about a 192 break? I think that's going to be something that I'm going to look at here for NVDA here today, a 192 break lower, and then we'll see if that has any sort of get up to it. Here it comes in. I'm going to get that trade in right now, 192 break, and there it is. We are now short for the first trade for me on the day there on NVIDIA. I want to give this back probably to 193. I mean, it might be a little early to look at this play right now. So, we'll sit in it just for a minute. We'll see if we can get up to 2 units or so if this winds up working for us. But here goes NVIDIA. We're short for right now off of 192 early position there for NVDA. Look, it's bouncing 50 cents in 10 seconds here. So got to be careful with where this name could potentially go. Maybe it's a buy down here too, but that break lower. Look, I'm trying to buy dips for sure, but let's just see if this can help with this dip action, and we're going to get off of this if it breaks through 190.
I mean, you say dips. Microsoft hasn't had a red candle yet. It's still going. There hasn't been a pullback in Microsoft. I feel like by the time it gets there, it's going to be some kind of a look for the short side of the trade at this point. It's going to be a lot like Intel on some days, where you're looking for a dip buy, and the next thing you know, you're playing a reversion to the south side. The SpaceX is actually breaking the low, so we'll have to be a bit patient there. But so we're gonna go to plan C, because in the afternoon, reversed on SLV, but then missed this move here. Market's still going higher, and we're threatening to break down. So you've got trend low,
Market's really
not
low.
breaking. Yeah, well, market's really going, and I see relative weakness in SLV. So if it cannot break through this high, this is exactly where the secondary breakdown happened. So I have to go over to this if we're not going to get into some SpaceX. IBIT's still slightly moving to the downside. I haven't looked at Meta yet, but my guess is it's making a good bounce. Yeah, you had to basically have it right away at the open. At 9:30, it did that crazy wick. So it already did that push through on Meta. So a lot of strength in this market, which will make it pretty careful to grab this short. But looks like we're slowing down here on SLV. So we'll take that for the first one. SpaceX is actually bouncing a little bit, so that could still come in. But here we are kind of looking for VWAP on SpaceX. A little bit of a bounce. I think we have a chance to get that fill. It's clearly weak relative to the markets, even if it's up 2%. But look at it zoom right in, trying to get to this 115.5 on this bad boy. Let us know what else you guys are watching. I know we're focusing on a lot of earnings names and some regulars out there, and there's plenty moving. I haven't seen anyone harping about small caps yet, though.
No, not yet.
Hey, we'll get there.
We'll see there. Yeah, I mean, look, we'll trade whatever we see, right? So if there is some opportunities there, guys, please let us know. And hit us up on the chat right now if you do have something. This is going to be a first position in, and right now, let's go. It's in the money one more time here for NVIDIA. As it's starting to go a little lower. We had to hold this against ourselves. Went up to 190. 250. I was actually waiting at 192.75 to get a little bit more, but here we go again, man. Hopefully there's a downside push here in the market so I can start to cover some of this. But there goes NVIDIA. We're short right now 191.50s. Sorry, it's at 191.50s. We're short at 192 there on NVIDIA. I'm looking to cover a little bit here at 191.50. That's why I mentioned that price, but we didn't get that fill, so we'll wait to see if there is a little bit of a pushback in that name. I don't want to cover too much of this. Like I said, it's an idea that I have early. Let's let it sort of work out for us. And if it does, then it does. It's NVIDIA downside. We have a unit and a half there. We only have now 1 unit left if we get the 50s. So we'll get out of half. I'll get out of a third of it if we get a 50 print. But for right now, just back and forth with NVIDIA, taking off something down there in the 70s. Again, the name that we looked at early when I was talking about it was Robinhood. That's still going lower right now. As there goes NVIDIA right back into the 50s. Okay, so we might be able to get another short opportunity here for NVIDIA. If it does come. Oh, we just missed the 50s again. I wasn't sitting there. I'm at 75 on NVIDIA. Should have been at 50. But I went, there we go. I want to take a very, very small fill there at 50. You know, still waiting to see if we can get VWAP there. And then really 193.50 or so, maybe. Wow, that was a good little fill. Let's get out a piece there if we can. It just bounced. Okay, there it is. We got 08. So a good little reload there on that name there for NVIDIA. So I still want to look elsewhere. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. There goes the market right now trying to break higher. I think this is one of Microsoft's largest days that we've seen in a hell of a long time.
Since 2020.
Yeah, up 15% right now for Microsoft. So, you know, they're definitely helping this market take a little upside. And we had seen earlier, proper English, that Apple was on people's minds. And yeah, that's going the other way. Yeah, because I was mentioning it earlier that Apple was down 1% while the market was up. And that to me was a little strange. And now Apple getting hit to the downside here right now. So yeah, a little bit of worrisome there for Apple traders as we pull back from all-time highs just yesterday, down now 2% for Apple.
There's like maybe a sneaky logic to that with all the comeback in some of the chip names. It's like, you know what they do with Apple? Apple's strong when everyone else is weak, and it's what everyone runs to. So they take the profit when it's at the all-time high when the other things are running. It's not, wear it like a badge of honor, Apple, as far as I'm concerned, if people want to do that. Resisting VWAP here on SLV, I almost said SMCI. Those two things have nothing to do with each other. And then SpaceX, just to come back over to SpaceX, somebody is buying it at 114. Follow your rules. I don't want to get greedy. I didn't get the 115.50 fill, but we just triple bottomed at 114. So it still looks like this one's going to be trend down. Going to sit on the offer, still look for that volume weighted average price every chance we get. And Freudian slip, I just mentioned SMCI by accident when I was going to SpaceX. Oh, why won't this load? A little freeze on my level 2 there. This is another one where just watching relative weakness I was able to find. Like, the market's continuously going. Someone is holding this down at the $27 level. It was a good short yesterday. I actually put this one on the note for a short, so it does count. But yeah, see the lower highs being put in as the market's making higher lows. I'm going to go for the short off the HOD, but pretty simple. If it breaks the top, then I got to stop. So I'm going to throw my stop in, get on the offer, and play this one to the south side. Before we go to Adair, thank you for the super chat there on the Rail TV. Hope everyone bought the 190 dip on NVIDIA. 37 RSI bounces happened over 20 times the past few years, which sees around a 10% bounce within 3 weeks. So good observation there on the Rail. We got to go to the desk.
Yeah, keep an eye here on the Japanese yen. This is the JPY to the USD chart. This is the 15 minutes. So I'll switch to a 1 minute or a 3 minute here. I guess the 15 a little bit cleaner. But basically, guys, keep an eye on the JPY. I'm seeing that people are suspecting potential yen intervention given this spike to the upside in the yen. So if you are a Forex trader or a currency trader of any kind, just be aware, yen, USD in focus. Also, guys, I just want to do a little bit of a shameless self-promo. If you are trying to figure out what names to look at on earnings tonight, any earnings recaps in focus, I've got a whole bunch of stuff scheduled to come out literally all day, every 20 or 30 minutes or less on XOTTV Research. So definitely head to that site if you're looking for interesting earnings-related content. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Adair. Appreciate you. Get that super chat off.
Yeah. All right, we keep getting reloaded, but it's not like It's not like Nvidia's doing anything. I mean, I'm taking some at 50 a couple times and getting out at, that play was 15s, and we just had an 02 fill come in there, a couple fills down right here right now. I mean, the problem is that initial punch there really hasn't given us any juice other than when it did drop into the 60s there. We just missed a 50 fill, so hopefully that will come back in here as we continue to support. I mean, I don't know if it's going to support or not. I'm going to put another bid there at 03s there on NVIDIA, so hopefully this can come back in. We're trying to hold out hope that there's a little bit of a move coming to the downside. But look at this market. Jeez, man, that's a bullish move right here. I cannot believe that NVIDIA is actually not going higher right now, considering what this market is doing. But that might be a telltale sign. Maybe we should think about getting some out right here as it's going pretty oppo of the market right there. We already talked about Robinhood. That's getting lower. That's $86. All right, SoFi. good bounce there. I wrote down 15 again on the level on my sticky note. That's what we hit yesterday. We had this whole trade. It was a pretty good position sizing there, down there, as we talked about. We have the funded trade funder there. If position sizing is your problem, go check those guys out. But yeah, we get into it. We get an opportunity there. We have a whole bunch of outs yesterday in the 70s. So that would be an interesting level right there to see if that winds up taking it out. And SoFi is getting close to that here right now. So there it is, 64 right now. That level, if we zoom out, maybe something, I don't know. There's almost too much bunch up there. That break right into here is better. That's actually 16 clean. So a 16 clean break on SoFi, I think, might be something there. Wow. NASDAQ up 2 and a bit and still going upside there on the NASDAQ. And we're both short. So we got to think, I got to think about a long.
I got out of that SpaceX long, Vlad, because I think the thing that's happened in SpaceX, it's made early bottoms and started to run, but I missed the IBIT turn. IBIT doesn't get down into the $0.50 at all. It never really even tested the low, and it looked like it was going to, but look at the breakout. I'm just going to sit VWAP and hope for a fail break of the high that dips into the volume weighted average price. Oddly enough, okay, like SLV's kind of still sitting right here. Like IBIT's going, but like SLV's still inside the range for whatever reason. Gold is probably doing a similar thing. Now, my guess, so this is like, gold's breaking out. Okay, I guess we're just getting lucky with silver because the market's going. Gold actually broke the high and SLV didn't. Should be able to got to take advantage on the way back in and make sure we get some bids on this volume weighted average price for sure, because everything else seems to be breaking out. So if you get a reprieve to catch a bit of a dip to get out of some shorts, got to be able to do that. But IBIT, that's the one that I missed, and I got to be able to get some kind of a dip buy on the first available chance. You'd mentioned SoFi, obviously not getting to 15, but there is that 15.8 for a possible for a reversion trade, because it was a double top up here at 15.75. That's getting pretty close. And then I was also looking at Palantir.
Wow, this market is nuts.
Palantir was so weak at the open 2 days ago, and it looked like it was doing the same thing. It didn't sniff a penny lower. It double bottomed right there and just bounced $5. I was thinking the 118 from 2 days ago, but look at this sucker. It's already green and already flying. I don't want to chase any of these moves, so give me IBIT on that dip, hopefully. Starbucks is breaking too? No. Well, yes, we like Starbucks. I don't want to hate on.
No, sir.
I don't own any Starbucks. No, it's not breaking out. Who said Starbucks was breaking out? It's not breaking out yet. It's bouncing off the lows, but the breakout's above 110 on Starbucks. That's actually a little bit weak.
Come on, bro.
Come on, son. All right, so I got a bunch out of VWAP there on SLV. Thankfully, this one's not rallying with the market, but I'm going to take the pre-market low. I feel like we're getting a bit of a gift, and I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. That Palantir, a nice move higher there. I'm just looking for the same kind of names are popping up all on my scanner right there right now. We are in now. It looks like NVIDIA's starting to get ramped up a little bit right there. This market, like holding on to this short, we have been covering. We did take a bigger position. Here it goes. Now the machines might have turned on. We're going to get out right here at 193.50, which is the pre-market high, or not the pre-market high, but right here, the 50-period moving average. If we can break above that, then I think it should be see you later for me on this trade. And we could get a little bit more up here, but it looks like the machines now are finally starting to turn on NVIDIA, and that's a dangerous thing. We've seen these things absolutely moon from this spot, and we could have got out of this name that's why we're not putting on too many shares. We could have got out of it. We realized earlier that this market is just ripping to the north side, and for some reason NVIDIA was just like caught there. So not much going on with NVIDIA. I think we'll take a little bit of an opportunity now. Stop some of this bleeding if we can get some out for a 50-cent hit at 193. But then, hold on to it. If it does pull back, we want to have an opportunity to make some money if there is a fallback in right now. But with my stop now only being 20 cents away, unfortunately, I don't think I was in this one too early. It was just that we broke higher through right now. And with this market continuation move looking like it's going to continue, we definitely want to stop out of this one, because what if the market actually goes here and NVIDIA finally starts picking up again? NVIDIA's in a little bit of trouble early, but looks like it's battling back here late. And then I'll start looking at something else. But for right now, it's NVIDIA, and it's a Dara in the back.
Yeah, I just want to look here at Intel for you guys here. INTC, you've got not one but two stories on Intel. So for one year, this came out when you got this drop here on INTC around 9 a.m. The information reporting that the TSLA is developing AI chip packaging technology to counter Intel. But the other story here with Intel is, I guess, they're sharing some technology with Rosaic, which is a startup that I guess was led or has some backing by a former investing partner of Intel CEO Lip Bhutan. So a couple stories in Intel, one negative, one seemingly neutral, but this move up for Intel, definitely not neutral. I also want to mention Bloom Energy, because a lot of people in our chat are talking about it. I'm not seeing any news to explain this move on Bloom Energy other than this would be a day 2 earnings play. However, I did see 3 price target decreases for Bloom Energy this morning. Those would be from Truist, Mizuho, and Wells Fargo. So actually negative news, if anything, for Bloom Energy on earnings day 2, just sending this one to the upside. Back to you.
Bloom.
My house is on fire.
Fire. That kid is probably like 30 now.
He's probably like 85 years old, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. It's, I don't know, that's one of like the first YouTube, one of the old YouTube memes.
Oh, that was Randy.
No, it was there like a while ago.
Yeah,
I just
saw
turned
him
around
bring
and
the bananas,
noticed it because
I just heard the noise there, so I was like, oh my gosh, Randy.
451. If you don't know what stock I'm talking about, then, well, I mean, it's Microsoft.
Soon to be Meta?
You probably should know. Meta, it's still holding. Like, Meta's actually threatening breakout here, so it did do that tap off of 525 and looking pretty good. SpaceX is breaking out now. Sweet Christmas. Well, in fairness, it should have been a long off that 114 pre-market low, but the best you can do is not still be in the short. This is absolutely blasting to the upside. Bitcoin doesn't care about your feelings, and it doesn't want to dip. Microsoft doesn't care about your feelings. It doesn't want to dip. Like I said, I'm only in SLV, and thankfully, like this is actually double tapping. Like the market continues to break, and this is holding the same high. So this is something that I should take at least another reload in. I'm gonna jump reload short and see if we can hang on to this one because it's not breaking out with the rest of the market, at least not yet. Other chip names that are out there, Intel, yeah, the TSMC news. Intel doesn't care.
Oh my God! Wow.
My daughter has a thing where she'll be like, "I don't care," and she'll say it very abruptly, and sometimes I'll be like, "You can't say that. You can't say you don't care about making your bed because you got to still do it," and she'll still do it. But Intel does not give a rat's you-know-what about this TSM news. 11% on Intel. This is almost like it's like a squeeze relief rally everywhere, which would make me a little bit concerned as to why ARM is now only up 8% underneath the volume weighted average price. Why are we squeezing everywhere else? And these guys had a good report and they want to sell ARM. So if we continue to go, I'm a little skeptical here. I think ARM could be a nice trend reversal play, but that doesn't make any sense to me. I would expect that ARM would be doing what the rest of the market is doing. A bit of a weird one. I know the handset was a problem, but
this was this is a problem for Nvidia from the jump right there. I mean, we got look at that 193.50 breaks. Now it's at 194.25, and we said that we had to get away from this if that was wind up happening. And there it goes, man. We tried it there at 193.50. We got a little bit of action back down to 193. The scalps would have worked fine. It was waiting for a bigger move down, but the market didn't. I still think Nvidia is going to be a sell. I mean, compared to what Intel's doing, compared to what I'm going to say Marvell's probably up 10% right now. Yeah, I mean, ARM, same kind of way. We already talked about what ARM was doing. ARM's coming back in. Okay, so I don't know. I'm trying to find a short here, but maybe that was it right there at 194. I don't know. I don't want to play too hard short here because we've already lost on it. So it would be kind of foolish to say, oh my God, we got to just keep on hitting this over and over again until we eventually get stopped out. That's not the strategy. You want to make sure that you put on the right trades at the right time. And right now, maybe this is finally came back into some pre-market levels there. But, you can tell sort of when this name wants to go. Okay, they just start wiping levels. And I'm just, okay, well, now it's resumed doing that again. I thought it was giving it up a little bit there. But, yeah, we got to, here it comes again, 194.30, the day's high. We're going to stop out if it winds up, whoopsies, I put the wrong price. If it winds up taking that out, we wanted to get out. So let's get back in. 194.31's day high. We punched out there by accident. So we just punch right back in whenever that happens. Now let's wait to see if we do have a little bit of a downside play here in NVIDIA. But, yeah, it's not been a good one so far. on the short side of things. I mean, why the hell are we even going short, or why am I going short when this market is a ripper right now? Just surprised NVIDIA's not higher. I think that's maybe what the theory, what I'm trying to play off of, but it's been wrong. Apple, good little comeback there. We were wondering about that being down 2% while the market was ripping. Apple right now due for a pullback up, but I don't want to overthink everything, which I'm clearly doing right now. You just got to play with the momentum. If the market continues to go higher, you should just be long, and we got to find something that's dipping into some good long areas. NVIDIA seems to be a long for sure at this point, only up 2%, could go up more, so that's a dangerous short. Look at AMD, right? I mean, we've been happy getting out of our AMD, but right now, right back up to 480, like real quick, like right there for advanced micro devices. So an interesting look there as well in the chip space. So maybe we are going to get a little cooked up here on this NVIDIA. So let's take some more profit down here near that 190, 193.90 and hope that we can get a lower bid, but for right now, or lower offer, but for right now, NVIDIA is really cooking to the upside again.
This is parabolic action.
Oh,
no questions asked. I'm gonna get to DRAM in a quick little second. And even the one thing that was holding out this entire time just ticked the top. If I get wicked out, the market's been strong enough that this hasn't really been as strong. I'm talking about SLV. So I can get back into it, but if it's breaking the high, I don't need it to go parabolic on me on the exit. We'll take another shot if it gets back underneath the pre-market lows. But DRAM, if you can see what's going on in, say, SanDisk and probably HK Hynix, this is a program buy, and this is now reminding me of the opposite of what Palantir did the other day. So it's going to be a reverse. At some point, I'm going to look for a reversion on the stock. It's more a matter of give me a topping tail candle, an obvious reversal to be able to take a shot. Because when you look under the hood at what's going on in the memory chip, remember how far they've been down? Like this is programmed by Micron, SanDisk, SK Hynix. They're all doing something very, very similar, and it is nasty, nasty breakaway upside. Still completely Oops, I just went to AMD instead of ARM. ARM's still losing the bid here. So maybe it just doesn't want to participate. Because that was my first look. Hey, if I can catch something breaking trend, bouncing VWAP that wants to join the move, that could be a bit of a play. So we'll have to wait on ARM. And just one more before we go back. And we have a super chat to get to as well. Starbucks still has no intention of breaking out. I'm going to slap the fail on Starbucks. Because the opening range, it's setting it up really well. Bottom tail, the dip level in the aftermarket, like there is a breakout set up here on Starbucks. It just doesn't want to go. Great quarter, but just because you had a great quarter doesn't mean the stock has to oblige us with a long.
Yeah, no, good look there. Yeah, and you never know what this market's going to give to you right now. We're going to switch off of NVIDIA and go over to Palantir. Right now. Like this is another one here. This is a 2-minute chart, obviously. We've bounced a little bit off that 200 period moving average. Let's see if we can get a little bit of money back here, chasing this short back to the downside. And like we said, it's already, we're not chasing anything right now. I mean, it got up to 123.50, so we are a little nervous hands about that one. We will try to see what's going on with Palantir, but it was beat up pretty good down into 120 there early, and now catching a bid. Like, there's going to be a short at some point, but it's where is that short and why are we still looking for it? NASDAQ up 3%. I feel like after yesterday, we weren't expecting this, especially with Warsh and what was going on there. But I just want to bring this up. We said that maybe there's going to be a short somewhere. This is now the high from yesterday. So yesterday's high right now is in. So, this could be a decent level to look off of. Yeah, Bloom Energy. Yeah, someone said, I saw that on the chat too about Bloom Energy, by the way. We can go over to Neil's screen in a second, but that TQQ and the NASDAQ right back to yesterday's high when we, dropped with the Fed. So, that could be an area that we're now looking for maybe a potential small little pullback there. But yeah, some of the beat up names. And there's another look there. IREN, thanks for asking us about
Bloom
that.
and IREN are both insane right now.
Yeah,
they're like the epicenter.
Why is IREN up 25%? Like some of these names. So is it a good short now? I mean, don't ask me. I've been getting hit on the shorts right now, but I think so. I just talked about that. I think the market might be at a spot where it needs to decide. But just because we're at yesterday's high doesn't mean that it's falling back in by any stretch of the imagination. It could still rip higher. We've seen the NASDAQ be up 3.5%, 4% before no problem. Well, not no problem, but yeah, 37. Here's IREN over the last couple of days. Well hit yesterday down to $28, back up to 36 and change. It looks like whoever sniffed that one out might be onto something. So good super chat there. $37 high for IREN. That was the close back on the 24th. So about a week ago, that's where IREN closed. So you could look at some 37 potential there for IREN. Good look on that one.
Yeah, before I get to, I did say on my note, had SMCI, I did jump into it. It still hasn't broken out some relative resistance. But like the screw face it a second ago was Bloom and IREN. Like those moves are just almost unprecedented. And you're filling in a major gap. If this has the wherewithal, I don't care what you are, but if this has the wherewithal to get to like 220 to 225, like this chop zone in here, that's like the mother of all reversions, but got to be able to stick to the plan. None of the dip buys came in. iBit never did. You can see what happened with Starbucks. Microsoft didn't give you any chance to buy the dip, which I was pretty convinced of. But SMCI, you're going to be hard-pressed to find a chip stock that is not at a price that is higher than where it was 24 hours ago. This would be one of them. It might be up 9%, but if it's not through this 28.5, then to me, it's still structure that it can be a bit of a short. SpaceX, you know what? Probably should have taken another shot at SpaceX, but it just didn't feel like it was the right thing to do. But it's reversing off of that 119, but higher lows being put in. So SpaceX is probably still very much along. We got some super chats to get to for sure. Nick W, best of luck, guys. Believe Microsoft is along until 460 swing trade wise, but believe the Qs is a short here, intraday 682 level. So yeah, Microsoft, as we said, liked it. I just
450.
You're so accustomed to gaps like this and dip buying or profit taking off of the open, and probably didn't give enough credence to how far Microsoft was down that we weren't going to get the normal pattern, which we obviously didn't get.
All we had to do was really just calm down and get off of NVIDIA. NVIDIA is now 196, by the way, and ripping. But we'll make some money back a little bit there. So we'll just hit some money bags there as we lost. A whole bunch of money came out of the account on NVIDIA, but some of it's floating a little back in here on Palantir with now 60 cents in the money. And we've been sort of taking some profit down here at 122. Let me take another piece out right now. And then we'll wait to see. I have another bid at 122. We've fallen right back into the 50-period moving average, but we are being supported right now by the 200, which we like a lot for longs down here. So we want to make sure that we do get some good coverage down here. I'm out of half already, and actually before we go to Adair, I'm going to punch out a little bit more here as we are starting to climb just a bit higher off of that again. Good level of 122. It seems like we've got a lot of support right here, right now. So if this market, there's 3% right now in the market. So it's going higher and higher and higher. I'm going to take out another piece now on Palantir and wait to see if we get 122. But this is really an exciting market today. That is for sure. For some more updates, let's go back over to the desk with Adara.
Yeah, I'm just hearing apparently Goldman Sachs Asset Management is launching an AI investing platform called Alpha AI. So that's pretty cool. What's also cool, especially if you're long, is this nice move up here in the market. We had these post-market lows of 726, currently trading near 739s. To take out yesterday's highs, you have to get all the way up to 743s in the SPY. So it's possible, but it has a little bit of legwork to do. Meanwhile, NASDAQ already above not just yesterday's highs, we're even above Tuesday's highs at this point, nearing Monday's high is still pretty far away, but at least Monday's consolidation high here of 683 could potentially be in reach. We had, of course, PCE data. 3 of the 4 prints came in line with estimates. One of the prints here, core PCE month over month, actually below estimates. So all in all, a good look here following yesterday's Fed decision, which was, as we expected, a rate hold. Another number we had at 8:32 that was pretty interesting was GDP, which came in a little bit cooler than expected at 1.5% versus 2% expected. Earnings. Biggest thing, I think, at top of mind today, you've got Microsoft to the upside. This thing beat EPS. It beat revenue. It had 43% year-over-year Azure cloud growth and guiding sales above estimates for Q1 2027. Meta, meanwhile, missing EPS estimates, beating on sales, and guiding tepid sales for Q3. Other names that reported last night or this morning, and are experiencing earnings day ones. They include MasterCard, you've got Carvana, you have ARM, Qualcomm, and Robinhood. And then you also have AMZN and Apple. They're both reporting tonight alongside the likes of Rivian, Reddit, Roblox, and Coinbase. You can join us here at Trader TV Live for real-time coverage of these earnings plays. You've got Amazon at 4, Apple at 4:30, all the other names sometime in between. We're going to send you back up to Sean and Neil for more Trading Magic.
Trading Magic.
Thank you very much there, Adair. We have a bunch of super chats to get to. Just Jersey Mike's sell and balance. It's still pretty early. Under 1 million shares still. I mean, I can put it up sometimes and I'll show you guys. We're nowhere close to it, but it is a sell and balance, at least for now. One super chat from Krish. Check Amazon before earnings, hold or sell. I don't like before earnings plays and gambling on what it's going to be. My gut tells me that Microsoft was so good that they just made it really tough to beat, because Google had a great quarter. So Amazon's numbers are going to be good. There's no question about that. I see almost no chance that their cloud growth isn't going to be fantastic compared to when you see what Alphabet was able to do, when you see what Microsoft was able to do. But in this particular case, I think the comparison, it's going to be hard pressed to pull a Microsoft here. And that would be a little bit of a problem. And then you're rallying hard here in the overall market back into the 200 period moving average. It's going to be a tough one. Like, if this move continues, we're 3%. If we don't stop, then this could be sitting in the the high 230s if it goes a couple more points here. Then it makes it really tricky. So I want to see after earnings, because I think we solidified what we like about Microsoft, or what the market likes about Microsoft after the fact. Amazon, it's going to be a tough road to hoe, I believe, for them. Just for a quick second back into the trade. We got a topping tail wick on SMCI. So if I make a top wick on a stock that's on my list to short, then I'm going to jump back in. So we jump back into the short, 27.7, which is obviously the first level of support. I'm going to take bids and then looking for the volume-weighted average price. That's where we want to be able to get to. And then going back over to where we were earlier, I probably, as I was doing that, I think I missed a bit of a curl, but it was at a random nothing level on SLV. The other place to look at SLV is where we reversed it yesterday. That's like a full % higher. But the way the market was going, it seemed like it was a possibility at the time. The next super chat is from Chain Reactor. Is there news on quantum stocks? If it's beat up, it's getting a rally. So I don't think there is news on them as far as I know. Almost every quantum stock you're looking at is up over 9% today. Well, relief rally across the board. So Rigetti, QBTS could be following along with that. I don't think we covered this one either. Margin call with the super chat. Is it Turkish?
Don't want to get margin call.
A-Lab. Astera Labs. Please comment. Earnings are next week. We get a lot of them. So Astera Labs.
There's a lot of stuff happening.
I know this is a lot happening right now. Hopefully, finally, we're getting a bit of a pullback. 13%. Well, again, if you've been beaten up in the last couple of months, the question you should be asking yourself isn't why is it up double digits? If it's not bouncing, that's a problem. Okay, so anything that's been in this, 50% retracement or anywhere that got into bear territory on any of these names, if they're not bouncing heavily this morning, that's a story. If they're bouncing with everything else, there's not really much to say. You're getting like an everything relief rally, right? And remember, it was also post-Fed too, where we tend to see some pretty solid moves. Another one?
I don't know. We'll look at it in a second. But yeah, you are right, man. TRHB there. Yeah, finally, our post 10 a.m. trade works out. And, we were able to get out of NVIDIA, obviously, as it just kept on ripping higher. But yeah, a bunch of shorts until it eventually took out the pre-market high. And that was like, okay, now we got to stop out. But, obviously bled it on the way back up. And then we finally just calmed down and, got into a position that we liked with Palantir. It's too bad because I should have got reloaded there a little bit, but we just missed it because I was at 80s. So, we have switched this now. I don't know if it's going to come back upside. I put it to 76s there, but it doesn't really matter. I was waiting for 80, so we missed that one, or else that would have been a good one there as well. MKTX. What MKTX? What is that?
That's who ICE is buying.
Market Access Holdings.
ICE is Intercontinental Exchange is buying them for 167 cash.
Okay.
So you're wearing the ICE.
Yeah, I'm wearing the ICE.
Yeah.
Yeah. ICE is also purchasing stake in Katina and Wilson Capital. So Yeah, MKTX. Okay, so good look there. So good buyout
Not gonna
if you're looking for some nice move up, but obviously not based on the market, based on them being taken over. So good look there. I guess getting involved in the bond. I mean, you said market access, so I don't know enough about
I didn't read
company,
it,
but
I didn't read anything past its 167. It's supposed to close at the end of the year.
right.
Yeah.
We had saw Robinhood, and I said, like, you want to say how bad Meta's been over the last couple of weeks. I mean, Robinhood down that 20% as well, and we thought that today there was going to be an opportunity for Robinhood to bounce a little bit because it started the day off real nice, like, up that 3 or 4%, and all of a sudden the market said no thank you to that one. It gets basically as high as like the earnings call from yesterday, or the earnings release, $93. I mean, we wicked that high right there, 92.60, and then it just fell. But at the good side of Robinhood right now is, well, first of all, it's coming back in. Let's see if it can hold. But it did hold 85 and change. It got to 86 and bounced. So that was quite a nice trade there for both ends of this, right? Like if you were short early, you had some great areas to get short, right? The pre-market levels, fantastic. And then you also had, if you were looking for longs and you were patient, which I need to get better at, then you found some longs right down into here based off of where we were yesterday. So there is, good opportunity there. The only thing is we bounced off of the 50. I don't really use the 50 as much as I used to there. It's more about the 200, and we didn't get quite there yet. So I think a short may start in Robinhood, as some people are asking there in the chat, around $90. I think could be something there for Robinhood as well. Thank you so much.
Oh, Captain Mike.
Randy, right there. I think we're getting a little bit of rain today, I feel like. No? Okay, good. All right, good. The rain starts this weekend, I think. It's Friday, maybe Friday, Saturday, right there. I'm going to be off tomorrow. You're going to have Joe in this seat. So that. Yeah, I'm going to Ottawa for baseball. That's actually Canada, so just outside of Ottawa. There's 7 teams coming representing High Park. All of our rep teams will be there. And good luck to our 10s that are at the provincial championships right now. Last year, we were lucky enough that our 12s went to BC and came close to representing Canada, but lost out to that British Columbia team. And now our 10s are looking to do that too. I think they're in Pembroke. Yeah, the Westies are the besties as far as baseball is concerned.
It wasn't always the case, but it is.
Yeah, so we say good shout out there, and I'll see everybody in our nation's capital this weekend. So Joe will be here tomorrow. But we're going to we're in the Dollar Club right now. I mean, look, it sucks because I probably sent some people awry with NVIDIA, but we're definitely doing the work now on Palantir. So taking a little bit more profit. We just got filled right there at 50 again. So a bunch of good outs as we held a good amount of this trade back into the bottom. So far so good as we hopefully make moves lower on Palantir. I mean, the market's been such a gem there today. You would expect Meta to have gone, ham when the market went like that. Meta's right where it opened. So yeah, about that. I think if we're going to look short, as Neil mentioned, look for names that maybe are not participating in this rally today and then hit them the other way. So yeah, Meta. And then we do have JMKE.
Jets.
23. So really, yeah, JETS, Jets. Should be a little bit of a better year for them, but maybe not.
Can't be worse.
All right, there. Let's sort it by time. So there we go. We have, there it is right there, JMKE. Pretty small and doesn't seem to be so much interest yet building up. I mean, we'd like to see that 23 number change up there. So, that way it could be 23 and then me be involved. But for right now, I'd like to see that get to 25, 26 to see that there's a little bit more interest in Jersey Mike's than what they had planned for. Because if it's just going to go out at the same in between the range, wasn't it 21 to 25?
21 to 25.
Yeah,
it's
so
exactly
it's
in the middle.
Literally, yeah, like as our kids say, literally, it's going to be in the middle there. So that to me means it was probably priced right. So we're going to have to let the market open, and then we'll see where it goes from there. To take an opening print or to get super excited about that first little go, generally speaking, we've had to see that get a little more juicy than in line. So we'll wait to see if that does come through for JKME. And then again, another fill right here at 50s. I took 60s this time on Palantir. Let's hopefully it gets a little lower. I'm only in a third of this now. So we'll see if it comes back in. My next bid is 121.25 right into here. And then we'll wait to see if we break 121. But for right now, Palantir is enjoying a little bit of a pullback. And I'm going to take a sip of this coffee.
It is delicious for sure. I exited at VWAP on SMCI, so to me, a reversion trade is pretty much always, if it's blasting up and you get the curl, you wait for it, I'm pulling it back into the volume weighted average price. If there's a continuation, it's underneath, and underneath that resistance, like consolidate, maybe go lower. So that's what I'll look for next. While that was happening, did probably miss a chance at SLV, but hey, we found the one that was able to get us back into the green. SpaceX will be, yeah, that'll be a disappointment because at the same time, like it was the VWAP to the low play again on SpaceX, but the reversal was a chance through VWAP. I still think this stock is more of a short than anything else. And then just before we go back over, SoFi it got right to that 15.8, which is, I'm calling it a triple top because it was also the opening range high yesterday after their earnings, but it hasn't really crested it yet. So it's more of a head and shoulders setup on SoFi. Ideally, it would do a topping tail candle and maybe trap some people on the breakout trade, and then that would be a reversal into VWAP. It's a $15 stock. That's only 20 cents from top to the volume weighted average price, just 1.5%. So you want to be finding an entry that risks less than 5, if that's the trade you're making. So I need to see that kind of an entry before I get in to this one. Let's go back to my left.
Yeah, guys, if you're looking for an offer, boy, do we have one right here for you. Markets, they've been extremely active lately. I think that's kind of an easy one to say today. For traders, of course, as you see Neil and I talking about all the opportunities that this does create. More moves means more setups, means more market changing opportunities for you as a trader. You need two things. That's discipline and, of course, access to capital. That's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders can now access firm capital and focus on executing their strategy and managing risk. No more fear of blowing up your personal account. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own savings. Go find out what that's all about. It's called limited risk trading over there at Trade the Pool. Go check them out. It's tradethepool.com. It's one word. And we've also got it really convenient for you, man. Scan that QR code right in front of you and get involved with Trade the Pool. We want to thank Mitch Hoke for coming earlier today to talk about some examples. And, you know, those guys over there, at Trade the Pool have, as he was saying, a few traders ready to go. And go check them out at Trade the Pool if you are looking for a funded account, and a few good opportunities over there with them. So we want to thank them for their continued sponsorship. All right, we've made back a little bit here, about half of what we've lost. If we were to cover this Palantir right now, we only have, like I said, a third left. I just took another bid again here at 50. It's not going lower, but I don't want to get any more out. I think our stop loss now, if we're wrong, we don't need to let this run all the way back up. We can clearly see that it potentially has found a bottom here in Palantir. So 122, we want to represent an out here around 122.20, where this 25 period moving average is. We've now started to turn this downside. If it does hold down here, which it's kind of looking like it will, which is why I'm getting more and more out. What's up, Sebastian? As we're getting more and more out, I think that we could wait for Palantir now and just put our stop right there. So let's cancel our initial stop up at 123. And we were just going to play off this level right there. We're lucky enough that it didn't go there. So, 122. What did I say? We want to follow this. That'll be probably at 122 by the time I'm there. Let's go 122.11, all right, for a stop out there on your 25 period moving average. I just want to make sure I do it right so I don't panic and put the wrong prices there. With that being said, I am going to we just held 40s. I'll put another bid right now at 40. I'm going to cancel the 25 fill and let this now fall down. I've taken a couple early outs that I didn't necessarily want to do here in the 40s and 50s. So now if it's going to work, let's wait for 121 flat. I know we're talking a lot about the same names here, but on my scanner, really nothing's hitting because although the market has been pretty active, it's now seems like it's trying to stabilize.
I got good news.
A little bit at yesterday's high. Yeah,
EFNS is catching
EFNS. Oh, okay.
bid. It is now halted after looking like a little bit of a disaster, halting down at the open. It's now halted up and back above yesterday, the afternoon highs from yesterday. So 75, It's halted at 75.69. The tap is exactly 75.69, so it's not indicating a higher open, but it is no longer looking like it's going to be depths of hell for them. In other ridiculous movement names, see, look at who needs small cappers when BE's up 28%, when DRAM's up 12%. So that last little pullback that we had, which will, like if you pick on BE, you would have got like, I don't know, $6 on a move that was 30. I converse that with maybe should not have. We'll see. There still could be a secondary trade. Like SMCI is still going lower, but then look at what's going on in the memory chip names. Instead of looking at them individually, DRAM probably tells enough of the story that you don't have to look at Micron, SK Hynix, or SNDK on their own. Should also note Samsung reported and had a fantastic.
Oh yeah, that's right. That was another
Samsung did report.
It
was very much like SK Hynix, where the growth was fantastic, but it somehow managed to not beat expectations. So they did miss slightly in terms of the expectations, but it was still a big time breakout. I just heard something about Jersey Mike's, but no change on Jersey Mike's. 1.4 million in the paired volume.
Still 23.
It's still 23, and it's still 300.
I just heard the guy go, it's indicated. He goes, expected 23, and then it sounded like he was looking it up. And he's like, yep, still 23. So, that might tell you everything you need to know right there.
I don't think I'm in the
you mentioned good news over there. We got a little bit of better good news right here. We'll finally do this for the first time right there. We get some money back on Palantir. It was a rough morning, obviously. Not rough, but with that video, we did take some hits. But excuse me, we just get that 20. I bid 20s this time. We cancel. Actually, we got 25s there on Palantir, and we didn't have the big, position out there because I did take it. I did take more out here in the 40s and 50s. So now there's a good fill right back into this level. So we're getting lighter and lighter on this right now. There's Jersey Mike's. I just wanted to show this to everybody. Still indicating $23. Maybe this opens quicker than we think. Here today, if they can get a stabilization in the price, and then slowly you'll start to see this 318. Like we'll keep it up, and if that 318 gets a little smaller, almost into zeros, and we can level it off. What this is trying to tell you is right now, there's only been 1.5 million shares like basically entered into this opening trade so far. And there's still 300,000 left over. So he's kind of just waiting to see if there is another taker here. And this is a neutral, so I don't know if it's a buy or a sell, but just they have 318,000 shares that they don't really know what to do with right now is my understanding of when I read this. So we're going to have to wait to see if Jersey Mike's and what price they wind up opening up at. I think we'll be able to tell by this 23. If this goes higher, then we at least know this is a buy. If this goes lower, then that means that there's a sell coming through. So let's give it a couple breaths with JMKE, and we'll have a look. I had to restart I realized why my charts weren't giving any opportunities. I think they were frozen from the scanner side of things. So I didn't have anything on there. And I looked over and I was like, Google is hitting on the scanner right now. And it's just right here. I don't think I prefer the long, but here's another name today that's down 1% in a market that's up 3% in a name that I absolutely love right at these values is Google. So maybe an interesting area here. We could be wrong about this, but what about if we take VWAP and hang out a little bit? I think we can have an opportunity to run back up to the 200 period, and then Google could make a decision what it wants to do. But it's strange that this is down. But is it really strange? We're going to go over to Adair, and I think, is it Sector Watch coming up? Small cap recap. Okay, so it won't be any of these names, but this is what's helping today, DRAM. And we had written it down as our best. We have only longs on here, DRAM, Qs, and IBIT. And that's when the market was up 2%, but nothing dipped. Okay, so we got to watch out for a dip there now that might be available. It doesn't seem like it, though. Let's go back over and talk about some of those small cap names with Adara.
Yeah, I can confirm no mega caps here, just these little small caps that are going to be on watch and of note. Xerox up first here, XRX. This name sharply to the upside. They posted a surprise EPS beat likely. I think this one might have been due here to some AAPL tariffs that you also had, tariff benefits rather. You've got sales here, 1.922 billion, beating estimates of 1.901 billion, $482 million market cap, and a 33.5% short float. NUWE is up next year. This is Nuwellis. This is a name that has rallied in the past, still below that post-market high, but very, compared to where we closed yesterday, still up on the day. $1.7 million market cap, 360,000 share float for this one, and 32% short float, announcing the acceptance of their new single-center retrospective study in Frontiers in Pediatrics journal. So nice journalistic acknowledgement for them. Then you have T1 Energy. This name is near highs. This is preliminary earnings day 2. They reported preliminary earnings on Tuesday morning. Net loss here of $34 to $37 million. Adjusted EBITDA loss of 11.5 to 14.5 million. Again, this is not earnings day 1, it's prelim earnings day 2. And this is by far the largest market cap of this group. $1.2 billion market cap, 227 million share float. 227 million share float. Another name with a large short float, 21.5%. Back to you.
ARM just won't get going, though.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adara.
Thank you.
The
very
NASDAQ
much.
is all the way back,
Yeah.
by the way, to its highs again, up over 3% today on the NASDAQ. If you guys are watching us, make sure you hit the like and subscribe. We want to say a big shout out to everybody watching us there on TikTok, everybody watching us on Instagram, everybody watching us on YouTube. Thank you so much. And just keep on hitting the like and the subscribe, because if you do that, your stocks will most likely turn into winners. I mean, if you have DRAM today, that there it goes, $50.50, up 12.5% goes DRAM today. Wow, what goes bump in the night? DRAM. Definitely going bump in the night. A couple plays, and then we'll throw it back over. We can look at some small cap. That DFNS halted and about to open, just open back up. Actually, they're at 10.19. I know Adair was talking about it, but we had this at $95 in the pre-market, and back and forth and up and down right here for DFNS. So $75 or so. We'll have to wait to see if that winds up holding. But there's another name, and then so now we're almost $2 right now in the money. So Palantir is really traded well for us. Unfortunately, a few too many. I'm really happy with the outs. It's just too many right into here. But again, it looked like we were bouncing off those levels. And then we said, okay, let's hold out for a little bit. And we did do that. So we've been using less shares into here. But yeah, definitely looking like we got to break lower here on Palantir. The weak names are, yes, there it is. There's your $2 winner right there on PLTR. So that's a pretty good one. We'll put a bid there at 80s just to get a little bit more out, but we did a pretty good job of holding it. Could have always done better, but there it goes to the downside. We'll pat ourselves on the back for that one, at least on Palantir. So, wow. Oh, man, just be patient, my guy, and everything changes. But you can see what happened to that NVIDIA. We were not very patient in this one, although I thought starting at 935 was okay. It was really just that I thought this name would sort of go the way of these other ones, like Google, like Palantir here, where it was starting off the day being weak. I just thought there was a chance that NVIDIA wouldn't be so well loved today, but obviously that was wrong. Up now 3.5%. So look, we'll just keep on this Palantir short, and then watch out for Microsoft having its largest day since 2008. All right, so that's absolutely huge right now. 18 years in the making, upside for Microsoft. Its largest day since 2008.
Can't be terribly
goes Microsoft.
Yeah, I mean, considering what it went through to get to this point, it's impressive. Just thought there'd be a dip buy in Microsoft. We were looking at that DRAM. It was already up 10% from the pre-market lows to when we opened up, and still managed to go higher. Looking for a re-entry, kind of a bad wick out in SLV just now, but show it to you guys. And then we went back over to SoFi. So those are the two that I'm still looking at. Day 2 play on SoFi, top tail wick to 15.8. So jump back in at 77 and trying to grab what has been at least relatively weak with the metals here. Because as the NASDAQ continues to go, it's going to full screen it here. The NASDAQ is pressing back into obvious resistance at 28.2. So anything that's putting in lower highs or at a key price level, we want to try to grab. I do not want to have to chase this too far if I don't have to, so we'll try to take something in the 40s. If we can, leave the 50 offer in there. And then I'm going to go right back over to the first one that we like for the short. This is the difference. The reason I'm not going back to SoFi SMCI that worked is simple. Everything else is either already at the top and curling, or it's making the lower highs. If it's busting and going ham, don't need to be fighting that name. You already mentioned that DFNS, but I do want to show you guys DRAM. This is another one. Look at it break out. Can't fight those. These are pure squeeze mode. The only chance to me for an entry is when it does some kind of a crazy topping tail candle, or if you're dip buying, get the crest and then get something like this for a breakout. You got to be pretty careful. For sure, uplift markets absolutely have seen lamb. I'll tell you, there's been like a cheat code when we make a poll on earnings. whatever name the chat likes the least is probably the name that's going to do the best. Lamb got 2 votes. And one of them was a sympathy vote because I pointed out that no one was voting for Lamb. 2 votes. And it was like hundreds of votes were cast in that poll. At least, well, probably like 150, something like that. It was Microsoft was number 1 at 40%, I believe 33% for Meta, and 1% for Lamb. Great company. Is what it is. I think the more pressure gets put on ASML, I think one of the places people will start to look is like AMAT and Lamb will just look a little bit more interesting as ASML stays under pressure.
Okay, yeah, and like we were saying, man, not a horrible idea to fade some of those ideas sometimes, because we had that comment yesterday about, you know, when there's blood in the street, sometimes it's time to go in there and mop it up a little bit. And I mean, I think that that's probably true again here today with the NASDAQ, right? Everybody was really scared about potentially what could come of today, especially after how we closed yesterday, right? The NASDAQ was severely hit into the close, and it was like, okay, what's going to happen now? And then we got Meta, and then, you know, we had Microsoft, which was actually red off of their report, and now is best day since 2008. We've already talked about that. So some of these names definitely on the rebound here today, and I think it's just, I mean, the NASDAQ's up 3.27%. This is one of the best days in the history of the NASDAQ. You know, I mean, it's not going to be a top 10 day, but up 3.5%. I mean, for 3.25%, you're going to take that 10 times out of 10. I've now changed my stop because you got to keep on looking at your positions. I'm going to change it to 121.75. We're going to use VWAP now for Palantir because honestly, we don't have much left. I have under 10% left now of this name, and you know, I thought we did well holding into this level to get that $1.30, $1.40. So we're just going to do that and now wait to see if we do get some sort of a pullback, and then maybe reshort it if we get up to 123. But for right now, Palantir, obviously $2 in, so we'll watch out for that. Nat gas storage coming out soon. You can definitely have a look over there. We haven't even mentioned oil once. I'm not sure we mentioned it in the rundown. I'm not sure we mentioned it at all today.
There's not much to see.
Yeah, it's down 1% right now, so it's just doing what it's doing. And with nat gas coming through, it's not going to be a major effect on oil. But yeah, not much going on over here. So look left, not right for oil. Not doing much. And, you know, pull back into the 50-period moving average as we, of course, worry about summertime travel and whatnot. It's already August. Like tomorrow's the last day in July. So we're more than halfway through the summertime. And it seems like oil pretty steady based on what we're seeing in the southeast there. Middle East, market. So we'll have to wait to see if oil starts jumping around a little bit there. And then IBIT was a name that we both wanted to look at there today. It's not doing a whole heck of a lot there. IBIT 36.50 and holding out today on this spot.
That's a move.
J Mike right now still $23.
Yeah, Boyle natural gas. It just came out. Talk about a gap. It doesn't even show you the fills through the 20. So it like just gapped up a couple of points here on Boyle. I'm playing this. I've been playing this the other direction. Every time it breaks down, I'm just taking the short at 10:30, but it breaks to the upside this time. It's always the direction that you don't place a stop on that bad boy. But yeah, natural gas moves at 10:30 on Thursdays. Oil futures do absolutely nothing on Wednesdays. It's pretty simple. USO now cares about headlines more than anything else. I just saw Yannick ask, or maybe it's not a question, was that a real wick upside on Robinhood? This one looks real to me, but it's not very big. So it went up like $1.50 maybe, but that does look like it's very much real. Robinhood still, that's looking relatively weak. I mean, I'm back into SLV, which, again, something making lower highs, which I like. Robinhood fits that bill even after their earnings. So, you know, it's one of those things where if it's not going with the market, that's probably the place you should be for the short. But yeah, definitely a good dark pool wick, or a legitimate wick up there. I shouldn't say a good dark pool wick, because I don't know if it was dark pool, but a legitimate wick there on Robinhood. DRAM still going absolutely ham. No topping tails, nothing. Still all green. The 51 was that was pretty clean to see that topping tail close underneath because it comes back under 50, but you really only got 1% of a pullback on this sucker. Like if you're looking for any technical levels on here, it's nothing till we get to 51.5. So if you probably don't remember, but I do, because was long this day into 51.50, and if it was a good reversion that failed there back on the 27th, like this feels like forever ago, that was Monday, that's the level I got lined up. And it was a pretty big reversal that stalled out at that same price. But you're seeing these names absolutely blast. You're now within a 1% of that level. DRAM's leading the way big time.
All right. DRAM's monster today, as many of those names going. DFS just went hard right there again. So, we just popped off 70 there, up to 83 or so, just touching out at VWAP, which is $83. So watch out here for DFS, another small cap name that's been around for a minute and just keeps on extending higher. The high today looks like 107 touched off right there in the pre-market where no halts are happening. DFS right now looking to take out VWAP and get a little bit above these levels. I mean, a take of 83 and then boom style to the upside there for DFNS. Good little looking trade there for sure. Some of the other names that reported today that really aren't going too much. I mean, Qualcomm was down on earnings. I can't remember the exact percentage, but let's just say we're down 7 or 8% there on Qualcomm. Nice battle back, only down 3 now, looking to take out the highs. This is an interesting level to break, right? This 152. We still got a little bit of work to go before we get to there, but this is the pre-market highs that we've bounced off of a couple times. So if you think this market's a little too extended, potentially a short right into there for Qualcomm, but I like to think that there's actually a little bit more get up in this name and could start to join the party if we do take down 152, but a good little looker there in Qualcomm so far today. JP Morgan just flashed a little bit here. Why did it do that? Okay, days high again for JP Morgan, up 1.2%. So you mentioned that wick there on Robinhood. A couple else, this just halted, nothing going on there. FIEE was a runner from a few days ago, maybe even yesterday. That got 370 down to $3 there. FIEE moving around there today. Just looking, IBIT still doing nothing, 64.8. And then JMKE, Jersey Mike's, still everyone talking about it. Still 23 tap. If we open up this, there it is right there. So it's still 318. Like, this is really weird to me. Like, we've on the NASDAQ, the last few, Cerebras, SpaceX, I don't know what we missed a couple. There was a Quantinuum was
SK
there.
Hynix doesn't really count.
SK Hynix, yeah, they were all on the Nasdaq, but it's just like I don't understand why this number is not moving around, and neither is this number. I mean, we keep on hearing about Jersey Mike's in our ear, and there is some interest in it.
That makes me think it's not opening anytime soon.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So there's something going on there with it, or maybe it's sort of at equilibrium, and it will open at $23 at any time right now. I mean, that's also another good, strong possibility, but we are trying to cover this for you. It's just for right now, no actionable trades on JMKE, TQs, IBIT, SoFi. We wanted to look at, but that was already through, right? So yeah, so that's already gone. The dip buy there, I wrote down 15 right away off the jump. It was 15.30, but SoFi looking to retrace a little bit from yesterday's lows. And I mean, yesterday we got into a good swing level, right? I mean, this $15. Great opportunity to swing trade that, especially on earnings. Give a little kitchen sink down there from 17 to 15 yesterday. And then back upside, we'll see if we can break through 19 as it looks like SoFi trying to catch a little bit of a bid right now, trying to get through 16. As we said, this is going to look very, very interesting today. The energy space all down. No surprise there. We talked about what oil wasn't really looking too amazing here today. But look at this. Microsoft right in the middle there. 15% off earnings, like absolutely rocket ship right there. Amazon catching a bid because of AWS, expecting a decent number there today. Meta's at the day's low, down 9 in a bid as well. Surprised that Google didn't catch a little bit of that. We already know that Google's cloud is strong, but surprised it's down 1.19%. I would have thought with Microsoft being there that this would have had a 2 or 3 in front of the decimal place at least, but that's not the case. And then everybody's darling stocks just continue to be that way today anyways. Intel, man, we talked about trying to buy the dips in some of these names. They're there today. Up 15% for Intel. Like that.
This can be at 100.
Yeah, if Intel hadn't gone through like destruction down to 20 and then a move higher, this would be like close to one of the record days potentially for Intel as well. I mean, that's just a huge move for them. AMD, wow, back up to the bright side of things, we were just saying yesterday how happy we were to get out at an average price. We still have some shares, but 520, now back to 497 is AMD. That's really ripping up. Look at SanDisk up there, up 25%. SanDisk as well. My boy Marvell up 12% today. Today's a good day to check the account. Yesterday, not so much. But if you're a
Look at Dell.
Yeah, if you're a big shareholder, yeah, we talked about Dell being down 14% the other day, all the way back. Apple today, though, as one of the largest holdings that I have, down 2.5%. Don't tell Sharif about that one, as he holds, I think he said his only two stocks is Apple and ASML. A little bit of a rough week, but Apple was just at all-time highs. So let's take the opportunity to maybe buy some.
Who likes Bloom then?
Bloom. He still has some Bloom, but he always.
Yeah, that's who.
Yeah, I think he must be. I don't know what's going on
that's
there.
30%.
We'll let Sharif answer those questions. I just know that he mentioned the other day about Apple, and he mentioned the other day about ASML. So, but he does have Bloom, and I think he has FCell as well. But he calls those swing trades, I think.
If there's anything that is somewhat not perplexing, but is standing out more and more like a sore thumb, it's the selling at in the 244 range here on ARM. Like, what is it? It just won't go. Like, this is yesterday's open price, and then it was also we'll call it the Fed highs, right around 240. It just can't seem to break it. Like, the market is, we haven't seen this is the biggest update in the NASDAQ, at least according to ChatGPT. I looked it up. Since 2023. So it's been 3 years. And a stock that had good earnings is reversing and not showing any signs of strength. So it is what it is. And someone was asking this morning, they were like, oh, well, how come you didn't run any longs? Well, I mean, nothing set up that I liked or gave you the dip buys that I liked. So I had idea for short on silver, kind of more up here. But every single time it fails to make a fresh high, like, it's one of the things not breaking out. So I want to keep giving it shots underneath. One of the plays that we did like for the long side, obviously you were never going to get a chance to, if you were looking for dip buy on Microsoft, there was only one trade on Microsoft. It was a breakout. That was it. If you weren't taking the break, there was nothing else to be had. SpaceX to me was still a look for the short, and I actually will maintain I'll still be looking for the short on SpaceX. It's just a matter of now it's underneath VWAP. We took the VWAP short before. Now it's breaking down. It's relatively weak, so you got to look for that. DRAM, I'm not chasing an 11% move, and you wait for specific levels. Well, the only level I had with this gap fill to 51.5. And when it gets up there, I'm going to look for a trend break on DRAM. It's pretty simple. We do have some super chats to get to. Let's throw them up if we can. Andre, are we over there? I'm not on the page. Thank you very much. Appreciated. I wasn't on the right page. XKR. The market thinks of Apple as a non-innovative safe bet that can't do AI. I think a lot of what's been going on with Apple is not that they can't do AI, it's that they're choosing to participate in a different way. They're choosing to participate by saying, well, you're going to have to run everything on our devices, and everyone's going to utilize it that way. So why are we going to bother to spend oodles of money? You know, we'll just let everybody else do that, and we'll sort of ride the wave. And that is meant for Apple, that in times when everyone's concerned about all the CapEx spend and they're beating up memories at the tops, and, you know, Mag 7 are spending like drunken sailors, Apple maintains some strength. On days like today when we get a relief rally, the reverse then ends up being true, and then Apple ends up to the downside. I don't think it's a can't. I think it's just a little bit more nuance in that. It's just a different approach, which is benefiting them in this big-time pullback. It was benefiting them along the way. But then when you get this day, Apple goes the other direction because they're selling this to go into some other place, which is fine. I think that still bodes well for Apple, and I would still be looking. You know, I think Apple is a hold, and nothing about today changes that. If anything, it strengthens the thesis that it's a nice, safe place and a safe haven.
Yeah, I mean, Apple is the forever hold. That is for sure. Look, I just paid for some shorts there in SpaceX. Obviously, it's dirt cheap. It's next to nothing here. But I don't necessarily want to go short. I was just thinking, actually, of a dip buy opportunity there off the 200 period moving average. I want to give it a little bit more room. I was going to give it to 115, and it just dipped into 115.60 there. So a good hold there. I don't know if I like it. It's sort of in between right here. So, if we did get, I kind of like the long off these lows. We had seen 110 hold out for SpaceX. And look, it's not rocket science. You are now just trading 1, 2. I guess it can come after hours. So it's Tuesday when SpaceX comes. You got 3 more trading days of SpaceX until the lockup, right? Where you're going to unleash 7% after earnings. So the earnings play is Tuesday night. And then I guess it's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday morning, you're going to get a new tranche of shares where people are going to be allowed to sell it. But the market knows that. And SpaceX over the last couple of days has caught bids at levels. So, interesting to see what winds up happening there with SpaceX. Before we go over to Adara, just another quick look at JMKE. Still that 318.2 there. It's almost like this is frozen, but the market time keeps updating. So this is legit. Still $23 right there. Not getting much action on Jersey Mike yet. Hopefully something can come of it, and we'll be able to trade around JMKE here today. CMG had a good report last night. So, you've seen McDonald's, Chipotle coming through. There's up 11% right there, taking out some highs, as they don't talk about that lettuce or anything like that, which I think was part of the concern there with Chipotle, hoping that would be over with now. So they didn't mention it, so I'm guessing that it's all good over there, but that's Chipotle right now up 11%. All right, let's go back up to the desk here with Adara. It's already 10:43.
Time flies when you're having fun, but you might not be having fun in this market if you are long things that are not big tech. Good health tech sharply to the downside, led by declines in J&J and Eli Lilly. Consumer services sharply to the downside. Energy minerals red, health services red, utilities red. Consumer non-durables red, led by a 7.5% decline in earnings day one play. Altria, MO. Transportation red, commercial services red, distribution red. Finance actually kind of mixed. You've got a smattering of green here with JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, and MA bouncing after generally being weak yesterday, but a lot of the other names of the sector are going to be red. Let's get into tech. Producer manufacturing and some of the AI-related plays here are doing quite well. LRCX up a whopping 23% on earnings day one. AMAT hot in its tail, down about up about 16%. Sorry. You've got Caterpillar and GEV also to the upside. Tech services is going to be really mixed. You've got Microsoft down 9% in earnings day. Microsoft up 15% in earnings day one. Meta down 9% in earnings day one. Netflix, Adobe, Accenture, ServiceNow also pulling back from recent strength. But then you've got Oracle up 7% and expanded Google partnership. Meanwhile, electronic technology, with the exception of Apple, which reports earnings tonight, doing pretty well. Tale of two cities, though, because the other big mix of an earnings report tonight is going to be Amazon, actually to the upside, and the only green name in retail trade. Back to you.
Thank you very much, there. I was just eating cantaloupe, though. We'll finish that.
Pretty tasty around here.
They are very, very tasty. DRAM broke the trend line from the open. So once it broke the trend line, jumped in on the next bar break. It just immediately, see that prior high here? Goes right into that prior high and then catches a bit of a bid. So I jumped on the bid the second so I could get a bit of a fill. We're gonna, if we break underneath that 50-40 and then end up in this range, then I would tighten the stop to the wick high here, but for now it's the prior bar out, which is that 51 that we're going to take. So we're waiting for this level. It was a big one the other day when the market was tanking on Monday. Sorry, when the market is that Monday? Yeah, that's Monday. On Monday when the market was tanking, whatever. Tuesday doesn't make a difference at 51.5. So that's the way we look for the short. Now we're here. Let's see if it follows through. And I hate to say this because initially I was looking for longs in IBIT, but the market's topping out and IBIT is cresting underneath the volume weighted average price. This is around the time of day I like VWAP. And this is looking like it's not looking like a long, it's looking like a VWAP short. So you can want it to be one thing, but it's the other way.
All right. NVIDIA, we're here now, buddy. So let's go. Let's see what winds up happening. We're back into NVIDIA right here. As the market, my friend, up 3% today. There's NVIDIA, so we're in the short again. We're 50 cents in the money on this one. We just waited for a little bit of a turn up there. Not a bad root vegetable, a turnip. But yeah, right into there, turn up down right there. So there it is. There's the curve down. And there we are. We're now 70 cents in the money. So that was a good idea. We are now $1 in the money. So that was a good idea. As NVIDIA now starting to pay dirt just a little bit as we get into the downside right now for NVDA. And boom, shagalaga. You guys are 100% right. I want to thank everybody in the chat for all the love, man. If we just start our trading every day a little bit later than we do, I think we'd have a lot more success. So patience, very, very key. And if you're watching the show, I think that's obviously something that we try to preach. And, you know, the way we trade is going to be different than the way you guys trade. But if it's not, I think you got to be a little bit more patient, especially when the market's doing these kind of moves. You never know what the morning is going to bring. We did get I don't think we got sloppy on NVIDIA. I mean, it's just that little punch right there started me in my mental space of short, and then we kept on shorting. And remember, we kept on getting out thinking like, this is not going to go, this is not going to go. And then eventually it went. So the spidey senses were going off on NVIDIA, but we still tried it too many times there at that 194. And then eventually it took out the top, and that's where we got out, which was a good one. But now it's falling back in. So, you know, our day becomes much more reasonable around here now on NVIDIA, and then the $1.70 in the money that Palantir just printed us at 121 as well. So we only have two trades today, basically. The short early on NVIDIA, the short late on NVIDIA, and then the only play on Palantir for me today was that short. So, you know, coming right back into a pocket now. And, you know, I've already said it in the chat, you know, I'll be red today, but at least, you know, it's well in the pocket of what we make on what we lose. So I think that's something that's very, very important. And, you know, shout out to everybody and it sucks to be red, obviously, on a day where the NASDAQ's up 3%. But, you know, again, unless the problem is I wrote down all the longs on here. It's just, you know, they didn't dip, and I was looking for a dip, and all they did was rip. So nothing happening there. But now we look over and we're $3 in the money on these two positions. So we're starting to have a little bit better feels today about our positioning and everything like that. So that's what we're doing now. We're going to wait to see if NVIDIA can come back into the downside here. But yeah, $1 in on NVIDIA, $2 in on Palantir, and I'm sure your DRAM. I mean, now the market's starting to pull back in. So
it's starting to come back.
Hopefully we can get to Greensville here.
Gold is also starting to come back. I want to shout out to Ahmed's vlog over there in TikTok. You were asking about gold specifically. GLD, remember, gold is a great place to look for activity on a Fed day. For obvious reasons, US dollar is going to move around, so gold's going to move around a little bit here. But it's that wick high that it put in at 2 o'clock, or after 2 o'clock, I should say, on the Fed after we had, I almost wanted to say Powell on the podium, but it's not. Of course, it's Warsh. So that's triple top. So once, twice, and now thrice with a little bit of a lower high. So yeah, it is weak relative to the market in some sense because you are rejecting that top on GLD. Of course, this is not spot gold. GLD is an ETF that we want to be able to respect. The new thing I'm in is not actually gold. It is crypto, and it is very different. It's similar in the fact that I'm utilizing where it is off of we'll call it the Fed levels, but it was a false breakout and now underneath VWAP. It's just a setup that I like. So false breakout, short underneath the volume weighted average price, and then DRAM, which a second ago was giving you that bid, it's now trying to come up and crest that high. I'm not giving it to the high of the day. I'm giving it to the prior bar at 51, which saves about 30 cents. And it's not quite at the level that I'm targeting for that short. There's still one potential press up till it gets into this resistance at 51.5. And then you also have to remember, you look under the hood here to keep in mind, like Micron's pulling back a little bit better. SNDK as well is worth looking at here. And when you look under the hood, is holding things up a little bit. So SNDK's relative strength, and I haven't looked at SK Hynix, probably the same thing, is kind of holding this move up just a little bit. So I want to see this. If it presses through the bid, that's a good place to add on DRAM. You always want to look underneath that hood when you're trading those ETFs.
All right. Yeah, guys, let us know in the chat if you guys are green or red. You can just put your 1s or 2s, even just rate directly in the chat on a day like today, up 3% in the NASDAQ. I think our portfolios are, but how are you guys doing day trading wise. Always interested to see what that looks like there. What's up, Sharif? Sharif's got the red shirt on today. It's funny because when I saw Sharif today, I said what's up to him, and he was commented on the red shirt, and then the market's up huge for green. So maybe we got to get Sharif to wear red a little more often. It's kind of like that tie thing with Powell coming there. But yeah, up 3% in the NASDAQ today and just some huge moves. That Bloom Energy, as Sharif steps back in, what a mover today on Bloom. I mean, that name now up 27% and just going nuts right there. Look, it looks like there's a lot of mixed reaction over here today. A lot of greens, a lot more greens. Zeros is a good, yeah, man, 27%.
Talking about Bloom, right?
Right there. IREN and Bloom going as well. I've already told you right there if I'm green or red today, so I'll just do it right here. I am red, so that would be a 2 right into there. Yeah, that's what I am there, but we're going to see if we can make it back. We're in a good short here with NVIDIA and with Palantir, but red for me today, and no problem, obviously, discussing that. As I said, I think we've talked about it, man. Just be red. Around the same that when you're green, you're up $200. When you're red, you're down $200. Something like that is what you're trying to think about. But hey, man, today, and it's still early. It's only 10:52 right now. So let's go back over to Adara for Money Talks, and then we have a couple more minutes. Unfortunately, there's not too much halting around right now. DFS is just kind of doing its own thing at $82 right there, and some low cap names just not moving. And Jersey Mike still tapping 23 with not much action at all. Oh, there it is. It actually got lower right now. So now it's a sell. So maybe we're getting close there on JMKE. Same price, but the size is whittling away as NVIDIA going lower now, Palantir going lower, and Adara back at the desk.
Let's take a look here at the U.S. dollar. It's on its third straight daily decline. Now, as you can see, sharp drop here yesterday on the FOMC interest rate decision. As we know, Treasury yields hitting that 19-year high. And then we had today, though, a sharp decline. This could at least partially have to do with the JPY USD spiking. Since it's JPY USD, we're expecting that there could have been some intervention here, and that's why you have the spike of the JPY. But anyways, it is negatively impacting the U.S. dollar. And speaking of, international relationships, I'm actually just hearing from Chinese media outlet Xinhua that China's vice premier, he held a video call with U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent and U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer. Let's take a look here at some of the economic data that we had today. Now, let's start with this top row, the most important data here. PCE, all in line with estimates, but for one print, which actually was cooler than expected. You got core PCE month-over-month 0.1%, below estimates of 0.2%, and the prior print of 0.3%. All of the other prints here, so PCE month-over-month and year-over-year, and core year-over-year PCE, those were all in line with estimates, but still cooler than the prior print. So this is a well-received report. We actually had the economic advisor for the White House, Kevin Hassett, saying that he thinks Kevin Warsh will have data to do the right thing, more or less, on these numbers, implying that we know they want there to be some cuts. GDP also worth noting here, this was cooler than expected, 1.5%. I was seeing estimates of anywhere from 1.8 to 2%, so below estimates either way. And we're also coming off of yesterday's dissenting vote. We had a brief break from dissenting votes in the June meeting, which was, 12-0 for holding rates. This time we held rates again, but 3 Feds dissented in favor of a hike. Those Feds were Logan, Hammock, and Kashkari. Here's a look here at the FOMC predictions here with the CME FedWatch tool for that September 16th meeting. 40% of participants expecting a hold, 60% expecting a 25 basis point hike. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. Yeah, that's one thing we didn't. Well, I looked at it, but we didn't show you guys in the pre-market. Go out to the end of the year and see what's actually going on with the predictions for the Fed, and whether they raise rates or not. The whittling of the balance sheet is going to be a thing. That's what Warsh already told us. The bond vigilantes didn't seem to hesitate at all driving. TLT was down like a bajillion in the afternoon. It was absolutely ridiculous. So the long end of the curve with crazy action for sure. Well, this is the put up or shut up area for DRAM, because if it can't bust here, this was the topping tail at 50. This is where it broke out on volume. It's take this and get to VWAP, or the buyers emerge on a strong stock at that 50 level. So I got to be able to respect it. If it's going to hold here, I don't want it getting past 50.40. So this is where the trail comes in, and I don't want it getting back into the top. So again, just for myself, the trail goes in. So if it breaks back above this level here, I'm going to be jumping out. But we're looking to hold through a breakdown of the 50 level. Once you're underneath 50, I'd reevaluate it. IBIT's a bit of a different story. Just want to take you through again. IBIT's just short underneath the volume weighted average price. So it'll be half out if it breaks VWAP. If we start filling in the gap on this stock, there really aren't any obvious levels except for 36 1/3, which was VWAP in the afternoon. You know, the bigger levels in the gap fill are much lower. So it's pre-market lows. I gotta have another bid in front of the 50s, and then we'll go from there. So, you know, it's been a case of the shorts have worked if you have extreme patience, but you just have to be a little bit picky. Like I didn't go back to SMCI, which was probably a mistake. I did go back to SLV and then went red on SLV because the levels aren't very clean. So I'm going to stay away from that one for a while. And then what was the other one there we're talking about? It was SoFi. Like SoFi level I like, but it's still pressing higher off of that 15.8, right? So 0 for 2 on SoFi, but it's still going higher. It's not indicating anything is a short for me on that stock. But DRAM, this is the one you got to be careful for. I can see how it's bouncing off that 50 level. It just feels like this is a listen to myself, hold Bybit, just take the scalp trade on DRAM and hold on to IBIT because its structure is saying it's weaker. Right, like this one is just a weaker stock. If the market pulls back, I can see all the reason why this can cascade to the downside, and then look for another opportunity. You just go from one to the next, and just try to make sure the risk to reward in individual trades bears out. Everyone has a different approach to how they evaluate and look at trades. To me, I look at it in this particular way. On any individual trade, if you take that trade 10 times, what's it going to look like for you? So if you take this short and risk 5 cents, then are you trading it well enough that if I take that trade 10 times and it doesn't work I'm still positive? That's the way I like to look at it here. So I want to make sure that my executions are not getting out too much at the beginning, have the good risk to reward, tight enough stop if I have to. If you give it enough room, then make sure it has enough upside. Like with DRAM here, I think it had a lot of potential, so we're giving it more room, but the buyers just emerged off 50. So tighten the stop and then tighten the expectation at the same time. Before we go back over, I just want to throw one thing up here. I know it's almost 11 o'clock. I'm gonna find a way to get the bracket orders working on Boyle, because every single time at 10:30, it has given you an unbelievable breakout trade, and it hasn't really mattered what direction. Thursday at 10:30, when nat gas numbers come out, it settles into a range. I can't zoom up far enough on a 3-minute to show you, but it settles into a range, and this is 10:30, breaks the low, which is what I was looking for, and I think there would have been plenty of opportunity, but look at how clean the break is. Clean break, and then it's just a continuation play through 20. And it does this, I think it's about 6 weeks in a row from what I found, where you're getting at least the day's range on a single candle. But you have to be willing to take the break in either direction, and then you try to get a fill. I only got a fill once to the short side 2 weeks ago. So that's one that I want to put in the pocket. But you need a bracket order. You can't just guess at which direction it's going to go, because if I guess short and it goes up, I don't even take the trade.
All right, so with only 5 seconds left, thank you to everybody for joining us there today. We've just gotten some great fills down there, man. We were $4 in the money not too long ago. Their Palantir we just got out at 120.80. Took another one at 121. NVIDIA, man, it's not a revenge trade, but damn, it feels good to have that one back through there. And got a bid there on VWAP. So, yeah, Jersey Mike's right now not doing a whole heck of a lot, just hovering around, still $23. Getting lower, though, right now only 16,000. So there is a good chance that JMKE opens up pretty soon, I would say. Right now, JMKE, get ready, no problem. Get ready for this on the midday show. So yeah, look, it's been a minute here today, and now the market's trying to fall back in. So we definitely like what we're seeing right here, right now. Hold those shorts if you got them, baby, and we'll see you, and we'll be green by the time we get back to you guys. It's 11:01. Thank you so much for everything. Stay tuned. It's the midday show right about now. Ciao.
Boom. Greetings, salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. This man
shoulder
right
problems.
there.
I can't even do that, man.
You know what, bro? I'm not going to lie. Both my shoulders are
You
bothering
take
me.
fish oil? Fish oil?
I take omega-3. Right?
Okay.
I got a lot of omegas coming through the
Oh,
the
yeah, I
eggs,
gotta-
so we needn't double on the omegas.
All right.
Good morning, everyone. Hey, what's that, Assassino? My mic, my bad. Yeah.
Don't mess
Just
around.
going
Don't mess
Assassino.
around now.
The Grill Gary F. Boom. John Zuber. We got Jeremy Newman. Shout out to Sage 88. Big Wick Energy 67. You're going to have to up that by 2, my boy.
Oh.
Dave, Crazy Dirt Weed. We got Anurag. We got Side Quest Investors. Shout out to my man Byron Hart and Tisha frickin' Perkins. We're looking at CYCU. Are we, Tish? We got Aman. We got Antonio Powers. Shout out to Austin Powers.
Oh.
Jose Santos, Ellie. We got Down to Sky 404. Shout out to my man Yannick. Ostentatious Plays and Black Hole. Sun won't you come? OG Darth Trader in the house. That's Trader Forever. Get it, Neil. We got Keelgo. We got Adam James Abroad. He's just always out there, man. Nick Dubb, Michael P. D. Ryder. We got who? I Am Big Deal. Love the name. Angry Rob Entertainment. We got the other Zinc. Boom. I'm late. Let's go. No, you're good, bro. Your owner, PC Hoon, Don Baca. It's a who's who of regs. But if you're new, man, Wyatt. Shout out to my man Wyatt.
Yeah,
Justin
what up,
Ross.
Wyatt?
If you're new, throw your name in the chat, man. I'd love to shout you guys out. Let's see some new names in there. Good morning, show.
Good morning, everyone. All right, guys, let's get this. Listen, we're gonna. Okay, there we go. Assassino. VinFast continues to expand beyond vehicle sales. This week, VinFast India partnered with Shriram Finance to support EV financing access, while Green SM launched all-electric ride-hailing in Kazakhstan with VinFast VF6 vehicles together.
Okay.
These moves highlight VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem strategy. You can find them on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS. We're not done yet, Sharif, with the shout-outs. We have to pay a little homage to our good friends over there on TikTok, and Bravely, always doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much for that, my friend Che Wo Lim. You might know him there. ShorePoint, T-Trades. We have Nata. What's up, Nata? We have G-Sun, Dad & Co, Maverick Life, Superman's in the chat, Clark Kent himself, no way. New Power, T-Rose, Apex Media, Kevzing, Matt Dougal, Matt Rayner, Jack Jones, Sam, a.k.a. Bullpick, all right, Frog, Eric, Jr., Annie, Braz, Ben Robert, a couple more, Fernando Ramirez, what's going on? And one of my favorite names, from here to there. From here to there is in the chat. What's going on, everyone? I hope everyone's having a fantastic day. Now, listen, it's been a quiet one. Took a while for things to get the ball rolling, but here we go. Shout out Neil Roberts for getting METU unblocked, Sharif.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Neil Roberts strikes again.
Strikes again, man. So thank you for that one. He actually did that last week or the week before. So that's not too bad of a look, guys. You can see that we have the dual entry. I posted up at the lower end of the range with more size, but now this wedge that's been forming on the 5-minute finally starting to break. What are we going to look for in forms of continuation? We want to see that volume really start to step up, okay? Whether it be a stair step or to the top side, or just one massive candle that can give us a little bit more confirmation that this breakout is genuine, all right? So we're like, Joe, what are you doing? What are you even thinking about going long Meta being down 8%? Well, I think that's a reason why I'm going. It's because this name has just been getting beaten and battered. And listen, do I think this is going to completely change their narrative right now? No. And I like what Sean was saying this morning. He brought up the point, he's like, do we feel that Mark Zuckerberg is kind of losing his way? And I think it can be both things, right? We've seen this before when it comes to Reality Labs and what he had going on with the metaverse. Everybody's like, what is going on? You're spending too much money. But I think Zuck and company are going to have the ability to turn the tides. And what I'm going to really look forward to is that when we start to see them realizing cloud revenue on the balance sheet, I think that can be a massive change for this company. It may take a while, or the next quarter that is, but that's going to be a segment within the company that's new and going to be growing at a substantial clip rate, in my opinion.
All right, man. Look, Meta, I'm sure it's seen better days. In fact, I know it has. But It's a tough one, man. They're down 18.5 on the year. So I'm almost certain this pops back and pops back in a big way. Sorry, just have to set up my screen here for one quick second, and then we'll get right into what I'm trading. CYCU. I'm looking for a hold here of the general structure and a move back above 50 pennies. No prints yet on CYCU, up nicely here, about 70%. Key and Peel. Shout out to the show. Good show there. Not as good as Chappelle's show, but good. There goes Keel through 419. That is a high a day. This is a bull flag breakout. I'll submit to you that the bull flag consolidation area, 410 to the high side, 4 to the low side, and there it goes through 410 into 419, keeping an eye on this. I see you, Tisha. Tisha says CYCU levels are 55 and then 89. Love it, Tish, but guess what? Let me tell you something. I stop out if structure breaks. Structure breaks for me, Tish, if we lose this area low right around 41, okay? So let's see how this cookie crumbles. Hopefully, it'll be a tasty one. I'm also looking at lung. So just before you take your breath on this one, let's look at the technicals. 181 high. It's putting in lower area highs, but it's above VWAP. So I don't know how to feel about this. It could be like Keel. Hard to tell here, but LUNG is up a respectable 38 and change. Probably behooves us to look at it. It's got a good amount of volume, about 3.2 million shares. It's okay. 1 penny spread. Can't complain too much about the structure on this one, but just got to get in at the right area. What I don't like is the umpteen amount of lower highs and the clear seller at 175. That's been there essentially since we lost a level at around 1015. And I don't like the lower lows. Area low over here into 166, and then we're area low into 164. So I know I'm looking at pennies, but these are penny stocks, okay? So continuing to watch that. Then we've got more. Let's bring them in. Let's bring in the trusty black charts. CBRG looking pretty good as well. But, I feel like with these ones, when they start consolidating sideways, it's just like 50-50, okay? Whether or not we get a structure hold and a break above 420, it's got a good-looking bull flag. It didn't touch the 10 EMA all morning. Now it's, consolidated with Sport 420 as resistance. So those are the four. One last one here, Joey, kind of the same look. BHC into $6, losing trend coming right down into the 10 EMA at 594. This one also didn't even glance at the 10 EMA's way the entire morning, and then all of a sudden it's straddling it. Well, that's kind of what we know to happen during the 11 o'clock to say 12:30 time slot. Let's get to some of these tags over here. Zion, Joe Sharif, Jack Quillane. Y'all remember that episode of KMPL? Yeah. Jack, how do I say that again, man? It's been a minute since I've watched that show, but yes, I do remember. Aztec Trader, thank you very much, brother, for joining Trader TV. Make sure to mosey on over to the morning note. And there's been a lot of you guys that have been asking, hey, man, I can only see the first page of the morning note. What's going on? Well, what's going on is you're not clicking read more. So let's just go down over here, Joey. Yeah, Assassino, hit that again, man. Microsoft Azure explodes. Microsoft delivered blowout quarter, okay? Read more right there, ladies and gents. Make sure to click that. It brings you down to read more about the headlines. And then right at the bottom, you're going to see a Google Drive link. Click that bad boy, and then you get access to the full thing. Make sure you're clicking the read more, guys, because a lot of you guys have been messaging me and or leaving comments that, hey, I can't access the full thing. So I just want to make that very clear. Terrible volume, but if you want to check KSCP, let's have a look. Let's see here, Joey. Oh, yeah. Well, it's not terrible volume. It's just not great. 1.21 million shares on a $1.74 name. You can kind of tell it already. It's light volume based upon all the gaps that are here between the 5-minute candles. That's atypical. But look, Bovin probably be all over this because, well, quite frankly, it's breaking out and it's low volume, and that's what he seems to love. So shout out to my man Bovin. Where is Bovin? Oh, there he is. Boom. He's yelling right on cue. GVH. He's yelling about GVH. There goes GVH, man, into 126. Why don't I have this on the side chart? Correction, it's been added, Joey. So shout out to the OG Bovin calling out GVH. What's Casey calling out? She's talking about Trump retaliating against somebody. All right, that's not a call out there. So we'll keep an eye here on GVH. Good call out there, Bovin. that gives me something more to trade because I got to tell you, yet again, options, man, pickings are slim.
Who's this guy? Who's Jay Quellen?
I don't know who Jay Quellen is.
I don't know. Shout out to.
Oh, that's from the Key and Peele episode, brother.
Oh.
Yeah.
Shout out to that individual catching
Get it.
that reference. All right, guys, let's get right into what we got going on here. I guess I can remove this bid here. What's up, Adam James?
Man.
So, I mean, we were posted up at the lower end of the range. Let's see if we're going to continue this breakout. We talked about the volume. We want to see that uptick. And on the 5-minute, it has gradually increased, but not to the extent in which we would like. Now, with the overall market starting to pull back in, there was some indecision prints on NVDA around the lower end. I picked up a little bit more here around 194 in the pre-market, but I do believe, and I stand by this. I think at some point, yeah, we'll see 185 bucks. It's not looking pretty right here. A lot of indecision prints right at the volume-weighted average price, D-nice. So yeah, a lot of indecision prints right here. But starting to give up the majority of this move here now, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. And then sure enough, here it is, starting to crack through some of the lows. We have the SPY around the lows. One of my friends decided, I get these, I don't know how often you get these texts. I get these texts multiple times a week. Hey, Joe, what's a good stock I should buy? What's this? What's a good dividend stock I should buy? Yeah, my latest response is I just text them my email address so they can send me money, and then maybe I'll decide to tell them if they want something. Even my closest friend, you can even look at my message. He's like, "Hey man, what's a good name I should get for high yield?" Email address, boom, right there. I could tell you guys it if you're feeling generous, but hey, at the end of the day, yeah, well, I mean, no, I'm obviously being sarcastic. I would never ever charge them, but I'm just getting at that. I get these texts very regularly, and it's like, all right, man, do some homework, and my real response is do some homework and get back to me, and we can have a conversation.
Well, tell them what to look at, Joe, because they probably have no idea. Fundamentals, technicals, are probably blind.
They don't. And that's why it makes it more difficult, because if I suggest something and if it doesn't perform well, then all of a sudden I don't know what I'm doing.
Fair.
Right?
Yeah, good point.
Right?
Great
So,
point.
but anyways, here it is. We're going to wait for some more indecision prints around these lows. And if this structure right here at 194 can hold up, we only have had a couple of names on our radar this morning. It's these two. I've been watching NVDA quite often, and you guys have realized that. Now, Meta itself finally breaking out, but can we hold this structure without having too aggressive of a pullback? More indecision prints around the low. I like that one. All right. Moving forward, I want to take a look at some of the other names. Listen, this has just been the narrative for the past couple of months, and Sharif and I'm sure we'll get into it momentarily. What's going on in South Korea? I've been pounding the table about this for quite some time.
And you've been right.
And it's really unfortunate to see what is happening. But hey, it's the nature of the beast. Western Digital, yeah, 15%. Oh, 21% in SanDisk. Good stuff. Micron, 14%. So these memory names finding somewhat of a bottom and a rebound. Now, in the bigger picture of things, is it much? No, but it's better than nothing. And Neil brought this up a long time ago, that when you have these aggressive moves to the downside, some of these slingshot moves back towards the top side can be pretty aggressive, and we're seeing that right now. SanDisk up 21%, Western Digital, STX, DRAM, 15, 11, and 12% respectively.
Respect all the tickers until they turn against me.
Yeah, well, I'm the same way.
Yeah,
then we have
established.
Then we have problems.
Zero loyalty.
Yeah, well,
no, I got loyalty to my conviction trades, man. But
to a certain extent,
I have more conviction behind my fundamental picks than my technical picks. And when the technicals break down,
I like what you said yesterday.
Yeah, about the technicals, this, that, and the other.
But in all reality, man, like, listen, you can't, like, in the markets, you can't hold that type of loyalty, because look what happened to a whole index and a massive group of people in South Korea who just been buying the cost being.
We'll get to that, because there's a lot of traders who are liquidated and zero left in their account. A lot of data coming out of South Korea with respect to these mass liquidations. There's videos as well of streamers, traders just like us who were kind of all in on swing trades, and now we're in some trouble.
Been talking about this for the past month, man. It was inevitable on that pullback. Over leveraged.
Over leveraged. Well put. All right, so we're in a couple of trades. CYCU, got a couple of profit takers there through, but we're still below the $0.50. That displeases me greatly. We're looking for a bigger move here above the $0.50. okay? And then I worked into Key and Peel. I got in at 412, was looking to add into 404. Shout out to the highway, didn't come in. Now it's coming into 415 with a 419 high. We're looking to enter that one as well. And shout out to my main man, Bovin, GVH. I want to keep a close eye on this one because it's got some pre-market highs that we keep rejecting. So the high of the day is 129. We got into 128 bright early at 4 a.m. So technically, and I mean both like technically and technical analysisly, GVH has a triple top here in the high 120s. So I want to see if we can take out that seller, Bovin, because if we can, I mean, this one made a move pretty aggressively in the aftermarket too. I wonder how it looked on the ocean. But right in the morning, 4 a.m., ripping into that 128. We did breach it by a penny. We're holding structure by putting in these higher lows on GVH. So it certainly interests me here as a potential candidate for a 150 squeeze. But I can't keep thinking we are in the same type of market for small cap gappers. Maybe the small caps like the IWM is still okay. It's actually the worst. The Dow is worse today. But the point of what I'm trying to make is that the small caps have not been rocketing up in the way that we saw, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, last week, this week. They have been quite tame. So I can't be thinking, this one could squeeze easily into 2. Took out 150. I'm going to have to reserve that kind of thinking for when the market's really hot. So I'm definitely interested in GVH, but I definitely have to temper my expectations as to where to expect this monster to go. There goes CYCU through 49. 49, high 49 seller, Joey. We're knocking the door of 50, 49.56, 49.7, 49.8 coming in. So we don't get the print. Let's see if this one can rip through that $0.50 and what we can do with that by extension. Just got the first print here on Key and Peel into 416. So pleased with that, but looking for a bigger move into 4.5. And there goes CYCU through the $0.50. It's on its horse. It could be taking out 51 right now. So let's put a profit taker at 52.5. Let's see if we can get that bad boy. CYCU, the leading gapper in the market, dude, right now, up 87%.
Yeah, all right, good stuff. Joey T. Gap, I guess your name is here. We're giving up the majority of this move. Listen, yeah, all right. Anyways, so what we got going on here is this aggressive pullback, and this is what I'm waiting for. Are we going to hold up at this level? If not, we only took 5% off up here, looking for a little bit more of a continuation, but you can see the market starting to give up a little bit of its move here, and the volume starting to pick up on the one name that I'm keeping my eyes on. I'm not panicking anything, guys. Here I am, been sitting in this position. Like, I mean, what time did I start?
What time?
10:17.
Okay.
Gucci Man, what's up over there? And then here it is, 10:38, we posted, and then I don't take anything off until 11:07. Look at this move. So I'm going to get out break even. I'm not going to allow something that is slightly winning to come against me. If that's the case and it breaks through this consolidation zone, well, guess what? The chances of me getting a better price are pretty high.
Okay.
This is an important inflection point within the underlying asset, because when you break out of structure, you come back and retest it. If you don't hold it, the chances of it sliding are going to increase. All right. So, I mean, here it is. As the market is moving lower, memory names helping the NASDAQ here north of the volume weighted average price, but the chip man himself, 193.80. And hey, we talk about the void all the time. Be prepared for this inside day to a 1 point breakthrough. You're going to crack 189 and then head into the oblivion and the abyss. I guess I should say that the abyss of this range right here of $178. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to get in the abyss, Reef, but unfortunately that's going to be the nature of this beast. I mean, think about it, from August to 25. So you're almost at levels from a year ago. All right. So if you think that, listen, I love talking like Meta's cheap, NVIDIA is cheaper than it was in 2015. Congratulations. That doesn't mean anything at this point. If the stock market doesn't like it, it's going to continue to sell off. And you got Big Boy Burry having his big position.
Get it, Burry. Yeah, you know what we're doing right now, Joey?
What's up,
The
buddy?
Katina Man is now short NVIDIA. Okay, Katina Man, you want to disclose the price there, brother? Or can we show the chart? There it is. Short right there at about 195. Katina, 195.5. He added into that 195.50. Shout out to the Katina Man there. Taking and Palantir short. Palantir short's been printing. There's a bunch of lower lows and lower highs. Good covers, brother. Hope you print up several storms on your side of the screen. CYCU is Rip City. Rip City. Here goes, 59.60 high on the U. We're looking for now 2/3. I'm thinking 66. Get it, Case. I know Case is involved in this from the 30s. Shout out to her. I'm a schmuck. I've got 40s. I got 46s. But we're up over 10 pennies in the money now on a 57 penny name. So let's see how this cookie crumbles. And there goes Keel into the money, man. Let's go. Bovin, I got into GVH Bovin, and I'm going to give it to 111s where the players don't dwell because they dwell at 112, right? So that's where we're looking there. If that's my area low, I was thinking about giving it to single digits because of this area right there. I was thinking maybe 107, 108. But I'm gonna be a little bit more stingy with this one because I believe a little bit less in it because of the triple top that we formed on that. So we're doing well here on Keel. We're doing well on CYCU. Let's post at 27s and see what exactly we can get. Still an unfilled beak wetter here at 58.5 as we have a 59.60 high, but I didn't have any profit takers up there, resting profit takers that is. So my move here, guys, now that we've cleared it by 10 pennies, I'd like to see a 50 penny hold. I don't expect this to go into 2/3, if at all, in a straight line. So I'm thinking, it comes back into that $0.50. The 10 EMA on the 5 could be overlapping with the $0.50 by the time it schleps down there. And if that's the case, your boy's probably going to add, right? We're going to look for a $0.50 hold here. So we'll keep a close eye on that. I ain't wetting no beak, says Ben Affleck. Well, let the animation do it for you, my man. Look at him. He's eating prints off the garbage.
Oh.
Right? Well, you can't expect a bird to eat off a plate, Joe.
Bird,
right?
man.
Tweet. Continuing to watch here, Key and Peel, as it comes up into the $0.25, so it's at day's high right now. Keep your eye on this one, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, KC, we're doing good over here. I mean, so, listen, we had 95% of this position still riding. I mean, we can ride this throughout the whole intraday session as long as we don't come back to our break even. Now, what am I thinking? Obviously, I want to add more shares if that's going to be the narrative and we'd find a bounce, but it doesn't seem to be the case right now, especially in a couple of the names. And we're at that inflection point that I was referring to not too long ago, all right? So we want to see these levels hold up, a base being formed, and then a strong bounce back towards this high of the day. If that doesn't happen, then by all means, we have to be prepared to exit the position and then hopefully try to find a better entry point on this name, or we could just put it to the side, really. It doesn't really affect me at the end of the day. 10:55 from an hour and 20 minutes, Meta was just moving sideways. Need a sound clip? Give me my freaking money, says Casey. Yeah, we could get that done. Fabian can get anything done. Give it a boom.
Go, bro.
Yeah, so other than that, this is what we got going on. One trade here for the day, and we're going to be looking for some more quality opportunities. We might find a bounce here in NVDL. So what I'm going to use is this leverage product to get us rocking and rolling for if and when this name decides that it doesn't want to give up the majority of its move and then some. So it looks like the buyers were pushing the pedal to the metal there, Sharif, but boom. Just foot off the gas and then haven't put it back on yet. So you want to be patient and wait and see if that's going to occur again. I don't know if that's going to be the case and the narrative, all right? But AMD putting in a day, as you would say, Sharif. AMD up approximately 13%. Wow. AMD 14% there. AMD 13%. A massive rebound. Yeah. And then we got it. Look. Okay. AMD 13%. NVIDIA 2%. All right. So, anyways, aside from that, we're still a little bit of ways off the all-time high, 16%. I do believe that there's going to be some more of a pullback here, but I mean, from peak to that local low, you're sitting at negative 27%. So, I mean, hey, watch out for this gap to be filled. I think this would be reasonable in my opinion. And you know what? I just believe that this is being prolonged, just this pullback. But I mean, it's been going south for a while now, 61 days roughly. 41 trading sessions, and I think at some point we did our little TA session on where we believe something is headed, but that's pretty dang close. 661 to this previous bet. All right, we got to get out of this trade here. Yeah, it broke the trend line. We're going to get a better price on Meta and see if it wants to find any form of a rebound.
All right, Bovin, I'm looking at NUWE. That was a big one this morning. Neil was on it. I was on it. We were all talking about it. So it's below VWAP right now, Bevin. If it gets back above 5, I'm not even going to use VWAP here, brother. I'm going to insist that it clear 5. I'll get involved with that one, but at the moment, steering clear. I added into GVH at 120. I got the beak wet at 26, but it's putting in a topping tail candle that I dislike at the moment. So we'll see how that cookie crumbles. We're also doing okay here. Not great on keel, so I'm going to wet the beak here a little bit more. I still have a plan to add into key and peel into $4. So let's see how that cookie ends up crumbling. CYCU still hanging out near highs, but there is a general seller here in the, I want to say high to mid 50s. So we're gonna wet the beak here as well on CYCU at this area, just in case it comes down. But I do want to add into that 50 penny level, like I mentioned earlier. You added like a psycho. Yeah, I know, right? Nah, I'm kidding, man. I don't know why it keeps Blicky's all his comments. He doesn't even say anything, bro. Blicky? Where's my money, man? Golf club to the shoulder. Like, why is that even why is that being held back, Streamlabs? Come on, get it together. John Del Segno, curious to hear your thoughts on Qualcommunism. Qualcommunism? Did you hear
crazy.
That? Qualcommunism.
Like
why did you call it that? What are they doing that's communist? Is there something, John, you need to explain that because it's a hilarious way to say it. We're going to talk about Qualcomm, I'm assuming, on the rundown or the afternoon event, so we'll get to that, of course. I do have some reservations about how that company is being run. Look, Cristiano Amon, he's one of the guys right now, the big guys, but every company has a bit of a misstep, and I think maybe he might have had a misstep or two, but I don't think that's the end of the matter, of course. We'll get to that. So yeah, watching all three trades here, Joey, managing them well. They're not rocketing up. CYCU, definitely the more volatile of the bunch. We're still looking for a 60 break on that.
Good stuff, my guy. All right, we're posted up. Let's see if it fills our order. There it goes, bang. Kind of going against the momentum, and I mean, we're not going to have very much of a tolerance on this one. 27.40 is where we are long here on NVDL, looking for some form of a bounce, and if it doesn't happen, AC Slater. We hold no loyalty to this bad boy from an intraday standpoint. Long term, completely different narrative. Had Microsoft 410 calls, big print for you today. Glad to hear, brother. Continue to do what you're doing. You're crushing it. I don't like to see stocks taking money from me. I'm at a $1 risk to reward retro scout with an 80% accuracy, so I do not like losing. Yeah, neither do I, but I think that's one of the most difficult things about trading is rewiring your brain and getting accustomed to losing. It's definitely something I struggled with over the years, but if you can really hone in on that, then by all means, you're on your merry way. But if you've given up 50% of your gains, as much as it sucks, I think it's time to just shut it down. It's a beautiful day out here in the eastern part of Canada, that is. I know you're out west there, Hangry. Just call it a session, man, and go enjoy your morning and your day. I think Neil tells this story quite often as well, too. It's just the one guy who wanted to make like an extra $1 on his P&L, so he hit like $1,000 or whatever, and then ends up giving back the majority of his day trying to make $1. Yeah. It's like, dude, listen, you have to set those measures when you're trading to the extent it's like, okay, this is how much I have realized. I'm willing to risk this, and if I hit that threshold, then I have to walk away with what I have, all right? A lot of yelling going on, but anyways, aside from that, hey, man.
Look at what Next Gen just said.
What do you say?
Y'all should get some influencer visas, like the only girls, and move to the USA. Okay. Hey, Ram, I'm just reading out what they're writing, man. I'm not vouching for it, but...
An influencer visa? Do we need
I guess, yeah. I think you need a visa for any form of work.
Any form of work?
Yeah, even if you're streaming, I think that's still considered work. But that's
okay. All right, man.
I don't know what to say.
But what we do, we got to shout out to the individual who suggested that, man. We don't throw any of those recommendations out the window, but the probability is extremely low of that happening. All right, guys, we got a $10 super chat from the Chain Reactor.
I love this.
I like that name.
Yeah.
All this good news, Rocket Lab, and the stock is still absolute trash. He's stating. Is this thing ever going to break above 100 again? If it breaks 88, I'm out. I just don't see this breaking $65.
Look at that shot, bro. Look at that.
You started. Now you copying me with that shot, man.
Bro. You're blocking it, man. Why are you blocking it?
But my shoulder stopped, man.
God, this guy, bro.
Every time, I know you don't. Sorry, my bad. I apologize.
This guy's blocking my flex.
But every time I do it in your angle, Assassino changes it. I don't know why.
Yo, Wapadia gets tilted every time we talk about muscle, bro.
Yeah.
This guy, I'm not going to say anything
called
bad.
You egg boy, man.
Yeah, I know, but to be honest, I can just imagine what this guy is.
Call him baby one.
Either probably gets knocked over in a stiff or he's a rotunda individual.
Bro, that's crazy.
I'm thinking it's probably one of the two there because I think it really tilts him the wrong way.
Bro. But blown over in a stiff breeze is crazy activity, man. The disrespect is huge. Where are we going?
We got to go up to Juan and Adair for the Euro segment.
Yeah.
Very apt timing here. I'm getting some comments coming through from Bank of England Governor Bailey as we're about to digest what happened in the European markets. Those did just close, guys. It is 11:32, so they've been closed for 2 minutes. What do we need to know about what happened in the European session one?
Thank you, Dara. Yeah, I've got some updates on Bank of England coming up. So European markets trading mostly higher overnight. Strong corporate earnings countering that of the tech sell-off, as well as Bank of England rate hold. So we take a look at the stock index, stock 600, advancing a little bit cleanly, outsizing that of industrial as well as banking beats, outpacing that of the retail drag. One of the retail drags that I want to talk about is in Germany. Adidas dropped by about 16% as rising costs offset that of an upgraded revenue forecast. So they didn't do too well, probably most because of the geopolitical tensions happening right now. Airbus also fell over 3% despite strong Q2 results, only reaffirming their full year guidance. So there's no increase in their guidance for the full year, but only just reaffirming it. And there's also higher inflation data coming out of Germany and Spain, boosting that of an expectation that the ECB might hike up their rates this year, maybe in September. Over in France, rebounding from yesterday's previous session losses, the biggest name, Schneider Electric, up by 11%, more than 11%. Record first half results on upgraded guidance, as well as driven by strong AI demand and margin expansion. We also got some GDP economic data coming out of France. Their second quarter 2026 GDP grew by about 0.2%. Beating the forecast of a revised 0.1% contraction last quarter. So not too bad in France. Over in the United Kingdom, Shell gained by about 1.1% after reporting their strongest quarterly profit since early 2022. Rolls-Royce also surged by more than 5% after upgrading their 2026 guidance. But on the economic front, you mentioned earlier, Bank of England voting 6-3 to keep their rates unchanged at 3.75%. So with these in mind, I mentioned about GDP print coming out of France, as well as the growth in Spain and Netherlands. Spain's hotter than expected July consumer price metrics that could signal some persistent core inflation in the region. So we have some July Eurozone CPI data coming up on Friday morning in Europe. So a hot print fueled by Spain's faster than anticipated inflation rate also would cement a real hawkish stance for a September ECB rate hike. So yeah.
Lots about rates and lots in focus here in Europe, but don't worry, we'll see Juan again at this desk at 3:30 p.m. to talk about what's happening in the Asian markets, which is always a lot. So join us then. Don't be late. Don't miss it. We'll send you back to the guys for now.
Don't be late.
Don't be late.
And you know what is not late? CYCU. There goes CYCU into a high of day, 64.5 pennies. We got 46 on this monster. Watch out, guys. We're looking for a key technical resistance now at around 2/3. I'm thinking 63 to 66. Let's see how this cookie crumbles, but it's been good to me so far. My only kind of complaint about CYCU is I didn't get the 50 penny ad. Now, this did dip into 52.5. I don't know why, but I had the bias that 50 was the key technical level. It ended up looking at the closing prints on the 5-minute chart as the technical support level, which is 52. So I couldn't get the 50. So I'm a little disappointed in myself for that. I should have been a lot more alive and, you know, been a bit more aggressive. I didn't have to wait exactly for 50. I could have, you know, taken it at 53, 52.5, whatever. So CYCU, this is ripping up now. It's 123% to the good. It could see $1, right? You look, it's not breaking down. That's the thing. It's not, and it's not bamboozling you either, at least not yet. The bamboozlement may come a little bit later. So, you know, my little soliloquy earlier about, you know, the small caps not really having the juice to continue into the $1, $2, $3, this one could put that theory to the test, okay? So 62 incoming right now with a 64, 61 high. We're going to keep a close eye on this now. Now, here's the deal. Key and Peel. It's hanging here, Joey, and I don't know how to feel about this. So we're going to hang out here with Key and Peel a little moment longer. But I'm starting to feel like maybe... Ooh, get it, Sia. I'm starting to feel like this one may not have the juice. In any event, GVH added into this one. I still will hold GVH into 116. I will add into 116. That's VWAP where it's hat sport. If it loses that, I'm out. Simple as that. So Ben Affleck, speaking of XLV, what do you think about Lil Wayne? HGH gut. I don't know. I wouldn't put him in the HGH category. I think he's got good lean mass.
Is he?
Yeah, he's pretty ripped.
Good lean mass. I like how you pun unintended there.
Lean mass? No, you can have lean mass. It's just mass without the fat.
No, lean.
Yeah, but he's not about that life anymore.
Well, yeah, because he almost died. How many times he almost have to die in order to not be about that life?
Away from lean.
All right, guys. Yeah, this stock. Listen, we're gonna get out of NVDA here. We're posted up to see if we can catch that fill. It just seems like we're trying to deal with a lost cause going to the long side, an hour straight to the downside, giving up the majority of its gains. I've seen this within this pre-market run. So if we're fortunate to get any form of a snapback, then we'll get out of that one, and then we'll reassess the situation to see if we can find something else. You see what I was referring to not too long ago? So there it is. We're all out of NVDL. And as that name continues to slide, we're not basing out, trend line still fully intact, all right? So try to catch the top end of the candle, and then sure enough, if you can head a little bit lower, the top end of the wick, post up, don't punch, because you want every cent matters, okay? So you can see that we are in at 40 flats. Now, as for this name, we talked about it. It comes this far back, right? At some point, you'll be able to get a better trade. So maybe I'm just looking in the wrong spots. How's Microsoft been here throughout the day? Pull back towards the volume weighted average price. Now starting to get the ball rolling over there. So not all. Well, okay, Hangry Wife. We won't repeat that one there. But Joe, how to say Shriram for the sake of BFS? Okay, yeah. Sorry, Rich Kid. I'm saying it wrong. Maybe we'll get Sia to correct me on the pronunciation of what that's going on for the sake of VinFast. So, yeah, it's Shiram, right? Am I pronouncing it correct now? Shiram. All right. Anyways, aside from that, yeah, I mean, here it is. METU, guys, 1740. Can we post up at that level? I'd rather get it at the lower end of the range. Now, as for that, 725 might be a little bit of a stretch. We had a fake out here. It's just a perpetual downtrend, man. I think you want to wait for it to be broken at that level. So here it is. Let's head over to our watch list and see how Tesla's been performing here today. $305. Did we break? Oh, we went down to 293. 293 and then found a little bit of a bounce / bottom here. But if you look at the price action, it's not pretty, man. I do believe that there's going to be substantially more. Substantial might be a little bit of a stretch. But yeah, I mean, you're back at levels of November of 24. You go even further back, then it's like, okay, yeah, you've missed nothing for 5 years. October of 25, and then you're gonna head back into 21, like 6 years almost from this point. 276. I can definitely see Tesla falling into that. And I mentioned this not too long ago. I mean, Dan Ives was like, investors kind of getting tired. what being patient with Tesla, I think now's the time. Like, you've waited all of this time to kind of get to the point where he's actually starting to build everything out. There's no point in bailing now unless you feel that there's a better place to park your money, which, I mean, there usually is. It's just tough to find at times.
I was reading an article. Wasn't it like the most oversold it's been since 22? Did you read that article?
No, I never read that article.
Yeah, it was like 2 or 3 days ago.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, man. It's the market. It's the beast of
No,
itself.
it might be time to buy it, Joey. That's what I'm saying.
Well, that's what
Oversold,
I'm saying.
I know
Now's
you
not the
are,
time
yeah.
to pull the shoot on Tesla if you've been holding for 6 years.
Exactly.
Like, you got another couple of years ahead of you. I stand in the camp that Optimus Gen 1 probably going to be a bust, but I think that the Cybercab is going to be really, really a needle mover and a structural change within our day-to-day lives.
Yeah, I hope you're wrong.
About
about Optimus being, a Gen 1.
Gen 1?
I hope you're wrong on that, but from what I've seen, I think you're going to be right.
Yeah.
Just based on, but that Benioff video, I think we're going 6 to 8 months deep now on that Benioff video, right? A lot could have happened. Remember when Benioff was trying to instruct it to get
the coffee and stuff like
that?
that?
From the kitchen, and it was just like, oh.
I think it's key word to Gen 1. Like, it's the first generation of this stuff. Like, if you go back and you look at the first iPhone, how trash is it now compared to what we're using, right?
You're not wrong, bro.
Yeah.
But you know what keeps me optimistic about it? Is I think that the mechanics of it, like the actual robotics components, are going to be good. So if the mind, vis-a-vis AI and the operational software, can always be updated via over-the-air updates, I think we could actually get a good one, eventually, even if the first one is a little bit of a bust. Again, the robotics have to be good.
Eventually, absolutely, eventually.
But you may not need to buy a new one, was what I'm trying to say.
Oh, you get the update.
Wow.
No, but dude, it's like everything. Like,
the
greater, the further along in the product you get in the product line, you iron a bunch of things out and it gets better and better. I don't know if it's for the everyday household, the Gen 1s. I don't think that's going to be the case.
All right, guys. CYCU went to 69 on the dot. That's where I'm waiting. It didn't cross. I didn't get the print. I'm not gonna exit here. I see 66 selling. So CYCU is an absolute storm of prints here. This is a really good, technical trade. We need a little bit more on it though. And again, my mistake here was not adding at the 52 penny area. So that's on me. We'll look to do a little bit better next time. We're still involved with that one, profitable. And then I did add here on GVH, but I think that that's going to be the end of the matter for me here on GVH because it's putting in lower lows and lower highs. Yeah, and just as I say that, it fails. I should have punched right when I said, and then it fails right back down into my entry. So we'll give back a little bit of profit there, but that is, part of the process. And here comes CYCU into 69. Big move up, 68.8. 68.3, not crossing, ending the trade here. We'll take it at 68 and change. So good look here for CYCU, but my question is, where do I add? There goes 69. Here comes 70. This could see 75 pretty easily here, guys. Here comes 70. There is 70 high of day. Ripping into 71.9. That's 72 pennies. Look for the price spike down and then move right back up as people will take profits into key technical levels. 71.90, 160% in the Ville of Green now. We could see 75, and if we see 75, I'm going to start thinking 88s. We'll keep an eye on this one. Let's go to Sia.
Keep an eye out on Goldman Sachs as well. GS, a little bit of an uptick here. So the Financial Times reporting that situational awareness will continue as a private investment firm and holds a $5 billion stake in Anthropic. So Goldman Sachs was involved in its public equities book sale talks as well, while Millennium Management also submitted a bid for the particular portfolio. That is what's causing a little bit of an uptick, just to mention, by Financial Times over here. GS a little bit to the upside.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, KC,
Yeah, I know,
526. She's doing it live. Shout out to K. 20 Trader TV live memberships for those who are in the chat. If you are not in the chat, Tiff, they can't get a membership. That's the thing. If they're not engaging in the chat, y'all can't get a membership. She's just blessed. E777N, Askenor, Ivan KO, Brown, Strat King, we got Holy Light, J Trades, Daniel P. We got who else? Nixie, 1998, TF Trizzle, Jordan, L3, Uncle Sandy. No, blocked. Nobody can use the moniker Uncle. Fun Guy, 1086. I can't hear you, Fabian. You're going to have to put it up a little bit more, brother. If they received a gift, Fabian, you're a brilliant man. If you received a gift, how about we thank KC526 in the chat? Damn right. Get my man. Love it. All right, guys. We're going to send you up to Sia. She's got news.
QCOM on the upside, towards the upside here. So Qualcomm CEO Cristiano Amon saying that memory chip price increases is very dramatic. Qualcomm to the upside is still climbing, currently trading around 152.56 at the moment. CEO saying memory chip price increases is very dramatic.
All right, guys, let's see. Attempt number 2. This time we have substantially more shares on this trade. NVDL is what we are long. You can see we have a bit better of an entry price, but someone's asking me. I'm like, dude, honestly, I would avoid it because you can see how much it's struggling to even pop and hold anything. Any form of pop is met by some form of resistance, but we get out and then we get back in. And the objective of this and what the game plan is that like you really want to increase your risk to reward, right? So if I'm still holding on to this position, then I'm not even back at break even. This one we're slightly in the money, but nothing to write home about. Okay. I do have more than double the amount of shares though, about 2.5 times here. Oh, okay, we'll take that one there, Sharif. Okay. Little 10-cent poppy to the top side, but again, going to get greedy and maybe look for a move back towards the volume-weighted average price.
Say poppy?
It's not November.
I know, but you said poppy.
Yeah, nice little pop. Yeah. Or how did you not know I didn't mean poppy chula?
That's true. You were doing your Spanish. This dude was on Duo in the morning. He's like, I didn't do my Duo Spanish yesterday, so he start smashing.
That's what I do usually in the first thing in the morning is just trying to get the neurons or whatever they're called flaring up.
How many days of a streak do you have now, Sharif?
26.
That's it's really good.
It's not great.
It's good.
Yeah, I know. 80 is.
Hold on now.
Yeah.
Why is it the person laughing the hardest here in the back?
Hold on.
Probably doesn't even probably have a streak.
You know how many times Duo has prompted me to remind Sharif is a hater because that's her name on Duolingo.
Yeah, I know.
Right?
So the person laughing the loudest
it's reminded me to tell her to get her rear end back on the platform because she doesn't do anything.
Open up the app and laughing the hardest is crazy. No,
it's Sharif is a hater, hasn't been on the platform in a really long time. Why don't you nudge her? So I'll nudge her. She doesn't respond.
If the app could collect dust, it would in Ramin's case. So I mean. Crazy. But there it is, right? Like this is what I'm talking about. You get a strong pop into 2740, right back to the downside. So all that's happening with this name is just the expenditure of mental capital.
That's so true. Yeah, man. No, she's good times, man. You know, we're just busting her chops right now, but Ram's busy, man. She's busy bothering her husband or something.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I was gonna say you're probably busy doing something else. I'm like, what are you talking about? Yeah.
Just pleased with that comment.
Yeah.
Let's go to see if she's got news.
Just a couple comments more coming in from the CEO of Qualcomm saying that higher prices are also changing consumer behavior, and you have him saying as well that auto demand will drive future growth. Qualcomm to the upside, settling around $152 right now.
I've seen that eye grow.
If you say socks really fast, does that remind you of spell it out, Fabian says. Does that remind you of a Spanish word?
I don't know, man. You're asking the wrong guy. Listen, I got shares on here with NVIDIA.
Yeah, all right. We'll let him concentrate, Fabian. Maybe we'll bug
spelling socks out loud. Ramin, that's crazy.
He's just a...
Don't forget, this is the individual who stated you can still score when there's a goalie, which is crazy.
Bro,
hold on, man. I need
We're gonna have to block
This is
her,
my
man.
Yeah. I gotta copy and paste this and then send it to my guy.
She just called her hubby a roommate.
Yeah, man, that's crazy.
All right. Just the utter
The roommate,
disrespect
man.
for hubby here. Oh my
Man,
days, Ram
madness.
Ram. Oh my days.
Madness.
Oh my goodness. We were just talking about the Ursher incident there, and we were
Ursher baby.
praising the
To that girl, yeah,
yes.
you put a ring on that girl's finger.
There
for
you
sure.
go,
That's what
bro.
we were
Anybody
saying.
see the Usher debacle there? It was quite interesting. Anyway, all right, Dave's dumbest trade o'day.
Okay.
Oh boy. Goog call August 21st, 26, 3:55 strike just got in. Ram, you going to take that? Ram, we need a comment back from you in the chat, man.
Oh.
Someone just dropped 10
What's it
in
saying?
the chat. I just read it, brother.
Oh.
Yeah, I know you're concentrating. It's all good. All right, guys, out of CYCU. This one's got a topping tail candle in a 73. I just didn't like the fact that the topping tail candle, and it's a doji candle too, set up at a key technical level, and this current candle is got a lower high. It's not a lower low quite yet. There seems to be a buyer at around 69, but you know, I felt like maybe this one could be turning a little bit here. So I got out. If it can kind of show me that it can take out some of the sellers at 72.5, 73, we could get back in. Otherwise, I'm just going to steer clear of this for now. We're still holding keel at 12s. It's showing me 21s, 21. But I'm not ready to add or do anything on this one quite yet. I think maybe if it moves back in to the mid to high teens, I could add on this one because that upward channel on keel is still looking pretty good. But here we go. CYCU back in to 72 territory. And again, it finds resistance. This could lose trend now, guys. 67, 66. This feels like it just lost prior bar low. Okay, so my spidey sense was right on this one. If we can take out 74, I'll get involved. But right now, we have a lower high and a lower low on the 5-minute setup. That is not for me at the moment. I have to set up in a bit of a better way. I'm seeing possible support at 65 to 62.5. So we'll see if that ends up coming in. Yannick, any movement on JMKE? Let's have a look. So, of course, we've got Jersey Mike's IPO coming in today. It should be, you know, maybe the next hour, hour and a half. No, Nick, sorry, who was that? Yannick, $23 on the dot. Neil, you guys were watching the tap all morning, right? It's been 23 most of the day. Hasn't moved, says Neil. So, you know, there you go. It's been locked in at 23. Let's bring in the imbalance locator and take a quick look at how many shares they've paired off. So this is going to be on the New York. So let's go ahead and switch from NASDAQ to New York. Apply, okay. There it is right there. Oh, this is a light bunch. We've paired about 3 million shares so far. There's a sell side imbalance to the tune of 65. We'll see how long that lasts, okay. So that's what we're seeing right now. We're seeing paired volume about 3. The imbalance size is still decently large at about 65. We'll see how this ends up going. I'll keep updating you guys on the theoretical auction price as well as the imbalance locator. All right, continuing to watch CYCU come back in. Looks like it might have some support here as I kind of predicted around 66, 65. Let's see if it holds up. And then I got out of GVH because, well, it feels like it's going to break down, and here comes the breakdown and the loss of VWAP, bleeding its own blood down into 112, where the players are certainly not dwelling here, but that's all right. Any small cap gappers, guys, that I've missed? I'd love for you guys just to get my attention on this one because I'm not liking anything right now. I've got to be honest with you, other than the ones that I'm just involved in. CBRG, I could get involved in this one possibly at 380 for a VWAP bounce because that's what. Yeah, you know, we could probably get a little bit of support at around there. Couple of reasons for that, guys. You guys often ask why I'm getting long at VWAP. Well, there's 2 reasons. One, the shorts, who, you know, are short 420, 415, 410, oftentimes their profit target is the volume weighted average price. So they're buying there. So sometimes you get a bit of a short covering bounce. But also the longs, like myself, are looking for VWAP. So sometimes you get double the buying at the volume weighted average price because shorts are covering as well as longs getting in. So that could be an entry as well. Zion says PN. You know, Adam has been pounding the table on PN, I think pretty much all morning. So let's take a look at PN. For whatever reason, man, the charts today are a finicky bunch.
Not
so,
charting.
Yeah, I know, right? PN, yeah, I don't know, man. Geez, look at this. It already froze again. It just loaded and then it froze.
Yeah, mine
again.
were doing that earlier too.
They were doing that, eh?
Yeah.
All right, we're good now, Joey. So let's throw that on. PN. All right, your boy Joey's in a new position. We're going to find out super quick what it is. Look, guys, if PN can get above 19, I could get interested. Until then, I stay clear, Joey.
All right, good stuff, man. So again, we're engaged in this trade. We get out a couple cent loss, right? And it just tanks. And then the reason for me getting back in here is to curl back over. This could just be a liquidation grab. And then maybe we get a little bit of a move higher. But if that's not the case, considering I put on another, this is the largest position of the day. I added another quarter, so 25%. That is, look, you see mine loading up here. It's been doing that all day.
Yeah.
So if we break and don't have any form of a rebound, then it's either I'm just too early or it's not going to happen here on today's session. So we're accepting of both fates, right? So we're in this looking for this some form of a pullback because this morning run has been met by zero buying after that, right? And it's just been straight downside here. We're only up about 1.5% now on the day. Cracks 25, then we have to get out, and it is what it is. Meta looks like it wants to get a little bit of a move going here. Tough consolidative day here within this specific underlying asset, guys. Just hugging the volume weighted average price, though. We will give it credit where credit is due, and then finding somewhat of a rebound, but the volume just not supporting that breakout once again. All right. So yeah, definitely. Maybe we just avoid some of these tech names and head over to small cap land, especially if we're looking for the longs in the momentum. I think it's at some point we have to come to the realization that it's not working and we just accept it for what it is. And I think that's going to be the narrative with POR and VDA. Someone was asking me in the chat, again, even though I'm trading it, I wouldn't suggest looking for something along these names or other different underlyings, and I like what okay.
What happened?
All right, well, we just got a strong flush here on the tape. Look at all these orders hit the ask, Sharif. Look at that. You see that?
Jeez. All same gateway? Where's your gateway on that, man?
No, I don't. It doesn't, like, me determining. Yeah, what is that?
Just so you can know if they're coming on the same print, my boy.
That's fair. But if it hits the tape, like they could sweep the market, then sure, you can hit a bunch of different gateways. But yeah, that was some strong buying there. Let's see if that can be continued. We did add some more size to it. So help, stuck in ONDL, what would you do? Should I hodl? I don't know if this is a small cap name. I'll leave that up to, I don't know is that even a ticker? ONDL. I don't even see that. Or is it ONDI?
Yeah, there's ONDL, Joey. It's I think it's a long. It's the leverage long. I've seen it before.
ONDL?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, ONDAS? Yeah, if it's a leverage play, then you have to get out. It's that simple, man. These aren't long-term investments. Like the only reason you should be trading with these vehicles is from an intraday perspective. Short-term swings with momentum. All right, and you better pray because you want to INTZ. How are you gonna keep ITEZ? I've never even heard of this one here before. But yeah, you can't hold these things. They're not investment vehicles, these leverage products. That's what's so frustrating about what's going on in South Korea and across the board, right? Like you have people holding these products who don't really know what happens from a decay standpoint. And when your underlying asset just gets hit really heavy, it needs double the recovery. All right, it irks me just knowing that people get stuck in these positions, but they don't care because they'll just take your money. They just know the market doesn't have any emotion. These guys, it's not about ethics in the stock market, unfortunately. So yeah, here it is, right? Like you get this pop volume, but immediately met by some form of selling. We'll have to hop out of this bad boy momentarily as Meta is heading towards the lows. Yeah, all right, so there it goes. It cracks again, so 5 cents. If this support level breaks, then we do have to get out of this position and look for some small cap trades.
That's what I want to hear, Joey. That's what I want to hear, man.
I like the Momo, right? I like the style momentum, and we're just not getting that right now.
Mike, GY. Okay, first of all, I want to call out WLDS. Bovin just called that. I told Bovin I don't like it because it's too light of volume, but WLDS is up 25, almost 26% here. So let's put some respect on this one's name, but the volume has zero respect here. 837,000 shares done on the day. Let's look at GY for Mike. Hey, GY. Just looking quick here. Sorry, guys, the charts are a little finicky today, so we're just going to have to pack a little patience while I do that. Corey Marshall dropping 5 nice ones in the chat. ITEZ. Sorry, he says. We'll look at that one in a second. Adam James abroad, DFNS, boom. I'm watching it, man. It just popped up nicely into about 85 3/4, showing 82 right now. Pack your patience there. Corey Marshall as well with the earlier super chat at 199 saying, help, stuck on ODL. Oh, that's the one that Joey covered. Thank you for that. And then Augustus Plays, 199 super chat. Thank you very much, brother. You hear Ken Griffin's story? Bought out Leopold. No, I didn't hear anything about this. Did you hear about the Ken Griffin story?
No, I haven't.
I don't know anything about this. Tag me, brother. I have no idea. I'll check it right now while we send it up to Sia and Neil for happening now. But I just want to cover those supers first before we went, guys. So yeah, we're going to send you up to Sia at the moment for happening now, and then Neil has his lesson of the day.
Let's take a look at the major averages before diving deep into what is happening now, because we do have a cruise line we're talking about. The SPY currently up 1% on the day. The triple Q's up over 2.5%. Not a bad look here for the triple Q's. Dow currently up 0.68%, and you have the IWM inching closer to 8%. Let's take a look at two tickers. I did talk about Qualcomm here just a couple minutes ago, but there was another thing that I just wanted to mention that was coming in, saying that Qualcomm's exposure to the China data center market is similar to that of its rivals. It's currently pulled back a little bit from the uptick that it was causing. It's trading around $151.5 at the moment. Let's also take a look at the cruise line that I was talking about. NCLH is what I want to discuss. Norwegian Cruise Line Holdings falling over 7% on the day, trading around $19.21. Its quarterly expectations today has been hit, but it has lowered its guidance. So its competitors have highlighted the impact of the Middle East conflict. But Norwegian CEO John Chidsey has said instead that, quote unquote, it's mostly on them and not the macro. And he continued saying that, and that the vast majority of the company's problems are all along self-inflicted. So with that, you have Norwegian, that is NCLH, down close to 7.5% on the day. But before we head back, Neil, give us your lesson of the day.
Thank you, Sia. Discipline is always a valid lesson and a good lesson that you have to have. Discipline is the kind of thing that will get you away from FOMO. It'll limit your losses. It will give you the ability to bounce back a little bit better, because when you're wrong, you don't lose as much. All of the things that you've probably heard a million times. But I think today it's just very instructive when you get a big move up, because oftentimes, even if you're looking for long, probably the easiest way to get FOMO. And sometimes people say, oh, FOMO is about, or revenge trading, or just bad decisions usually comes from like taking a hit. I would actually argue that a lot of times, like, what can lead to the worst trade is the FOMO of missing out on something big. And this morning, insert long anywhere. I mean, I'll use the example of Microsoft, where we've seen time and time again on earnings, stocks gap up. They're looking like parabolic because they're gap double digits on a big cap tech name, big to, not necessarily mega cap, but big to mega cap. And we've seen like the dip opportunity be in there. In this particular case, if you were looking dips there was absolutely no chance to go. It was just a clean breakout trade. And if you haven't been a breakout trader in a very long time, because it's just not what the market sentiment is, you're sitting there on the sidelines for anything clean. Obviously, you can have a little bit of FOMO when that happens. You can look over it like a DRAM and have a little bit of FOMO. The best thing you can do, and there's a reason why every time it was coming back to me, you heard me say a few of the same things. If a stock, I'm not chasing. If a stock is is relatively weak and putting in lower highs as the market's breaking out, then that's a thesis that I can work with, because that's a setup that makes money for me. Or something that I would talk about was a very specific setup that I was looking for. Show me something that has failed a breakout and is still a potential short, or it's at a key price level, right? So it's like, is it part of the thesis? Has it failed under resistance? Like, that's what led me to, okay, now I'm just waiting around while all this FOMO happens for the stock that was underneath big resistance levels. underneath yesterday's close or yesterday's open prices. Like we're back to where we were 24 hours ago. And then it was like a hit it and quit it. And you got to be willing to get stopped out sometimes. I'll perfectly admit it's a different day if I don't take a stop out in SMCI the first time and just get it clean through VWAP, but that's part of the game. But what I think you need to be able to do is I even said, okay, well, after that was done, I want to see something which failed early and is putting in lower highs. There should be zero surprise that as the market is showing strength like this, my gut is telling me if I don't have long entries that I like or I don't want to chase a move, I'm going to look for things that are resisting that because it's the lowest hanging fruit. Low hanging fruit, it's a lot easier. Sometimes it's really easy to see something that is weak relative to the overall market and then just patiently wait for that. Look for that next opportunity that fits you. And this is not about this is the trade to have or like look for something that broke out at the open and failed to break, failed to continue, and is now putting in lower highs because it's clearly counter trend to the market. And then I have a little bit of an edge looking at that trade. That's just what I'm looking at. It doesn't really even make a difference. That's not the point. The point is you could be looking at DFNS. Like you could be pivoting from, hey, these other trades aren't working for me and I FOMO'd missing out on DRAM and Micron and all of that. But hey, I like these small cappers, so let me go over here. I think I heard Joe say something along the lines of, I'm gonna look at some of the small cappers this time of day. Maybe you're waiting around for the IPO. It doesn't really matter. Maybe your alpha is looking for like an earnings play that gets going late, like a Starbucks. Like Starbucks pulls back in, puts in a higher low, and you're waiting for this to participate in a breakout. I don't care particularly what the setup is. The most important thing is that when you get into that mode of FOMO or a big market move that you may have missed, you can't go back in time. There is no, like, once DRAM has gone 44 to 48 and 48 to 51, you're not going back in time and getting that 10, 15, 20% move all over again. You're not going to find a Bloom Energy that's going to give you 20% or whatever the heck it was off of the open. That's just not going to be there. You can only rest back on the trades that are in front of you. Maybe it's a pullback into VWAP and bounce play, where you just look and take a fraction of the move. You can't recreate this parabolic action. You just have to look for the regular trades that are going to be there. And I know, like, it seems like it's boring, but guess what? On a day like today, there's a really good chance that the trades you find after, say, 10 o'clock or during the midday are going to look a little bit boring relative to what we had at the open. That's completely inevitable. You're not going to see Bloom go $40 at the open and then go another $40 in the middle at lunchtime. It's just not how it's going to be. So if there's a reason to focus back on the setups that work for you, or just going back to, okay, these are things that work in the middle of the day, this is what I look for, having that kind of a rule base or that kind of an approach is even more important on days like today. Because FOMO will have you looking left and right at Bloom Energy and IREN and DRAM and Micron that have had these ridiculous moves, and Microsoft. But that's gone. That was gone in the first 15 to 20 minutes at the open. What's left are the opportunities out in front of you, and that is what you have to focus on. That's what discipline means. That's why, don't worry about focusing on what happened in the past. Traders should not be living in the past, and sometimes 15 minutes ago was the past. Sometimes 5 minutes ago was the past. Focus on what is next. If you want to reflect on the trading day and how you did, do that journaling after the close. You've got work to do, which is to get back in and look for what the opportunities are right here and right now. And a lot of times, there's going to be a ton of FOMO, and you have to take a step back and realize you cannot go back 30 minutes ago and try to recreate those moves. Just look for what works that time of the day, what you usually trade. You know what I like, and I know what I like, so I just go right back into that. And then I find one or two of those, and a red day turns green. But it's not really even about that, because I actually hate that nonsense. It's not even about that. It's simply about finding something that is positive expectancy for you and ensuring that that is what you are doing. And then you do a little bit more of that and go on and on. But congratulations to anyone that happened to be in Bloom Energy, man. That stock is absolutely insane. Can we just, before we throw back, I haven't touched the lunch, so I can't give you a, I can't give you my judgment on how the lunch tastes. It's rice and, it's like a rice and chicken. So, but it looks like maybe like a teriyaki chicken. I'm guessing. I don't really know. I haven't tasted it. So let's call it, I'm just going to call it teriyaki chicken. But here's the best. Let's end it by this. Come to my chart for a second. If you were a breakout trader, whoops, there's a DRIN. So when I type, usually if I type out BS stock, nothing comes up. IRAN. Unbelievable breakout trades that you've seen. Microsoft, I think these are the charts. When you see this, it's unbelievable. Microsoft continues to make highs. Anyone that was in on this, you have to love it. But I'm going to end with this fact. Something's up with ARM. You would think after a good quarter in the rally that we're getting, I know it's up 7%, there's something a little bit fishy here. So it's only day one. I wouldn't overreact to it. It's only day one. But there's something weird about the amount of selling that is going on at the actual overnight highs. Right? Not the overnight highs, the Fed highs. So this one's a little bit fishy. All is forgiven as long as it can get above and hold VWAP as the market goes. But that's just a thought. I keep wanting it to be a breakout trade and catch up, but it hasn't happened yet. But patience requires you not to do anything while this seller is still intact. And that's what I'm getting on about, patience, and waiting for it to be true. If it's buying above there, then I have to wait till there's buying above or I don't make a trade. That's what it's all about. Going to send you guys back to the midday. It's Joey options. It's Sharif. Still waiting on Jersey Mike's. Literally no change on Jersey Mike's. $23 has been the tap the entire day. This might be the most boring IPO I've ever seen in terms of the indicated open, but we'll have it for you anyways. Good luck, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen.
There goes CYCU. Oh, man, I put the breakout trade at 71 and it ripped right into the hole. 81 pennies were halted to the upside. 81 pennies. Halt time options, man. 12, 11, 15. Earliest open, 12, 16, 15. TIFF. But I shall not disappoint you any longer. VinFast continues to expand beyond just vehicle sales. Joey, this week, VinFast India, they partnered with the great people at Shurham Finance to support EV financing access. And then Green SM, for their part, they launched an all-electric ride-hailing service in Kazakhstan, and they're actually using VinFast's VF6 vehicles. Together, these moves highlight VinFast's broader mobility ecosystem strategy. And if you're interested in learning more, you can certainly find them trading on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS. Thank you very much.
Shurham.
Yeah.
Shurham.
Shriram.
Oh, I was saying it right the whole time.
That duo ended up helping you somehow.
But
Good boy,
It's Ram is a god. So
say it again.
Shri Ram.
Shri Ram.
Ram.
Shri Ram.
Ram. Yeah. Not like
Shri Ram. All right, man. All right. Anyways, please feel. Yeah, take it off. That Sharif there. That guy was crazy,
bro.
But no, in all seriousness, correct me when I'm wrong. I have no issues with that, man. No shame held around here because you know why? Oh no, we didn't want to take that off.
Oh my days.
Good boy. Oh, that's crazy. Don't ever do that again.
Do it, Joey.
Here it is. No, but in all seriousness, guys, that's what we were talking about on multiple occasions, right? Get it, smallest position. Look for that bounce. It doesn't happen. Get out. Same thing again. We have almost 2 times the amount here. Boom. No continuation. No problem. Get out. So what did we take? From 27.30 down to 24. 5 cents worth of risk. Okay? We take that off. Now we get right back in at 27.30. I said not today. I'm sick of your ish. We're gonna hold on to this. Yeah, uno momento, please and thank you. So what we'll do here is 27.30, right? So we take 5 cent loss here. What do we get with the largest size on the day? We wait until 50s. So I mean, 20 cents, a 4 to 1 compared to what we had before, and more share size. So that's how it works out there. And we're fortunate enough that we are rejecting VWAP, but guess what, Sharif?
Yes, sir.
The SPY is right back at the high of the day. And also, guess what?
Say it ain't so.
We're going over the desk.
The IWM might just hit being up 1% today. It's up 0.77% at the moment. Let's take a look at 3 individual tickers. CLW, that is Clearwater Paper Corporation. That is down close to 2%. Now, there's just price target that has been raised to $20 from $17 by TD. We're going to take a look at STRA. That is Strategic Education, has reported revenue of $337.26 million, which is up 4.9% year over, and a diluted EPS of $1.71, which is a 24.8% increase when compared to the previous year ago quarter. Let's also take a look finally at NUWE. Now this ticker, NUWE, is up over 127% on the day. They've announced the acceptance by Frontiers in the pediatrics of a new single-center retrospective study supporting alternative anticoagulation strategies. This ticker up, well, over 133% on the day.
Case, I don't know why it's not letting me message you, but I'm out 426 on Key EL. There goes CYCU. It's Rip City. Rip City into the high. 96 penny high. We got 71. We're looking at 96s. Can we get above the dollar options, man? The answer to that question, asked and answered. Into the halt at 102. Let's go, CYCU. Rip City. Rip City. All right, we need a few more seconds lest this be a false halt. 3, 2, we're halted.
We're halted.
Boom! What a move up by CYCU. You know, the spidey sense was tingling a little bit, Joey, here, because straight up, it wasn't failing like many of the small caps who have failed this week. So it was like, get it, Tish.
Attaboy, Trav, man.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Bovin.
Trav, man, says he's back. Brother, you never left.
My man.
Hit the stone cold on that one. I can't count my boy Travman out there. Gorev, I haven't seen you in the chat today. Los Pollos was saying, "What up, Blicky?" We know Blicky's
Blicky.
in the chat, and most definitely Casey's in the chat as well too. So now
You just nominated Tisha for president.
Oh, okay, all right.
I'm gonna nominate Tisha for prime minister, my boy.
Oh, Canada.
Tisha for PM.
Here's this pullback, right? So I mean, we have a little bit more, about 15% of our position remaining. Let's see if we get another strong one here, push through the volume weighted average price. But right now it's acting like a defense system right now at this 195 marker.
A Patriot
almost
defense system?
A Patriot defense system right there. So let's see what 194 brings us. I don't love the shelf that's being formed, right? And then look at this. I'm screaming. I'm like, oh yes, meta. Maybe it'll finally start going. But if we keep an eye on our volume by time profile, at no point, you do have that one isolated volume print, but at no point does the volume step in and you're like, oh, okay, wow, we're really going to get going right now. If we'll zoom in here on our volume by time profile, we're ready to get going. But then look it's immediately met by. That's the thing that I hate. I dislike. Hate is a strong word. I dislike seeing the most is that you have these strong moves, but then it's just instantly met by stronger volume to the downside. Now, listen, hey, listen, I'm going to get all out. I'm going to take it. I'm going to take the money and run. It's what I was preaching to Hangry Wife here today. Now, we were negative on the day. We took 2 losses on NVIDIA, but that one win puts us at 3 times what our loss was at. So we're sitting in Greensville, USA at this point. So it's just like, hey, if you're not seeing what the market is showing you, or you're giving back too much realized and or unrealized gains, take it. And it's AC Slater. Let's go do something else. Now back into my spiel when it comes to in regards to the volume by time. All right. So this is volume, time makes sense. Okay. Moving forward. So what we got going on here is a nice breakout through a consolidation zone, but we didn't have the increase in volume. And once again, as soon as we peak and we run into a supply zone, you see the volume, the sell volume really step in and hammer price down. So it makes it significantly more difficult to trade these breakout style moves if the volume isn't supporting it. Okay, so that's why we always consistently talk about effort and result. If you know, right, cause and effect, effort and result. If you know, then it's really important to keep your eye on these things. Now, I'm happy that we got out of this NVDA 2730. It did take a couple attempts, and listen, I was going to stick to my strikes at the plate. As frustrating as it may have been, 3 strikes, you're out. We're fortunate to, we're not going to call it a grand slam or anything along those lines, but we ran into scoring position with that one, Sharif, and it worked out fine for us.
Can I run a stat by you that you may or may not know?
Yeah,
But I think
absolutely.
you or the viewers will be quite surprised. I was mentioning this to Neil in the morning, and
Yeah.
I think Neil probably doesn't want to hear this again. But what can I do?
Yeah.
Vladdy Guerrero
Yeah.
has yet to hit a home run at the Rogers Center, and we are well past the All-Star break.
Yeah, I know, man. It's not.
Neil, how
it
many
hasn't been good.
bangers does he have in general? Like, what has he got? 20?
He's got like no. He has like 6 or 7, man, max.
Are we kidding?
No.
Is he injured, man? What's going on with him? Yeah, he's got to be injured. I mean, how is he? Dog,
You know,
don't
you
go
didn't
for
bring in
that
the.
kind
You
of
didn't.
season.
Yeah. Well, that was the issue. So I don't know what. Maybe he's dealing with something, but he has been playing absolutely horrible. So if that was the case, you sit out for a while because what he's been doing hasn't really been helping the team, and you allow someone else to step back in. But yeah, you know what it gets like in the Dominican Republic, man.
What?
Crazy there.
Oh, you think so? You think it was off season?
Well, I mean,
crazy?
probably, yeah. I mean, you go back with all those American dollars. But no, listen, I thought Vladdy was really going to elevate. Like, that's what happens typically when you see teams go to the finals.
Yeah.
Even if you win or lose, you come back the following season. And it's not that you necessarily carry the momentum. It's just that you've leveled up as an individual and as a player in general.
Well, yeah.
And it was the polar opposite for Vladdy, unfortunately.
Resumption in 3, 2, 107 high. It's going to fail. Looking 103 buyer. It's going to fail one out. Out there. All right. Prior bar low, 86. Look for support in and around 86. Current bar low, 92. Showing 95. Watching. Let's see what the trend is on this one. I'm just going to switch to my 5-second chart, which will probably take more than 5 seconds to load, but that's okay. 108 high. Below $1 right now, CYCU the ticker. No trend yet. You know, you're still definitely within the range. Oh, okay, we just made a new bar low. 90 pennies on the dot. Current bar low. Again, 86.50 prior bar low. I'm talking about this one right here, okay? Watch out for the loss of prior bar. Halt level, prior halt level, not the one we just came out of, 81. So if that fills, we're probably going back to 75, 65. Continuing to watch, nothing to do yet. This, even though I'm yelling a little bit bearish, pardon me, right now, this current bar has a higher high and a higher low. I think things change if we lose 86 or 85, right? Right now, trend is still intact, even though, you know, we're below the dollar because we have a higher low and a higher high. So that's just the point that I want to make there, but I'm very interested in getting back into this one. You know, there haven't been too many that have been gapping up quite aggressively, but the fact that we're below $1 now kind of, I had a little bit of egg there, Joey. Yeah.
Save some for later.
Keep. I'm gonna stay out of this one. Is what I'm trying to say ineloquently here until I see a little bit more. We're still in trend, but we're also locked in the same range that we're in. 108 high, 90 penny low right now on CYC. So nothing for me at the moment, Jim.
All right, yeah. Colleen likes. Listen, I don't know. Like, I mean, we took an attempt on it earlier, and it was kind of the same narrative. I wish I did what I did over here with NVDL, is just get out at the break of this trend line. And I mean, you can already get in at a price in which we sold our last chunk at cheaper than what we sold it at, right? So, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen with this name. We've already had multiple attempts on the breakout, and it was just met by hectic defense.
Look at this thing.
Okay.
Look how long it takes to load. Like, look how long I've been waiting for the 5-second chart to come up there.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
It's such a
glitchy.
piece
It's
of
glitchy
crap,
here
man.
today. Apparently, people are pounding the table about the new platform that they have there.
What? IB?
Yeah.
Oh,
Have
the
another
desktop
one?
one?
I think so.
Yeah, I downloaded it and
Yeah,
never used it.
Never
Did
used
you?
it. No, I never used it either. Maybe we'll figure it out. Our boy Nimrud was actually saying,
Where is
using
that
as
guy?
well.
Yeah,
He's
you heard
doing his
anything
thing.
from him?
Yeah,
Yeah, you
he's
have,
doing
eh?
he's doing his
Good, bro,
he's doing
good,
his
good.
thing, obviously. But no, in all seriousness, guys, let's see what else we got going on. Caterpillar up 2%. Off of those highs. I just don't know. Oh, yeah, I remember what I was going to do. We're going to head over to the options chain. So you hit a 26% off of the highs here to that local low, off the highs to that local low. So, yeah, I mean, it's definitely been a good time for the short side of things for Mr. Big Boy Burry. Let's see what, okay, yeah, that's what we're going to do. Head over to the options chain, and we're looking at that $500 marker, right? No, we don't want METU. We want META. Now, as for this week's expiration cycle, we had to scroll all the way down to 500, which the size has increased. So there's a base there, right? There is a supply zone. You have the options writer. Congratulations. You collect $30 as of tomorrow, as long as you don't break the lows. And we have a 60% IV. So that can be a little bit of an uptick for this name without question. Then we were talking about Microsoft also bright and early this morning at approximately 8:25, and I was mentioning this $430 marker that is clearly under the water right now. So congratulations to whoever's successfully long this name from earlier. No way. Okay, that is insane. So let's pull this contract up. Good thing we have the ability to do that around here, Sharif. So $15. Look at the appreciation within this contract is absolutely insane. And I mean, people hit home runs with this. Obviously, a lot easier said than done. But look at this. You close at $1.40, and then now you're trading at, that's VWAP. Hold on, I got to compress this a little bit more. I'm not doing any justice. So if you were to be like, hey, I'm going to buy this $430 strike price at the close for just under $200, well, congratulations. There's your 1,300%, just like that, with an absolute monstrous move in some of these contracts. That's the beauty of them, and that's what our guy Trav Man for Real does in the chat really well. He's buying these far out of the monies for dirt cheap, and when he hits those home runs, it's way out of the park, Sharif.
Man, these charts are really not good today. On my black charts, of course, not the white ones are fine. They are the work platform. They work stellar. Everyone was telling me, look at PN, look at PN. Yeah, I just saw it break into 19 there, but you know, I had to load it on. I had to load it on the white charts here. So breakthrough 19. This is the resistance area that I was looking at, and I don't think it's decidedly cleared through that. If we can get above 20, hold above 20, I'll get involved. But it's light on vol. It hasn't cleared the technical levels yet, at least for my liking. I know it says 1820, 1860 on the bid. I'm gonna have to deal with an extremely wide spread there, so I'm not a big fan. I'm gonna keep watching it though, because look at this thing. Down, right, almost into a halt parameter. There's a 60 buyer here, otherwise it would be halting at 47. Come on, bro, give me a break. That is the kind of bamboozlement you wanna stay away from. That was from 19.25 down to 16.5 in one fell swoop. No, thank you. I want to mention CBRG and Keel. They're not sexy. They're not, ripping or anything like that, but they're steady state. CBRG found support at an area I wouldn't have been punching in at, which is 390. Not an area that I saw as technical support nor psychological. So don't know why it was trading in that way. Let's check the 15. Maybe something overlaps. The 10 EMA on the 15. Multi-time frame confirmation, ladies and gentlemen. CBRG finding support at the 10 EMA on the 15. So maybe the best kind of view here, I'm going to leave it on the 15 on CBRG. Keel continues to put in higher highs and higher lows using the 10 EMA on the 5 as support. And it really hasn't breached that at all. What's the 15 look like? Yeah, not usable there. So I'd stick on the 5 with Keel. But looks fantastic, man. CBRG, we're about 10 pennies off the high of the day, 420 high, showing 410 right now. CYCU is going to lose trend here. We have this candle that breached into 108, and then we have the current candle, 1225, that it's putting in lower lows and lower highs. So I think we probably head back to 80 to 75. Maybe I'm wrong. On CYCU, I'm going to keep it on watch, of course. That is, of course, if I can see it. As you can see, blanking out yet again on the black charts. Come on, IB. Come on, IB. Can't be doing this every day, man. Oh. Y'all suck. All right, let's get into CBRG here, Joey. CBRG. Yeah, I'm not going to look at that one for a sec. That's GCTK. I should probably leave this one on because this one hasn't a good opportunity. So let's put CBRG on here. And that is not on the NASDAQ, Amex? Yes, there we go. Amex stock, CBRG. 36%, 412 high. Yeah, this is setting up quite good here on the 15. I just think I may have missed my opportunity. And if I have to give it to support, I have to give it to 390. That's 21 pennies away. That's not what I want to do.
21.
That's not my move here. I can give it a random area like 5, 6, but it's not going to be based on technicals. So I got nothing on that one. So that's the look there. What else, man? What else? Any other ones that I'm missing, guys? I'm not a big fan of PN. I'm okay with GCTK. I'm going to leave it on the side chart here, but it's really CBRG for me right now, Keel and CYCU, if it can hold trend, right? So that's what I'm looking at. As always, though, guys, tag me if you want me to look at a small cap gapper. Ideally, guys, it's above VWAP. Above the pre-market high and all that kind of good stuff there. CYCU is getting a bid here. Here comes the dollar on CYCU. It's catching a bid. It just breached prior bar high, but it is still a downtrend. Okay, so let's see what we can do here on CYCU. Just got into the dollar, rejected. So good thing I'm waiting. Not done. Yeah, neither. I don't disagree with you at all, Case. I'm just worried about the lower highs, right? And sometimes I say to myself, all right, just wait for it to get to the $1.08. Let it clear the $1.08. Take out all the sellers, and then we'll squeeze whoever's still left above. But, that's all predicated upon it making it to another technical level like 125. And I don't know if we've got the juice for that. So let's keep watching here. Keel just pulled back in pretty aggressively. This is the first time on the day it's going to close below the 10 EMA. That's the first candle. So let's see what it does. The 20 EMA on the 5-minute chart is 417. 417 to 415. So let's see if it holds up there. Pathic. In kids at 54, it's moving now 61. Let's look at KIDZ. Oh boy, here we go again, Joey.
Okay, let me go over some super chats here that
Sure.
we forgot Blicky. How do I go to jail for a Family Guy reference? Canadians are strict as hell.
It's not us, man. It's Streamlabs, man.
Streamlabs. Yeah, but we better fall in line there, Blicky. Otherwise, you get a slap on the wrist around these neck of the woods here. All right, guys. Cheese in a chair. $10 super chat. Listen, you shirt tuckers. I've been religiously buying shares of Canadian National Railway.
Alfred, is that you in the chat?
All right, yeah. Canadian National Railway. Every time it dips, and pretty soon you silly Canadians won't be able to ride the train without paying me. All right, well, yeah, congratulations. I was actually on it last summer, and I needed to take a little bit of a jaunt from Windsor, Ontario to Toronto, so hopefully you got paid out on that one. Thank you very much,
were you
Daniel.
on VIA or CN? You were on VIA.
Yeah, I was on VIA, CN. Yeah, never mind, CN. Got those bad boys mixed up. But anyways, aside from that, I appreciate the shirt tucker comment.
Yeah, I do like that.
But so, yeah, I mean,
like, why is that a bad thing?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm tucking it in. What's the big deal, brother?
Tucked in or tucked out?
Yeah. That's Seinfeld.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Is it though?
Bed
I was
George, yeah.
I was using it from a different movie.
Okay, well,
I
guess
The Ringer with
I don't even know that
Johnny
movie.
Knoxville.
Okay.
When he's in the Olympics. Oh, you never seen that
No.
one? All right, yeah, tucked in or tucked out. But no, in all seriousness, guys, this is what I'm talking about. All right, let's see what everybody's up to. Then we'll get into some potential trades here.
Don't forget, we got to go to the desk.
Do we?
too.
Okay,
Yeah,
I didn't get that one. Meta not doing too much. Here it is to the downside, right? Like here's this trend still fully intact until it breaks it and you sit on the backside of this one. Then maybe you get another opportunity up to 27.65. Let's go over to the desk.
Let's take a look at what the markets are doing at the moment. The SPY currently up, inching close to 1.5% on the day. Let's start with electric tech. You have Apple down close to 2% now. Apple and Amazon reporting after the bell today, so important to look over here. Nvidia up 2% on the day. You have AVGO. Well, chip names overall, I'm seeing relative strength compared to the past couple of rough days they seem to have had. MU up over 15.5%. AMD, that's up over 12.5%. INTC as well, inching close to 12.5%. And all other names also seem to be in the green, with Dell also up 10% on the day. Tech services, Meta, not having a good day. It's almost close. It's going to be close to 10% down on the day. We saw the earnings report yesterday, and Sean and Neil also were not happy with it. The stock was tanking. Google currently flat. Microsoft, great day here, 16.5% now up on the day. You have Oracle also falling, that up 6% on the day. Netflix, Palantir flat. You CRM here also down 4.7% on the day. IBM down 2% on the day, and you have PANW that's up 1.3%. With finance, you have BRKB and Visa sliding towards the downside a little here. JPM up almost 2% on the day, and MasterCard that reported earnings pre-market today. Not a bad look here. The stock is up 2.2%. They reported earnings of $5.04 per share, beating Zach's consensus estimate of $4.77, and it has delivered a surprise of 5.66%. Not bad. MS and GS also up over 3%, whereas GS is up close to 4%. Retail trade, you have strength in Amazon here right off the bat, up 5.3%. All the other names in this sector seem to be pulling it down a little bit. Walmart, Costco, Home Depot all sliding towards the downside, with Walmart and Costco down over 2%, and TJX following the pack as well. Producer manufacturing, you have AMAT, CAT, and LRCX with GEV showing significant strength, with AMAT, LRCX, and GEV up over 7%, LRCX up 16, close to 17%, AMAT up 13, over 13.5. Whereas you have energy minerals, XOM and CVX lagging a bit down, 0.5% here. You've consumer non-durables, KO, PGP, MPEP also sliding towards the downside. The entire sector looking a bit of a bear over here. MO, that's down 9.2%. Health tech as well, not the best looking sector for the day. Lilly down over 3.5%. J&J down close to 3.5%. ABBV down 1%. MRK down close to 8%. Consumer durables, you have Tesla that's upside of 2.9%. Consumer services, McD and Disney falling 2%, and McD is 1.5%. But you have industrial sector, this one named PWR, that's up, soaring over 13.5% today. FIX is up above 10.5% today. And also another name is EME that's up, could hit 20% mark today, but it's up 18.2% at the moment. And finally, you have transportation and health services. Health services, I would say UNH up 1%, not a bad look. Non-energy mineral CX up 5%, not a bad look. In transportation, UNP down 2.2%, Uber down over 2.5%, Delta is up close to 2.5%, FedEx technically flat but red, 0.81% on the day, Dash also red, and CHRW looks like it's lagging, down 16% on the day.
So that's one tuck and one no tuck. Okay, Lupe? Who remembers this episode, man? And he never said you got that. That would be rude. Look at him in his little cap there, bro. What are you capping, man? There's nothing to cap there, my boy. Oh my days. Look at Jerry on the desk too. He's like on the bed. He's like, well, what is this guy, man? They were arguing about the tuck and no tuck, right? Because George likes to, kick his feet in the air and have what's it called? The sheets unobstructed. Shout out to my man George, man. All right, you guys. I knew you guys would know that. Get it, Ichiro. All right, man, I've got nothing on at the moment. We got CYCU still hanging here south of the dollar, so we're going to hang out and see exactly what CYCU wants to offer us, if anything. It's got resistance at the dollar, but it does have several higher lows in a row, so this could be a decided breach of the dollar. But there's an aggressive seller at 102, and that is prior bar high, okay? Current bar high a little bit lower, 101. So we're putting in lower highs. By the same token, we're putting higher lows. So you know what? We're going to go ahead and we're going to do just this, okay? We're going to do this. We're going to go for a breakout trade here possibly. And that's not something that I typically do all that often, right? So let's go ahead and just try this. Oh, man, as I was about to do it, it's going to halt up. Come on, bro. Just as I was entering the position, there's limit up, man. There's limit up. Oh, my days. Just as I'm entering the position, it limits up. Yeah, that's the way it is, man. Old man hands can't hang. Anyway, we're halted up 113. What do you got?
All right, man. Let's head back over to our watch list here and see what we got going on from the banks. Because, I mean, we might have a double top here on the SPY. I mean, right at 739, so we can take a look at that options chain momentarily. But I want to see how these bad boys are performing on today's session. Oh, JPM. Yeah, fantastic stuff. I still have some in my long-term account, but I actually sold in my swing account yesterday at a pretty good price. I mean, it is what it is. Oracle up 6 1/3% on the session. Bigger picture, nothing really to write home about. In Walmart, the staples, who are actually really, really weak here today. The staples are, man, down 17% off the high is Wally's World. So a little bit tougher of a look. Now, Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs is still hovering around there. You're only a couple percentage point off off the highs. But Chipotle Mexican Grill putting in a day, Sharif. As you can see, reporting after the bell yesterday. A little bit of a continuation here right out of the gate within this name. So hopefully that'll be something positive for Jersey Mike's. Jersey Mike's coming to market relatively soon. I mean, it is almost 1 o'clock, so at any given point, I do believe it can open. So keep your eyes out on that one, there, guys.
True.
And look at the airlines. Airlines pretty strong today, right? So Delta Airlines up 2.1/3%, 2.8% for BA, UAL 2.8%, AAL up 2.9%, and Southwest here up 1.5%. Cruise lines getting slacked, Sharif. So not too good of a look there. Boom to the downside. Straight. Did Norwegian report this morning? I can figure that out.
Norwegian Cruise Lines, NCLH did report.
It did, yeah. So
it was
boom.
down.
It was, and it is still
Okay.
down. So yeah, this is why we get out, right? Like, completely engaged. You have to take, this has to be taken into consideration, right? Like, it completely engaged. You're fortunate enough to get that pop. We're going against the grain. Things aren't doing what they wanted to do. We offload the position once the trend line is broken. And then guess what? Congratulations. We're right back to where we started. And it looks like the downward momentum is really going to start to pick up. Just as Joe said it, I was already on the short. Says T, what's up, yo? What's up, yo? I'm glad that you were, but what's not up is this name continuing to bleed its own blood, and the momentum to the downside is picking up in meta, guys. So be careful. Which angle are we on over here? My shoulders, Assassino. I can't move my arms too much. They're in real big pain. I didn't block it this time. I thought Neil was flexing over there. My shoulders are sore. I was icing. Man, I couldn't even sleep. I was literally up early in the morning icing my shoulders. So we got to see what we can go and do in the gym. It's going to be a leg day here, but nonetheless, I want to focus on what we got going on in the market. Never mind what we're doing at the gym. SoFi finally recovering here, up 4%, 15.98. Bigger picture, how are we looking? Not that great.
But
sometimes, to the downside, right? Yeah, sometimes something is better than nothing. And when you ask, please, sir, can I have some more? The market will only give you so much.
Please, sir, could I have some more rings? It's like it rings a bell as a joke, but it's not PG-13, hence cannot mention here. Guys, as the sell goes, as the bloom goes over here, the sell right back up into 23. I'm talking about F-sell, of course, one of the swings. We're still holding a piece, even though I did get stopped out of some of the sell through 20, which is fine. We're still holding the piece. So we'll be doing that. Now, Joey, I wanted to get your opinion on something, brother.
Yeah, for sure.
I have this feeling that Bloom could be caught in a consolidative range for a while. Would you recommend I sell calls on that?
Yeah.
Yeah?
The shares, yeah.
You want to take a quick look there? Think about, especially if we get caught in that 200 to 300 range. Think about that.
Oh, where am I looking at?
No, not intraday. Yeah. What do you think?
I mean, it doesn't
look at that.
seem
Look
too
at that
range
technical
bound.
support level that we bounced off.
I think that's going to be
a little bit to the left. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That 260 price, that's going to be resistance. Maybe between 2 and 3.
Yeah.
You don't want to bring it down so everybody can see?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But go to the left a little
put
bit.
it on a different chart.
On a different chart?
Yeah.
Because I'm thinking about maybe selling, like I've never sold calls before, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of like, I wanted to, generate a little cash.
Yeah, a little extra cash
cash
flow there.
Cash
I mean, from
flow.
the daily.
Yeah, so see that shelf?
This one
So
here?
look how cleanly we bounce off that
you bounce
shelf,
off
right?
that.
That's an aggressive bounce.
Yeah.
And then I think we probably stick in a range. If we break out, fine. They get called away. I don't really care.
Yeah.
Open.
Yeah, go 260 if you want.
260. 260? Okay.
Yeah, we can figure those out.
I'll probably have to message you again later today about that, but
Yeah, as long
for
as
now.
you got don't forget, one contract equals 100 shares.
Yes. No, we have more than that.
You have to have 100 shares.
Yeah, I have more than that, yeah. All right, guys. Watching here, set 120 resistance, big seller on CYCU at 120. There is a large seller there. 19 now selling. Can we ascend? 20 showing up. Current bar low, 113. Loses it to 104. Back into 114. Okay? So current bar low, 104. Current bar high, the high of the day, 120. We're just stuck in the middle here. Do we hold one? That's the thing. We're going to try this. Let's see if we can get through that 120 area. We're going to put a liquidity tester. We'll defend into 1 on this. So let's see exactly what we get. We won't get upset. They're selling at 18, 19, 20. There's that 20 seller again. Can't shake the 20 seller. He's got too much conviction. Look at the amount. There goes 121, 22 options, man. All right, we get the fill. Let's post at 25 as well. And then let's keep an eye here on some possible dip areas. I'm going to pick up some, I think, near current bar low, which is 104, as I mentioned, right? We're still dealing with that fifth of a dollar seller. Sells at 20, 21, 22, and in that area, even 19. So somebody's defending up a storm here at the fifth of a dollar, and we can't shake them at the moment. So we're going to pack the patience here, see if we can take this into the quarter dollar. Otherwise, I defend into the dollar, and if it loses the dollar, I stop out, right? So that's what I'm going to be thinking. That's my plan, but I just want to see if this one wants to kind of rip up as it has a tendency to do on the day, okay? I've got nothing else. This is really the only one that I'm watching right now. Yes, much better price. Appreciate you, Tish. Let's see what we can get, if we can get a little bit better there in possibly, the single digits. I'm going to put some dip trades here, lest this one go against me here. So we're going to put it for a small amount, right? And then we're going to defend, I guess, into that 104 level, right? So I'm going to put it at sixes. There's 23, 24. No continuation in 24. 24 showing up again. So I'm waiting at 25. Probably behooves me to wait above 25 as well. There's a 24 seller. There's a freaking seller everywhere, man. Get out of the way, bro. Boom, and the 29 options, man. 32, 33. Looking for more. Give me my money, man. Let's go, baby. CYCU, him, her, everything else. Keeping an eye on this one. We're looking for the $1.50 right now on CYCU. What do you got, Joey?
Get that guy out of here, man. We don't want that garbage.
Who's that, man?
Don't step against the team. Tell him right now. Boom.
Get it,
Blown
Joey.
away. Ribeyes, says Adam James abroad.
Oh, that's
JPM
beautiful.
says no loon. Where's my money, says Blicky. Ozink, boom. No loon. XLF. Like, we're all over the map, but we can go and take a look at XLF without any form of question. If there's anything that you guys want to look at in the chat, please tag Sharif and I, and we will go over that. But we're rocking and rolling here today. It's been a good one, it sounds like, across the board. We talk about risk to reward from a daily basis and how important it is. As much fun as we like to have here as a show, right, and as a collective unit, but I mean, as a team, I guess we could call ourselves, even everyone in the chat, is just that we want to make sure we stick to those risk measures, all right? So you can have fun, but make sure you're playing the game correctly. You got a new position?
Halted to the upside. That's
halted to the Y. What is it? CYCU?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll see you later as we send over to the desk one more time.
Let's look at what's going on in the money markets. Well, let's start right off the bat. USD JPY here, not a good look. Trading lower, 2.4% on the day. Biggest decline since December 2022 when the BOJ had surprised markets with a change in its bond yield control program. So the USD JPY pair currently trading around the 159 region. Cause of the market move is not immediately clear, and also unclear whether Japanese authorities seem to have intervened or not. The Bank of Japan, however, expected to leave its policy rate unchanged at 1% as of today. Markets are focused on any signals about the path of the future policy, so that is not the best look for the yen over here. The DXY trading around the $100 region right now. It's down 0.80% on the day. I would say it was trading near 99. It just briefly right now also touched 99, but it is currently at 100. Again, it's a bit weaker against all of its peers as of today. It's not a good look for the dollar here as well, or the Japanese yen.
Thank you so much for that, Sia. Great information as always. CYCU. Joey, we haven't moved on the top.
No.
So the halt price is 135. The app has been showing 135. Adam,
okay.
I know Adam's going to ask, so we just want to update Adam as we can. And while we're updating you guys, let's just mosey on back here to Joey. That's the first time, Assassino, that I've seen JMKE, at least me anyway, show a lesser tap than 23, 2275 options, man. Should we be looking for locates on this monster?
Well, I messaged Neil. He said last time he messaged me, they were $10 for 100.
10 cents per share, so $100, yeah.
No, I think
for a lot, right?
Yeah, unless I read that
They
wrong.
just said 10 cents per share.
Okay, well, if she knows, then by all means,
well, she's
I gotta
probably looking at it, right? She got it already. So she's looking to take, Adara's looking to take JMKE short. Don't disagree with that at all.
Look what this says right here, and that's what I was just going off of. So don't shoot the message. It's 13 bucks for 100. Now it's 10 bucks.
Now it's 10, yeah. So it's dropping
saying
here,
10 cents, which is fine, but I'm going off of it. Just
no, 10 cents per share. So if you look at 100.
Yeah. Okay, exactly.
All right, 135, still tap. Are we going up to the big desk or? Yes, we are. Okay.
Sorry about that, guys. Let's talk about JMKE. Jersey Mike, this is going to be going public, as we know, this was just mentioned, but I want to get into this. This is, in fact, the only time that I've seen the tap move, as well as the guys are saying. It was $23 all morning, now it's $22.75. That $23 was also its IPO price, in between that range of $21 to $25. Those lead underwriters, just a reminder, are Morgan Stanley, Jefferies, and JP Morgan, offering about $1.25 billion with a 43.478 million share offering. So that's a quick update here, what we're expecting from JMKE. Hopefully that opens up for us all soon, and you can find this infographic on X at TTV Research.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Yeah, we're continuing to watch here, guys. JMKA, it's still, let's take a quick look at the imbalance locator. We haven't done that in a minute. Let's see how many shares we've paired. Oh, no. Look at this, Joe.
Yeah, bud.
1 million sell side imbalance.
Oh,
no. They're going to sell it, Joey.
Sell it, man.
There you go. So sell side imbalance on JMK. Guys, this is on the New York. If that makes a difference on your platform, Mike. On ours it does. Options, man. Paired volume close to 4.5 million shares, but this is a sizable share imbalance. To be quite honest with you, I haven't been watching the imbalance locator to make, a fair juxtaposition, but 1.5 is pretty large. It looks like it's getting a little bit bigger now. 2 million share sell side imbalance. I swear I can speak. So we'll keep tabs on that, but I'm going to keep my eye here on CYCU. Halt time 12:47:21. Earliest time that we open is 12:52:21. Current time 51:54. So we have another 30 seconds or so before the earliest open here on CYCU. The top still hasn't moved. $1.35. Packing the patience on this one. We were in very early on at 46 pennies on CICU, and here we are, almost $1 removed from that entry, having gotten in multiple times. It's been a good trade. It's been treating me well as others. Watching here as we open 136. Now options, man. 37. Give me my money here.
Oh.
Let's cancel that big 37 seller, guys. Can't shake the seller at 37. More size coming in right now. Let's see. Look for equal size to come in on the bid. We're losing it here, Joey. Out. Nope. There we go. Thank God I got out.
You're back in?
No, bro. It's going to limit down. So
okay.
Got out there for a profit, funny enough. We'll get back in if it's warranted, man. You know why? Because this current candle, even though we halted down, has a higher high and a higher low on the 5. So even though we're halted down, that's just part of the game, baby, right? We'll get back in once we see trend resumption and what the tap is. So happy with this trade. And while we wait for that one to open, I know the degens, their hands start shaking, right? It's like they need the next fix. I got your fix, baby. GCTK. Yeah, we're going there, Joey. GCTK. Shout out to Brian in the chat for pointing this one out. I had it on watch, but I wasn't alive to the move back above VWAP. And there it is, Rip City. Rip City. Into 44 options, man. But the high there is 46. That is the official high of the day because that earlier print was in the pre-market where we got into 46.97. So technically that 46 is not the high of the day, even including the pre-market. So I'm going to keep my eye here, focused here on GCTK, and it probably behooves me to throw it up on a trading screen, which I already do. 78 million shares traded so far, decent spread on a sub $1 name, but here's the thing. I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, okay, I'm going to get in on a breakout trade. And then you look at the 5-minute, and you're like, okay, well, if I had gotten in on the breakout trade earlier, how would it have fared? Let's look at it. Breakout trade at 8:05 a.m., fail, loses 24% before it bottoms out. How about this one? 12:05 breakout trade into 46, right? How much did it lose? 15% off the top. So I don't think the breakout trade here is the right move. Now that could change, right? So what I'm going to wait to do, see if we take out 46, maybe we get into 49, and then we fail again, at which time I may pick it up. So I don't want to take the breakout trade, even though it is very close to the high of the day. Look at this thing rip. And there goes the high of the day, 46.94. That matches the pre-market high and exceeds. There is 48. GCTK, man, on its horse and could see the $0.50 sooner rather than later, up 65%, Joe.
All right, man. Let's see what our boy Trapman. I'm looking at the SPY here, guys, S&P. And I'm like, why are we at the high of the day? Like, what is really strong? So obviously, with that being said, you have to run through some of the sectors. And here's the XLF heading right back towards the high of the day with some aggressive selling right out of the gate. But as a collective unit, you can see that it's performing relatively well. Now, XLV was another name, right? We're just looking at the heaviest weighted sectors within the S&P, and you have obviously tech, then you have financials, healthcare, I believe sitting in that third slot. So, I mean, not a horrible look right here on XLV. I don't think the staples are performing very well. Here's XLP trading below the volume weighted average price, I believe. And we did have a slight gap down. We are looking at Costco and Walmart, which were both negative here bright and early this morning and have been continued throughout the day. So a little bit tougher of a look without any form of questioning, but this performing really well, guys. And NASDAQ, we're not too close to the high of the day here, but we're holding up on the volume weighted average price. This trend line is still fully intact. And with that being said, where are we going to potentially pull back into? You've seen, so when I seen this channel up, like no coincidence there, maybe there's a short on the backside of this trend. Okay. If it's not happening now, not to segment, maybe it'll happen a little bit later in the afternoon. So I'll keep an eye out on this within the via the TQQQs for a move on the backside of this trend specifically. Now, looking at something else, guys, Trapman and I were talking about NVDA, obviously, but he's looking for a little bit of a pop within that name in order just to get out of his contracts. Hopefully, we do get that move back towards the VWAP. As you can see that we are south of it here on Meta as well, too. Welcome back, Katina, man.
Get it, Katina,
How's
man.
it out there? Beautiful day outside. It's one of the best days. So that's what we like to hear, man. Every day is a little bit better, regardless rain, sun, or shine. There's gold. Listen to gold. Look, it's silver. Potential base out here, Sharif. Sharif's punching keys right now. We're going to get something.
GCTK is breaking out.
There we go.
That's the thing. I had to take the breakout, even though I didn't want to, because it fails. So I'm going to stop out through 48. We're not going to allow this to go against me here. Because it fails, Joey, every time, right? So that's what I'm concerned about here. We took the breakout trade at 52. We've taken prints all the way up into 55. That is the high of the day, but I'm just waiting for the reversion because it's done it basically all day. So we're going to have to pack the patience here on GCTK, and I think we're about 10 seconds or so from opening on CYCU, so be ready for that if you're involved. We stopped out of that one. Here comes 55. Again, Joey options. This is the high of the day. We're looking for sixes on this one, but there is a very staunchy seller. CYCU open. Down goes Fraser into 11 there. Let's see if it bounces back up above 20. Watch out for this one, okay, guys? There goes GCTK into 56. We're still holding. So let's wet the beak here at 55s, and now we're going to put one at 59. And then we're going to get there, and then we're going to put one at 63. Let's see if it comes up to that. Nothing changes about my theory of a pullback. I stop out through 48, come hell or high water. So let's see what this one does. Seeing CYCU pop right back above that 120 area. It is still south, pardon me, of the quarter. There goes 29, 30 coming in on CYCU. Oh my days, Katina, man, you brought all the volatility with you, brother, because CYCU's ripping up. And then we also have GCTK ripping up, man. It's hard to concentrate on all these small cap gappers. And you know what the problem is, Joey? I put CYCU on the screen without the limit up and limit down indicator. So we're going to limit up here at 135. Now that is the exact same level we limited up before we popped into 138 and lost trend. Halt up CYCU. We'll update you on that one momentarily. Back to GCTK here, coming back into the $0.50. Do we defend? It's against me now, or I'm break even on it. Do we wait for reversion, or do we add into this area here? Let's see if there's a big buyer stepping in at the $0.50. We got a buyer here in the high 5.1s, low 5.2s. Are they defending? Man, and the thing about this one is if I put on the 5-second chart, I just know, well, no, CTK. We're going to try because I need to spot trend here locally. And watch, it's not going to load, but that's okay. Yeah, it's like I can't see trend on the shorter time frame on this one. So here it is, buying at 52, buying at 52, so a little bit higher, but it keeps dropping into 51s. That could be a good sign. So there is a buyer here at the $0.50. Here we go again. There, we're going to add, boom, right into 55. Looking for 56 now. Let's set up at 56. No continuation above 55 though, options, man. So going against me a little bit here into 53. What do you got?
All right, man, let's head over. I mean, we had this one trade that we're just looking for some high quality opportunities. Trav, man, hopefully that was the bounce that you needed in order for you to either lock in a little bit of profit or just get out of the position in itself. But a nice recovery off of those lows. But like, listen, I was getting worried that we were going to pick up some big time momentum, crack through these, and then trend down for the remainder of this session. But it seems that we found somewhat of a base, and then now the momentum is definitely starting to pick up to the top side. I don't know if there's anything stepping in the market. What we can see from a volume by time standpoint is there's nothing really going on. Stair stepping down on the 5-minute is the NASDAQ. That's never good to see, is dwindling volume, but punching through the high of the day is the SPY, heading right back towards the volume weighted average prices, NVDA, and doing nothing. It's Meta. Meta World Peace. Not over here, apparently. You know, Meta.
Where's he been at, man?
I don't know.
I haven't heard anything from him lately.
Our boy Ronnie.
Oh.
You're not your guy?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. So, I mean, there it is.
I'm not sure.
8% pullback. This is reasonable. Just get it over with. Like 2-3 days of excruciating pain. Obviously, if you come back about 8% to this previous base, then we can maybe start to climb and go for a nice little rip to the top side once again. So in the NASDAQ, I'm standing on business and I stand on firm ground with this one here, Sharif, is that I truly believe that from this point on is overextension. So this 12.5%, unnecessary. Pull back from here, retest this, and then go off. Instead, we've been in this prolonged downtrend since the beginning of June, or second week of June, I should say. All right, now we're getting in August. That's no fun. That's small potatoes. But again, if you've been sitting on some cash, it can give you a good opportunity to get involved. So, or if you've been sitting on the sidelines, you can get involved. Before we send it back over to Sharif, fairly, you got a boom coming here momentarily. So here it is, $2,300. You're now down 46% instead of 55%. Not too bad of a look there on Sandus.
Crazy compression pattern now happening with very obvious lower highs. The problem is it's got higher lows. I think this is going to fail personally. I think it doesn't break through that 55 where it has resistance, but the sellers are coming down incrementally here unless there's going to be a big buy order. Remove that 53. So I'm out. I'm out on this one. Let's see what it does. I could buy again if it doesn't fail 50. There goes 52, 51 incoming here. Let's see, 53 actually. So continuing to watch. If it takes out 55, I'll get in. The thing is, it just doesn't give you that much time. How long till resumption here? 12:59:04 current time, 13:03:04. So we still have another minute on resumption for CYCU. Continuing to focus on GCTK. Man, it's right at that 52 penny level where it has support. The problem is it's just got a ton of lower highs. So yeah, I'm not going to touch this here. I don't think it holds 52. Let's see. We have another 30 seconds before CYCU resumes. Maybe this fails. Maybe this takes out 55. Let's see. I don't know. Just quickly here, let's look at CYCU. Top is 130, so it's slated to open a little bit lower at the moment. So that's not exactly good. Yeah, it failed 52, 51 holding though. 51 is an area low. I'm talking about the area at 12:59 on the dot. It is 103 now. It's failing that area too, coming into 50. Careful with this one. Almost time for resumption, about 5 seconds or so here on CYCU. Okay, showing the 26s. There's a buyer here, 26, 27, 30, long, looking for continuation, 33. Looking for a little bit more. Oh, down it goes. Fraser into $0.25. Anything below 23s, I'm going to stop out of this one. Seller at 30, 32. Again, 34, 37. Boom. Looking for a little bit more, Joey. Let's set up some profit takers to the high side because I'm just too slow with the keys today. 36 is now. Wow, this is all over the map. 36, 40, 42. Boom. up again we go. Into the freaking halt. 147 on CYCU. It needs to stay at this level here for a few more seconds. 147. We got 131s. Let's pack the patience here. What's that? It's
Jersey
open.
Mike's. Is it
See,
going?
perfect timing, man. Jersey
look
Mike
at it
is
go.
open. It's 21 and a quarter, so it's already below the IPO price. So here we go. It's down 7%, as you can see there, because it is below the IPO price. 21.40 high. There it goes, 21.50. 21.73 options, man. It looks like we might be on the way to 22 over here. Keep your eye out on this. Wow, man, the volatility is fantastic today, man. I'm not going to lie. This is great. 2 hours have just gone by like that. I haven't felt it at all. What's going on over there, Katina, man? You got it short?
He's long.
Katina
bro.
man
He's
is long there,
boy.
bro. The Katina man's long at 21.80. Get it, Katina man. All right, man. That's what we're looking at right now. Keep a surprise, Katina man, at that position, but it is a 21.80 half out, he says. Katina man is half out. We've already done 7 million shares options, man. 21.30-ish buyer.
All right, man. Good stuff.
Bro.
Yeah, J Mike's, let's see what we got going over there. Katina, man, did you limit on opening on that, my guy? He did. So congratulations to that, as that is starting to pick up a little steam and cook up here. So not too bad of a look. Oh, okay. Is this wick genuine, Sean? I don't know. 21 bucks is where we opened. It opened at 21 and just went right off to the races. So yeah, not too bad. Yeah. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. So, it does look quiet. That's why I was looking short as well, too. Right? So, hey, man, who knows? Anything can happen. J Mike's eating pretty good so far, up 30 cents off of that level. And then now, looks like it wants to continue. So, we keep our eyes on this tape, because if we continuously have orders hit at the ask and above it, then we can most definitely move a little bit higher. So, not too bad of a look whatsoever on this one. So, yeah, pretty good stuff. Oh, there it goes. Hey, bang, you blow right past it. So it was a nice ABCD pattern, climbing another 20 cents, just like that. Congratulations once again, Mr. Sean Katinaman. So, yeah, good stuff. I like seeing that. We're still negative. That can't be right. Still negative 7%? Okay. All right. So, let's see. Yeah, okay. Oh, is that why? Okay, fair enough. Yeah, you're below there. So hopefully it's not all exit liquidity. Some people getting involved a little bit more. So not too bad of a move. Now, this is for you, our boy Trapman. We'll keep our eyes on the tape here. I do believe at some point we're going to crack 21.20 on Jersey Mike's. So we'll just keep our eyes out and continuously monitor this. And if it does, then just watch out, because there could be some more. Or it could be one of those where it's just coming out of extremely strong. Adair has much more detail based off it, raising $1 billion, and I think at one point it was 10 times oversubscribed. So yeah, bang, there it goes, off to the races. I just don't know how much. I just don't know how much or how long this has the ability to hold up. Wow, 2160 streak and continuing to move higher. Yeah, it's performing pretty well here, and I'm not going to complain about it. There it goes again. Ooh. Wow, we might see $22. This is fun stuff, guys. Let me know in the chat if you happen to get involved with. Wow, there goes 22. Wow. We were talking about it. Yeah, some strong movement there. Hopefully no one's. Wow, up to 22.20. Wow, yeah, this thing's really starting to pick up some momentum.
Get it, Joey.
The volume isn't there. I don't know if we're seeing anything else on your platform, Street, but a strong, almost a 60-cent move in the span of 30 seconds right there on Jersey Mike's, only down 4.2%.
Yeah, it's coming back.
Yeah,
23.
Let
me ask you something, Joey.
Yeah, it's looking
23
really good.
IPO price. You think if it makes it up there, it's big boy resistance or what? What do you think?
I don't know. I mean, listen, 22. Look at this thing move. I don't know. Listen, I'm going to say this. If some of these, if SpaceX and some of these other major tech IPOs can hold up, I don't know how much of a chance this stands. But again, I could be totally wrong, and this thing go nuts.
Why not?
For a couple of days.
Well, it keeps going higher, man. It keep making more days high. 20 seller, 22 seller, 22.20 seller. Okay, let's just go back to CYCU here for a second. Halt time. 104.51, earliest open 109.51, current time 109.15. So we have about 40 seconds or so on this one. Down goes Fraser on JMKE, man. Down into 22, current day high 22.18, still holding 22 though. Be on the lookout for that. I just want to get ready here for the resumption. Adam, It's showing 149 now. Halt price 146. Most of the time, all the halts that we have been involved in, it was showing lower. 150 now, Adam, as we're pretty close to opening. 3, 2, 1. Boom, into the area high. Looking for a move above 50. It's failing. Into 41 out. 35, 33. Limit down 33. We need this for another 6 or 7 seconds. Guys, even though this is limit down, just like the other limit down, the trend is still holding. The higher lows and the higher highs are still in play. They really are, okay? Here we go, baby. We're going to get ready for this one. Show him, Joey. Show him, bro.
What do you want me to show him?
No, just
you're
getting ready there?
My shoulder.
True.
My shoulder.
But you know what else is moving?
Yeah.
Your boy Jersey Mike just got into another high day. 22.37, baby. Oh no, Katina Man, GCTK just ripped up through the high into 61. Katina Man's printing on JMKA. Whoever's taking GCTK just got the high of the freaking day, and there goes 62. So that's the new high right now on GCTK. The small caps, at least for today, they are back, baby. We've got some good volatility, and I want to bring your attention to CBRG as well. Definitely not a big of a mover, but it's breaking trend, as is Jersey Mike, as it works a lot closer at options, man, into that $23 IPO price with a 22.6 high right now. So we're a lot closer than we were earlier on to see whether that 23 is going to act as a resistance.
All right, yeah, good stuff. All right, guys, let's see, $23 potential resistance there. It's on the New York. We're not going to get it on our platform just yet, Sharif. So, I mean, by all means.
JMKE?
Yeah.
I got it, my boy, right there. It's fine, yeah.
They won't pull up on it.
Yeah, you have to leave it like a few minutes. So put it on.
Okay,
there you go.
There we go. Bang,
Yeah.
It shows you
Joey,
know, I know what I'm
highs,
talking
bro.
about. Yeah, I know. It's things on the run, man. Katina Man was onto something over here. None of us paying any attention to Jersey Mike's. Well, guess who was wrong about that?
Dude, it opened up like $2, well, $1.50-ish, $1.30-ish below the high. No more, man. 21
yeah,
to 25.
okay, 21 to 25. But I think all that matters is that the limit on opening was just right out of the gate. It didn't pull back, right? So like whatever the issue or whatever the issuing price was, it's just like right out of that open. It didn't have that initial lick grab. It was just right out of the gate.
No, it was straight
Something
up,
that I think as a unit we're looking for. So that's why I think it was a missed opportunity on our behalf. All right. Yeah, METU. It's unfortunate, guys. Meta's just been moving eastbound. No Kenny Powers, eastbound and down. I know Katina Man likes that one there. So yeah, a little bit tougher of a look in that name. Still down about 9% on the intraday session. We can take a look at what Microsoft is and how that's been performing. It's been a long time, Sharif. You probably never watched Eastbound and Down, but it is a pretty funny show. 16%. I think it's a classic, man. It's a pretty good one.
No, I'm not saying it sucks. I'm saying I suck. I don't.
No, I'm not saying. I'm not saying. Yeah, no, I'm just. It's a pretty good one. I'm just letting you know. Yeah, it's a baseball show. This guy gets sent down, and it's crazy. Anyways, breaking out at this point, like the beauty about this name specifically, and I think we'll talk about it momentarily, is just that, hey. When you kick these mega cap names down, the hyperscalers, individuals who are spending a boatload of money, and then now we're starting to turn a little bit of a profit, this is what happens. 350 all the way up to 455, that's 30% right off of those lows in the span of a day. So I understand the fact that like it's been selling off for almost more than a year. Like you're at prices still from Sharif, let me tell you this, from July of 2024.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it's definitely a tougher look, right? So a couple of years ago, but eventually when these guys really get the ball rolling and the momentum picks up, I wouldn't be surprised if by next quarter we see Microsoft at all-time highs.
All right, man. Let's keep an eye here on the IPO, JMKE, excuse me. New high a day, 22.67, showing the $0.50 now. So the trend, at least for now, is in one direction and is. You actually have it? Attaboy, Katina Man. Katina Man actually got the high of the day on that, right at 6.7, right into the high of the day. Get it, Katina Man. All right, man. We're waiting for resumption here on CYCU. Halt time 13:10:14. Current time 13:14:21. We have another about 50 seconds, 45 seconds to go before resumption on this one. But we're a quarter after one, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. So should we send it up to Sia and start
Absolutely.
the news if she's
Look
ready
at
to go?
22.74.
Pardon me?
22.75.
A new high day.
Yeah, a new high of the day.
So JMK is headed to 23.
It's going to go to 23.
Yeah, it feels that way. All right, Sia, what are we talking about first?
We're talking Apple first, name reporting tonight. So keep in mind a few things that I'm just going to recap you about now. EPS is projected to be around $1.89. You have $108.65 billion to $108.8 billion of projection of revenue. A year-over-year increase of 15.6% is anticipated. Wall Street is also expecting minimal surprises as well on core numbers. This also marks the final earnings call with CEO Tim Cook before he transitions to executive chairman and hands the reins over to John Ternus, who will be stepping in. Apple now is up 25% year to date and has seen a 7% rally since S&P 500 since the S&P 500 had peaked on the 2nd of June. So options traders now. Another lookout over here is that options traders are braced for a bigger than usual move on earnings this time, with implied volatility pricing of 3.4% move after the report comes post-market today, which is more than double the stock's median 1.5% move after its past 4 reports that it has had. Apple is currently down on the day, closing to 2%.
Yeah. Apple is down today. Look, here's what I want to talk about. I want to see, first of all, on the call, the numbers are going to be what the numbers are, but I just want to see on the call whether John does take a little bit of a larger role. He was introduced last time, but it was still Timmy C leading the charge. Limit up, CYCU 150, false halt. So that's what I want to see there with respect to sort of the power dynamics. And then I also want to hear more about the iPhone, right? Predictions from some analysts that iPhone prices would increase between $150 to $250. I want to see more guidance on that. Maybe they tell us, maybe they don't. Maybe they wait for September. So I want to see whether or not that's going to be announced. I also want to hear more about the supply chain constraints, whether or not they're actually going to pursue CXMTs, RAM as an alternative, what kind of green light or red light they were given from the government to go ahead with something like that. Now, there could be a catch-22 where they use it specifically on non-US phones and then don't use Chinese components on US phones. So there could be that kind of happy middle. It looks like CYCU is going to limit down. So that's one thing that I want to speak about there. But I also want to mention, you know that I've had new Siri here for a long time now. I'm going on 3 weeks or something like that.
Yeah.
It is quite good.
Okay.
I don't have an issue with it. It's not as fast as chat.
Okay.
Okay. There's a bunch of settings that I can play around with that I still haven't played around with. I like that it has that follow-up conversation capability. So it's not a one question per thing, right? So if I ask it, let me just say, I don't know, I'm asking it something about Paris. And then I have a follow-up question and another one. So it understands, it follows a chain of thought.
You can have a conversation with it.
And I can refer back
memory.
to it. Yeah, which is cool. So I do like that. The contextual abilities now for Siri to see on screen is very good. Also, if I ask it specific questions, like, hey, how do I do this and this and this on the iPhone? You get a very, very clear, coordinated step-by-step response, which I really like. So I'm just going to say, I'm going to cut the Siri hype here.
Out of 10.
It's 7.5.
Okay.
Yeah.
And where would
where
would you like to see improvements from?
Brother.
Where would you like to?
I'll give you an example. What I don't like so far. Sometimes it has problem with updating its memory. So for example, when I'm asking it Mandarin words, right?
Okay.
Hey, how do you say this in Mandarin or whatever? And then it always will ask me, do you want Taiwanese Mandarin or do you want mainland Mandarin? I said 100 times from now on, I want mainland Mandarin. Okay. And it keeps forgetting. So there are improvements.
Okay, so more of an agentic feature and tool is what we were looking for within the actual Siri itself. Before, had really struggled with that type of capability.
Joey, there is no comparison to what Siri was versus what Siri is
and
now.
This is what we were looking for in the iPhone, pretty much. And I like that. Now, there's
Miami Dragon, brother, I don't think you have the new Siri, man. Are you on iOS 27 beta? Because if you are, then I respect your opinion. But if you're not using it,
right? This is my and you have the one that
I have
pulls
the new
up
one,
in-
yeah.
which I've seen before. Okay, so there's a couple of things here. Now, what I've been noticing from a trend standpoint as of late within the hyperscalers is the depletion of free cash flow. Okay, so we've seen a couple of names get hit pretty heavy, and a lot of them dwindling and having to head into the debt markets, respectively. Apple, Meta chewing up about 71%, or sorry, 90% of its free cash flow, and then also with Amazon around 75%. Now, with that being said, I know we're talking about Apple. What I really want us to focus on, and what I'm going to be focusing on, is as obviously as it may seem, is the guidance and how it's going to affect the margins with the increase of memory costs, and then also the growth of sales and how they're going to guide with that. I think those are going to be two major metrics leading into this report and the direction in which Apple is headed. We've been on a pretty big run right now. So if it's not what the street is expecting, I would not be surprised if this name takes a little bit of a hit.
I want to also mention one other thing. So this is probably not big for a lot of people. I want to mention one other thing. This is probably not big for a lot of people, but for me it is, okay? So it always had searchable photos. So you could say, you know, dog or whatever, basic stuff, right? It would be able to pull up images of dogs. That's not what I want to talk about. But right now, like for example, Duolingo, I screenshot all the new words so I can go back to them later and learn, right? Yeah. And so the Duolingo screenshot doesn't have any Duolingo markings. It's just a white background with the words. It doesn't say Duolingo or anything like that. So there's nothing contextual about writing Duolingo that will pull it up. But if I type in Duo, all my screenshots populate so that I can go back to all of them. So the search feature in photos has really improved.
Yeah.
Anyway,
no,
I know that these are like hyper-specific things, but I mean, they make it
but
easier
the devil
to
is in the
use.
detail, is it not, right? So, I mean, the more detailed you can get within the tool itself, I think is really important. I think that's where high quality steps in as well. If that detail is there, and that's why Apple does what it is. It's unfortunate that the initial release was botched, and it took some time for them.
It was horrible.
To get their footing right, lower the bar, and then sure enough, I think this might be able to help sustain sales, considering there's going to be slight increases. I don't think it's going to be a major hindrance, but we know it could affect margins.
I want to say one other thing. My prediction is true to form and how Apple trades after earnings is it drops. Okay, that's going to be my bias. You know, does it drop to 300? Does it drop to 310? You know, but I think Apple drops. I don't think Apple trends up subsequent to earnings.
And you know what, man? Listen, anything can happen. It's been on a big time run. And I brought up the point before how a lot of these other names, the hyperscalers, have been getting hit heavy because the free cash flow being a major factor. This number, Apple's number of free cash flow is probably going to come out insane. And who knows if the street's going to perceive that relatively well.
Well said, man. Let's go to Adair.
So I want to let you guys know President Trump here is about to speak in just a handful of minutes. It's about a trucking program, so very likely not to be market related, but we know there's usually going to be some kind of Q&A. If he says anything of note during a potential Q&A, I will keep you guys posted, but it's always worth knowing when he's talking. Back to you.
Thank you so much. Let's take a look at our next ticker, Amazon. So Amazon also reporting as of tonight. Revenue expectations at $196.47 billion, representing about a 17% year-over-year growth. EPS now projected at $1.82. Cloud segment revenue is projected to jump over the 30% mark year-over-year, approximately to a number of $40.49 billion. Net trade sentiment is also positive by $3 million and 100,000 deltas, according to bar chart analysis. And traders are expecting a 6.6% move after Amazon earnings compared to the median 7% move that has been seen in the past 4 quarters. This is coming according to live vol data. Now, investors will also be watching the CapEx sentiment here as the mood around this massive investments in AI has become a little bit over, I would say, jittery. And Alphabet shares also, if you remember, had dipped last week after it hiked its CapEx forecast to the year as high as $205 billion. Amazon with that on the day, currently on the upside, close to 5%.
All right, let's talk about the CapEx here, man, because Amazon is one of the hyperscalers, and you know, if they come out with a lofty number and they don't have the monetization to back it, my suspicion is they'll be made to pay like the other hyperscalers have been made to pay. And look, $200 billion CapEx, that compresses free cash flow. They're saying, look, AWS going to grow nicely, 31 to 33%. But that $200 billion capex is, that's what's going to capture a lot of people's attention. Free cash flow is supposed to come in a little bit down, 1.2 billion. Joey, don't look. What was their free cash flow Q2 2025?
Well, I mean,
so right now, I'll give you the number for now.
Yeah.
They're expecting it to come in at 1.2 billion free cash flow in Q2.
Yeah, on the quarter. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, this was the point that I was making before. So whatever 75% of that is gone. They've depleted their free cash flow within capital expenditure.
You're exactly right.
So I mean, that's the same. This is why these names have been getting hit, because they're just spending all of their money. That's why.
$26 billion in free cash flow. Q2 2025 expected $1.2 billion.
Yeah, man.
It's not a surprise to
I think this is this is what I'm, shout out to Dan Ives, this is what I'm pounding the table about. This is that new narrative in which I shouldn't say it's new because it's been there and we should have known this for quite some time, but across the board within the hyperscalers, these guys are depleting the free cash flow, with Google, Alphabet even having to hit the debt markets.
Exactly.
Right? Exactly. So, I mean, it's something that we definitely have to take into consideration. But what I will say, I don't know if you're done your point, I may as well just make mine now.
I'm going to say one after you, but go ahead. Yeah.
Is the Anthropic investment is probably going to do wonders for this name, and then it's
it did for Softy.
Exactly, and then it's the war of the cloud.
Yep.
Right? It's the cloud wars. Who is going to be growing at a bigger clip rate? I think Amazon Web Service is just going to do. It's going to be just fine, and you're going to start to see an ROI in all of this capital expenditure. But it's cloud and AWS really that are going to be a driver of this thing. Oh, one more thing. It's a little bit off topic. Zoox, my favorite autonomous AV company.
Here we go.
Right? Now entering Miami and another major metropolitan. So starting to pick up some momentum.
I'm just going to say the advertising business, that is one of their fastest growing segments. We know now it's in double-digit categories when you're talking about capturing the entire advertising segment, and it is one of their highest margin businesses, even higher than AWS. So I'll be looking for commentary and growth in that area as well. It could, help balance out all this CapEx spending, Sia.
Let's take a look at our next topic, Microsoft here. So now a couple names that will be reporting post-market today. Microsoft that is up, having a very good day, I would say, 16.5% on the day. As of yesterday, had a blowout quarter, beating expectations across nearly every major metric. So now you have adjusted EPS that has come in at $4.74 versus $4.24 that was expected. Revenue has reached $90 billion versus $87.6 billion expected on consensus, driven by the Azure growth being the headliner here, accelerating to 43%, well above expectations. Azure has also surpassed $100 billion annual revenue run rate for the first time, while Microsoft has also guided, Yep, that's right. Azure growth to a 45% next quarter. Also reaffirmed aggressive AI investment plans despite already spending roughly $175 billion on data centers this fiscal year. But the combination of this accelerating cloud demand, stronger Copilot adoption, as well as continued AI infrastructure expansion are one of these factors that have all reinforced Microsoft's leadership, I would say, in AI, enterprise AI specifically. So on track for the best day that it's had since March 13th of 2020. Like I said, soaring 16.5%, and March 13 when it soared 18.5%.
Yeah, as I said to Adira this morning, I was really surprised by the Copilot growth. It seems to be, being adopted at levels that we didn't anticipate. I didn't anticipate. We always kind of use it as, that dumb younger cousin that we always make fun of, right? I hate to use that expression, but yeah, it was definitely not one of the premier or the frontier models. And look, they're growing it for them. I hope they continue to do a little bit better. I want to mention a few things here. Commercial RPO is at an eye-watering $678 billion backlog here. There's just so much backlog for Azure specifically, guys. Their RPOs exploded 84% year over year. To me, that says one thing and one thing only. Demand is insatiable, and despite all the money they are spending, they are unable to kind of satiate that demand. So that to me is a good problem to have. $3.2 billion, Joseph, in an Anthropic gain. You just mentioned it there for Amazon. Amazon is not the only one that backed Anthropic.
We know ChatGPT.
ChatGPT,
for these
they were
guys.
diversifying. Shout out Satya.
Yeah.
Look, if without that $3.2 billion Anthropic deal,
Yeah.
their EPS drops by 27 pennies per share. One thing is to note that Anthropic, accretion is a one-line item, is not going to occur unless Anthropic continues to move up in valuation. Xbox and gaming service dropped 10% year over year. We know Asha Sharma is now at the helm. She's an AI woman. She's not a gaming woman. She has to prove here that she can move the needle for Xbox. Big shoes to fill, seeing who is leaving there. Azure officially, as Sia mentioned, crossed $100 billion in revenue for the first time ever. 43% Joseph options. Quarterly growth in Azure and other cloud services. Not year over year. Sequential, quarter over quarter. That is huge,
Yeah,
dude.
man, I'm telling you, these numbers are ridiculous, dude. Like, I mean, that's why I have an extreme amount of confidence. Now, I have a couple of points here, and we'll get to the cloud and everything that's going on with Copilot here momentarily. But I don't know if anybody agrees with me on this point, Sharif. I know you're not a big video gamer. I know you're not a big video game individual. In my younger days, I loved playing Call of Duty. I told you guys all of this together, but I feel like we're kind of in a stagnant area right now when it comes to gaming. Like, you have to take into consideration when PlayStation 1 came out, it was a controller. Obviously, the graphics have drastically changed, but I think the next step for gaming is stepping outside of that traditional keyboard or controller and looking at something on the screen, which Mark Zuckerberg tried, and we have the VR headsets. I think what needs to happen with these companies is you need to get really creative and step outside of that traditional kind of controller and keyboard. That's where the video gaming is going to take that next step.
People are agreeing with you, bro.
Yeah, within Hell No says, well, Parasite says no, hell no. So, I mean, anyways, aside from that, what I'm getting at, Sharif, you talked about the RPOs. Now, this is what gives me more confidence for some of these names to just have extremely strong quarters for the next couple of years. What was it, 400 and something billion dollars in RPO?
Yeah.
And it was the exact same thing with Google, $518 billion in backlog. Like, are you kidding me? Like, this is a pipeline where you're going to see strong revenue growth. Sundar and Satya both stating we would have had greater revenues if we had the computing power. So they're still limited on that. And when it comes to Copilot, I'm in the camp of that we're still in such early stages of the adoption of these LLM tools and all these AI tools. We use it because we're around it every day. People who work in the corporate realm, they use it because they're around it every day. But everyone else outside of that,
Not as much.
Not as much.
Agree.
And then when you have that that group of individuals really start to adapt these tools, that's when you can start to see some
mass adoption.
Right?
Yeah,
like you have linear growth within some of the things. And that's why Copilot, I'm not saying it's the exact same case, but 10 million users, paid users over the quarter, adding it to around 30 or 40 million paid
bad
users
at all, bro.
isn't bad at all. So,
Joey, can you bring down that headline that you just showed me there?
Yeah,
because I think people need to see this. So look at this, guys. Altman, for his latest model, is going to do as follows here. So let's just, if we can bring that in, Joey. There we go. Bring that in, baby. OpenAI says reducing prices for GPT 5.6 Luna by 80%. What do you think was the triggering event for this? I think it was the haired one yelling up a storm on CNBC talking about how everybody is getting ripped off by the frontier models and that he's participating in it, but he hates it. I'm talking, of course, about Alex Karp and Palantir, his sort of unhinged, I like it that way, interview with the, what's it called, Squawk Box team.
Yeah.
What did we see after that? Zuck drop in MS 1.1 to like, what was it, 150 per token?
Something along those lines.
Exactly. And then now we're seeing this from OpenAI.
Yeah.
This is a direct response, I think, to that interview, brother.
And I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if the Kimi models and the DeepSeeks have some form of influence on this. But I'm in the camp. If these guys like, listen, the Chinese will undercut you until you can no longer be in business anymore. I wouldn't be surprised if the American regulators cut the tap off. It's like, okay, you're not using these things here. You're no longer allowed to, and you're just going to stick to what you have from the frontier standpoint, right? Like, look what happened. Imagine Chinese EVs came to North, even though they're coming to Canada. Imagine they went to the States. How long would Ford and GM be in business after that? So
Hold on, did you see what China did last night, or America did last night?
No.
blocked Chinese robotics.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You mentioned it.
Yo,
It's
she's
apparently
pissed,
going
man.
on,
He says it's going to affect their
on
relationship.
flights and stuff. So yeah, I mean, it'll be the exact same thing when it comes to these AI tools. So that you can't boom. No, you're not using them here. See you later. It's obviously national security issues, but they'll probably use as some form of.
Oh yeah, and that's what they've been saying about EVs. You're
Exactly,
tracking, data collection. All right, Sia, we didn't mean to interrupt your breathing.
No, that's okay. What? Okay, never mind. Let's move on to Meta, who is in a metaverse of a miss. So Meta has beat revenue expectations, yes, as of yesterday, but badly missed on earnings, what we're going to take a look at. EPS of $6.18 versus $7.22 that was expected, versus revenue now reaching at $60.8 billion, expected was $60.2 billion. Investors are also focused on the weaker Q3 revenue guidance, daily active users that have also come in slightly below expectations, and free cash flow that has collapsed 91%, yes, to $784 million. AI infrastructure spending has surged. Management has also raised its capital expenditure outlook, that is CapEx outlook, to as much as $145 billion, reinforcing the aggressive AI strategy. But combination of a weaker profitability, also softer guidance, has triggered this sharp of a sell-off. Meta shares are currently down close to 9% on the day. CEO of the company, Mark Zuckerberg, has said that the company is, quote unquote, getting a lot of offers for compute at a significant premium over what the company had paid for it. So this can be a change of direction for Meta if it begins leasing out its excess computing capacity to third parties. But there are very few details provided on the business and what it could potentially look like. So at the same time, Zuck has also acknowledged that the company will need to keep computing resources to itself, also to develop new products. Meta, not having a great day, wasn't having a great night either.
Doing, that's crazy.
Yes, Brendo, I'm going to submit it on essay. All right, yes, 100%. Everything's booked, Brendo. All right. One-time cost hit to EPS. So I want to mention this. So they missed by around $1. Well, most of that miss were one-line items that likely won't reoccur. What am I talking about? I'm talking about $2.4 billion legal contingency fund that they had to keep there because they're going to get clipped for that use safety trial. They know what their likely damages they're going to pay are. So $2.4 billion removed from the profitability side and earmarked as a contingent liability. Point number one. And then another $1.18 billion in restructuring and severance costs tied to the layoffs that they had in May. They had got to pay those people out. That cost them $1.18 billion. So 2.4, 1.18, that eats about, according to this report, mid to high 90s in terms of EPS. So that's about the dollar miss there. Now let's talk about their free cash flow. Sia mentioned they're really kind of spending up a lot. Well, listen to this, man. Listen to this, Joey.
Yeah.
Free cash flow,
yeah.
31.86 on the quarter. Do you want to guess what their capital expenditures were on that same quarter?
Repeat
no
that
problem.
One more time.
So free cash flow on the quarter, 31.86 billion.
Yeah.
Their CapEx,
31.1
billion. So essentially spending every single penny that they made in free cash flow on the quarter. They didn't keep anything, barely. And then other revenue options, man, we're talking about WhatsApp, specifically WhatsApp Business that did grow nicely, 73% year over year. That's bringing in $1 billion now. Good look for them. Long-term debt scares the hell out of me, Assassino, to finance their CapEx full year. They're looking at taking on $130 to $145 billion in spending. That brings their long-term debt, not short-term, long-term debt to $83.66 billion. This is a company that was known as being asset light. We cannot call them that anymore.
Yeah, listen, it's definitely tough being a Meta shareholder. But again, these individuals don't spend, these major corporations don't spend all of this money if they don't believe that there's going to be a return on investment on the other side of things. Does that mean there is going to be? No, look what happened to Reality Labs in the metaverse and what happened with the street not liking how much capital expenditure Mark Zuckerberg was getting into. It's the same narrative here, but I think I do believe I'm going to remain optimistic. It's just the fact that if you build the infrastructure, regardless if your tools and your features are going to be the ones that really bring you back that ROI. I think it's a matter of just having that cloud compute in the data centers to rent it out to the models that are succeeding, the ChatGPTs, the Anthropics of the world, and who knows, from another startup, anything can happen, and all of a sudden they need this massive amount of compute. Now, I do believe at some point they will recover. I think they're going to gain some grounds and gain some market share from some of the top frontier models. MuseSpark is one of the more efficient, and Zuck is actually selling compute relatively cheap. They've already signed, I believe it was a $10 billion deal with Anthropic, so they're already off to the right thing, just a little bit too late. But you have to build the infrastructure first, and then somewhere down the line, maybe 5 years, maybe even less, it will start to see an ROI, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's only a matter of time. And just don't forget about the ad revenue giant that Meta is, right? Like, so much of this cash is funded by Instagram's ad revenue. Just be patient with the name, and eventually things will hopefully turn around.
We have breaking news. Yeah.
Let's go.
More headlines here coming out of the Middle East. Keep an eye on USO. We did get a little bit of a spike on that last 3-minute candle here. State media out of Iran reporting that Iran's army has launched an attack on U.S. assets in Bahrain's Sheikh Issa base. Furthermore, adding that, quote, repeated attacks by armed forces have caused significant damage to the combat and logistical capabilities of the enemy forces at that base. So Iran's army, according to Iranian state media, claiming that they did launch an attack, and apparently this attack and other similar attacks have caused significant damage to the U.S. base. Interesting look here. Keep an eye on USO.
Let's also, yes, thank you, Derek. Keep an eye on MasterCard with that big uptick that it had after reporting earnings. So MasterCard currently is, I would say, up. I hope and I assume it's up. Yes, it's up 2.5% on the day. Reported earnings of $5.04 per share, beating consensus of $4.77 per share. These are adjusted figures for non-recurring items. This earnings report has single-handedly delivered a surprise of 5.66%. Over the last 4 quarters, MA has also surpassed consensus EPS 4 times. Revenue is up 14% year over year at $9.28 billion, beating analyst expectations by $9.08 billion. Net income at $4.39 billion or 4.39 billion or 4.97, that is per diluted share. Also, cross-border volume has climbed 12% and gross dollar volume has increased 8% to $2.9 trillion. Switch transactions have shot up 9% to 47.4 billion, and value-added services revenue also has jumped 20%. MasterCard, not a bad look.
All right. Thank you very much for that, Sia. Here's what I'm talking about. Okay, I want to talk about their value-added services actually growing a lot faster than their network revenue. So network revenue did pretty good. They surged 10% year over year. But listen to this. Value-added, and by value-added, I'm talking about, fraud prevention, identity verification, data analytics tools. That's a high-margin business, and now it's growing at a faster clip rate. 18% compared to their organic traditional network at 10%. I got to like that. What I don't like is the artificial increase of EPS via share buyback. So they bought back $4.9 billion. That's 9.8 million shares. And they artificially pumped up EPS by 21% by doing that. So we got to view it in the context in which it arises. Last but not least, this kind of took me by surprise. Beyond, just the cross-border travel trends, they're making a lot of money on Forex. You got a Canadian credit card, you schlep down to America, you use it, you get clipped on the rate conversion. They've been making a lot of money doing that. But now they're actually spending more money on stable coin settlement infrastructure and agentic payments on APIs. So this I really like, because this is your traditional finance, right? Your finance category, your Visas, your American Express, your MasterCards, who kind of loathed the kind of crypto stablecoin segment, and they see the writing on the wall as well. That to me is the biggest endorsement, right? When traditional centralized finance starts, investing money in the decentralized new finance. So I do like that, Joey. I figured you'd probably like that as well, man. They threw. Say that again, Fabian, please. Great question. So Fabian just asked about Western Union. I think, Fabian, that the stable coins are hurting Western Unions. These regular payment coins like Solana, because you can send money way quicker and for cheaper, correct?
Yeah, exactly. That's the whole objective.
That's why they're sweating.
They are. Western Union is legit hurting because you could just transfer via stablecoin. I don't know. Like, listen, I didn't read over this report, so I don't have anything to say.
That's all right,
We
man.
can talk some Stellantis. But yeah, hey, but
Yeah. Go ahead,
listen,
Joe.
I like what Donald Trump, man. We got to get this garbage out of here, charging people 20% interest on these credit cards. I'll always be an advocate.
You know what? I was telling my mom, Dukes, that the other day. That's funny you should bring that up. So I was saying to my mom, I'm like, because I got 3 credit cards, right? One Visa, one MasterCard, one American Express.
Yeah.
And so I was telling her, I'm like, my low interest credit card is the Visa. I pay about 13 or something like 12 and a half, 14, something like in that range. And she's like, oh my God.
That's crazy.
Right? I'm like, Mom, that's annual APR, right? But I'm like, Mom, compare that to the other credit cards. My American Express, like 24%.
Some people are getting slacked, man.
So it's just like, put everything in context there, man. But
I mean, but that's the thing, like, save man, woman. You say, agree, banks are the biggest robbers, and that's why you forever own, because those regulations will most likely never change, and that's why you own the major banks. It's like, okay, yeah, cool, you want to rinse me over here and over there and charge me fees in order to hold my money? That's insane, right? That's crazy to think of. Own the underlying asset. 35% is normal. I understand that, but it shouldn't be. It's criminal. Especially we're such a credit-based society now. Everybody putting everything on credit. So let's go over to the desk.
Keep an eye on Google here, guys. This story doesn't appear on its face to be massive, but there was a spike on Google that it's already given up. I do just want to address this here. Seeing a report from the Wall Street Journal that this group, Nexus Data Centers, is in advanced talks for $15 billion in financing led by Morgan Stanley for a 1.6 gigawatt campus and natural gas power plant in Hubbard, Texas. Now, apparently, Anthropic has signed some of these leases. Google would be guaranteeing billions of dollars in lease and power obligation should Anthropic default. Now, apparently, this campus that, again, Nexus Data Centers is in talks for would be using Google TPUs co-designed with Broadcom. So we'll pull up AVGO here, not really moving on this. Either way here, I guess an Anthropic Texas AI campus deal has been backed by GeoOGL. Keep an eye on Google and Broadcom. Back to you.
You can comment if you'd like to. Yeah.
it's not the first time we've heard this, and we're seeing a consistent pattern of this now, where either the fabless chip company and AMD and NVIDIA is the one backstopping the data center build-out, or now it's going to be some of these hyperscalers backing it. And this is like, okay, so they don't pay any money, but this is a contingent liability on Google that they actually have to put on their balance sheets, guys. If they're going to backstop whatever it was here, let me just take a look, $15 billion. So Nexus Data Centers in advanced talks for $15 billion financing led by MS to build 1.6 gigawatts. So if they're backstopping that, that's a contingent liability on Google. So Daryl's absolutely right. You're not realizing that right away, but you have to realize that at the next quarter on your earnings report, on your balance sheet. And this is consistently happening now. And I think it's financial, it's like accounting kind of acrobatics where, I'm not going to give you the money, Joey.
Yeah.
Right? You go borrow the money from Morgan Stanley, but guess what? I'm going to make Morgan happy by guaranteeing you. You ever, when you were young, like I always asked my old man to co-sign in a car for me. Always said no.
Yeah.
Every single time I asked him to co-sign in a car for me because I always wanted to get a car that was beyond my means.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
And then he would always say no. And why? I was like, oh, Dad, I'm like, I never not pay my bills.
Yeah.
He's like, because that's on me, man.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
I'm not carrying your debt.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
This is really interesting, man. I mean, I don't know. Anyway, that's what I feel about that.
No, meeting. No.
Oh,
Meeting.
okay.
Meeting,
yeah.
Meeting.
Meeting.
Yeah.
What do you got there,
What do you
brother?
got there, Katina, man?
Hangry wife, same, Sharif. He did right by you. Absolutely, brother. I didn't think he was doing right by me at the time because, I was an idiot, right? Like, I was trying to buy something beyond my means. I hadn't learned life lessons
Yeah,
yet.
no, man.
So.
It's funny. I was looking at financing of a car, and I've never financed a vehicle.
Case.
I've never financed a vehicle. Right? I've been fortunate enough to just putting myself in positions where I buy the car cash.
This guy, dunking on all of us.
No. But dude, I don't drive the flashiest rides.
Bro,
you know
man,
what I mean? I don't drive the I don't drive. So yesterday, I'm punching some numbers, right?
Oh, X4, huh?
No, but see, that's the thing, Sharif. I'm like, yo, listen. I mean, like, what am I going to be looking at here? Like 6-7% with X amount down, you know what I mean? And then it's like over what, a 72 month term? And I'm like,
yo, bro, you just look at that last line. What's
I'm like,
the cost of borrowing?
What the
You look at that
hell?
last line, my boy. What is the cost of borrowing? Are you willing to pay that much? Even if it's over 5 years?
No. On a depreciating asset, listen, man.
Get outta here, bro.
Like if
Get
I
outta
can't,
here, bro.
if I can't buy it cash, I ain't driving it. So
that piece of crap BM&R is breaking out. Apparently, people are saying, piece of crap. Where is this thing? On the NQ?
No,
Where is this? On the Amex?
Listen, full disclosure, like I drive a X1, man. It's nothing flashy. Got my windows
it's a beautiful
tinted,
car, bro.
limo tinted.
Yeah.
I mean, windows.
How many
tinted.
NVIDIA shares is that, Joey?
That one.
That's not even me asking, bro. That's the
how many?
chat.
You asked me how many NVIDIA shares, bro? That thing cost me like at least 250. 250.
That's a lot, man.
Yeah.
That's a lot of NVIDIA
Well, I would
shares.
still be driving my other car if some lady didn't destroy it. So we had to go and grab another one. So.
All right. Okay. Well, we're Sia's in a meeting for now, so we'll just let's look at the market, Joseph. Or should we just continue on with the stories? We'll continue on with the
You
stories.
got your stories, man.
Let's
Pull
get
them up,
to go,
man. We
man.
can talk
So she wanted to talk about a little Stellantis. So let's talk a little Stellantis here, Joey.
right.
So they missed Wall Street consensus estimate, despite actually turning, to black ink instead of red for a while. $773 million in operating income. Sorry, euros. 773 million euros. Well short, though, of the consensus of 914 million euros. That sparked the sell-off. I think we're about 8%. Also, Europe swung to an operating loss. Enlarged European presence swinging to an operating loss. North American sales for Stellantis did rebound strongly, about 32%, but their primary European business just stalled out. 94 million euros they brought in, but that's a 0.6% drop, and that's a problem there. Consolidated operating cash flow remained negative. Management, they pounded the table on that $1 billion industrial free cash flow that they had, but when you look at everything else, it's about a negative $169 million free cash flow. You compare that to last year, they had positive 559 million euros. Tariff headwind as well, $1.2 billion in tariff-related costs. They are expected to recoup about €1 billion of that. So we'll see, whether they realize that on the next earnings report, Joe.
Listen, I mean, Stellantis here, man. The manufacturer itself, interest before taxes here, around 773 million euros. Now, on the year, 13% year over year to 43.48 billion euros. Not too bad whatsoever. But the U.S. tariff costs around 1.2. You talk about the tariff costs? 1.2 billion euros.
They're going to get about $1 billion of that back, which is nice.
Which is good, good, right? I wonder how much, because remember Costco was pounding the table about getting some money back via tariffs.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder what happened there. I can't wait. And Walmart as well, too. But Stellantis, STLA, again, car business, a tough one that I would not be looking to park my money in long term.
It looks like President Trump did not take any questions. So, the wild card, I guess, that we were not hoping, but definitely keeping an eye out there. Democrats demand Apple reject Chinese military-linked chips. Of course, we were probably talking about CXMT. I just love how, they come in there. The next story is Amazon Zoox. Do you want to look at that? Because that's your world there.
We can talk about it, man. If you want to pull it up. I mean, the expansion is real, Sharif.
I can start here.
If you want. I don't have anything up on it right now. I did take.
I can read it out here.
Yeah,
See, I've prepared it. So Zoox.
I typed in Zoox as the ticker.
Maybe one day.
Maybe
one day. Zoox has, as of today, received a temporary exemption from U.S. regulators, apparently, which paves the way for them to start offering paid robo-taxi rides. The exemption comes from the NHTSA, and it allows Zoox to deploy up to 2,500 vehicles for a 2-year period. The NHTSA said in a release, quote, subject to an enhanced adaptable oversight structure that can evolve as Zoox's technology advances. So to me, that means some other regulatory body could be kind of developed here to monitor these autonomous vehicles. The CEO, Ika Evans, I guess, has said in a statement that the move represents what they're calling an important milestone for the company as well as the broader autonomous industry. She says, we are honored, quote, to receive the first ever commercial exemption for a purpose-built robotaxi from the NHTSA and enabling us to begin charging for our services and take another step towards bringing autonomous ride-hailing to more communities. Let's pause for a second. We got to go to Adair with news.
I want to get into this Apple story because it's unclear how different this is from what was being reported earlier today and what was on our watch list this morning as well. So let's get into it. Again, I'm seeing reports that U.S. Democrats are calling on Apple to reject Chinese military-linked chips. Potentially, this could have to do with these memory chip concerns that Apple could be using CXMT and YMTC. Now, here's the thing. We heard as of yesterday, again, apparently there was an open letter from or led by an Indiana Republican by the name of Jim Banks and New York Democrat by the name of Chuck Schumer. You also had signing co-signs here from the likes of, Democrats Andy Kim, Janine Shaheen. You also had Republicans Mike Crapo and Pete Ricketts get involved. So this was a very bipartisan effort. It's unclear if this is going to be either House Democrats or Senate Democrats now that are getting involved, calling on Apple to reject Chinese military-linked chips. But it's worth noting we've already had reports to this effect. And if I see any more details as to what differentiates this from these earlier reports, I'll keep you posted. But I did want to provide an update on that. Back to you.
For that, Adair, we did mention it, but I do want to remind everybody, guys, that Apple is not presented with a dichotomy here. It is not a black or white option. They have many options at their disposal. They can choose to use Chinese chips for non-U.S. destined phones and then, prohibit the use of CXMT's chips or whoever they're going to do business with in China from, finding their way onto U.S. destined phones. So not, a black and white thing. I think there are plenty of shades of gray here, and especially with Apple, navigating this kind of very, very, convoluted supply chain structure that they have, right?
Yeah.
So, you want to shut that out right there, or Dave?
Yeah, we'll talk about Dave's here. We'll talk Zooks momentarily. I really like what's going on. My overnight option swing, Apple, Amazon, Reddit, DXCM calls, Roblox puts, got Meta leaps, 927, okay. All right, so expiring September 2027 for $780. Earlier Google calls, $350 expiring on the 21st of, August here for now, up 6.5%. Good luck all. Thanks, Dave.
Bang.
Appreciate it, man. You're locked and loaded. Seems like you got a lot going on for yourself. So, yeah, good stuff. Listen, I'm in the camp that this AV, some of these other manufacturers, I understand that people like to drive, but well, guess what? I used to like to ride a pedal scooter as well. So I used to use my legs and stuff, but technology evolves. I'm just in the camp that this AV stuff, especially for the day-to-day commuter, people who are doing an hour plus, even half an hour to 45 minutes of sitting in traffic, especially in major metropolitans like here, Toronto. If you have the ability to just hit full self-drive or hop in an autonomous vehicle, you're going to do so, in my opinion, and just capture so much of your time. I just really hope that like the companies like BMW, Mercedes, the German manufacturers, everyone has the ability to adapt this technology, because they'll be non-existent. Think about how many kids. Now, I don't know if this is the best analogy, and it's probably not, but as a kid, Sharif, I don't know about you, I had a scooter and I used my foot for this scooter. Now, I don't see any kids using these scooters anymore. It's all electric scooters. Everyone is using these electric scooters. So.
Oh, Neil wants to come in, bro. Neil wants to come in hot.
Neil wants to come in hot.
Get it,
hopefully
Neil.
my mic is on. I'm just going to throw it out there, but in my neighborhood, like, their kids are on, my daughter's on her scooter, not electric. Yeah. All of her friends, they're busting. Maybe
really?
We're just an old school neighborhood, but I feel you. Like, she doesn't use the electric scooter we have. And there's a couple of kids that have them but don't use them. Like, I don't know, maybe it's only my neighborhood, but I actually feel like
it probably wouldn't be just your neighborhood.
Kids love it.
Maybe I should say that the growing usage of the electric scooter is far, especially in the city.
Oh, 100%.
And even you head into Mississauga, you see kids just ripping around on these scooters. I don't think it's.
You know where it is? It's like teenagers.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So like, think about it. So when they get older and they get out of that play stage and it's like, okay, I need to rip over here to go hang out with somebody, they're gonna hop on the electric scooter, right? Like, why
100%.
get there in 30 minutes when you can get there in 10 on
Yeah, I feel like I used to walk half an hour to high school, and I would be early to get to morning basketball. Like, if I could have had a scooter and been there in like 10, 15,
Yeah.
I've done it for sure.
That's the thing, man.
100%. And I'm with you on the self-drive thing. Like, that's one of those things that I think it's inevitable, but it's how fast it happens, right?
Yeah, I mean, It's a slow rollout. There's no question. I would like it to happen a little faster. Now you have Zooks in Austin and Miami. So, I mean, listen, at some point it will pick up some steam, and who knows if it becomes exponential. At some point, I do believe it will, especially with the newer generation, man.
Man, hold on, man. I'm getting my vacation done here, brother.
All right, man. Sorry.
Brendo's going to get upset.
You got to do upset. You didn't do it for the thing yet?
What's that?
You didn't do it for
No,
your
we did it right now. So we're going to get
right
either
now.
the acceptance or the denial.
How many days you got left?
Oh,
my
look,
boy?
she's back there. Hey, look at her. She didn't think we knew.
Yeah, she was
She's
hiding
stunned,
too,
like she doesn't
man.
care
That's
and
crazy.
stuff.
Give us that shot. Assassino. Ha, ha,
Ah, we love her.
How many days you got left, my boy?
I've got 1.5.
Yes.
Hey, man, whatever, man. I went on vacation a lot this year.
Okay,
This
so
is
you
going to be my
better-
biggest travel year in a long
Yeah, I know. So you better
time,
check
bro.
the calendar and see what you got going on in late December.
Well, that's the
my
thing. I
G.
think we're going to have to move it to January. Yeah. So
alright.
you went out on that one.
Make
right?
sure you submit it to me first.
Submit it to you. You're delusional, bro. Delusional. All right, man. We had a great time, guys.
Yeah.
It is 2 o'clock. The Katina man is at the big board. Neil is locked and loaded. They're ready to take you in to the closing print. Do not forget, Apple, Amazon, after the bell today. We had a couple of Mag 7's names yesterday. We're going to have a couple more today. Are you guys staying back for the aftermarket show, or is that not happening today? I don't know. I'm just asking. Yeah, for Apple and Amazon. Oh, because Apple's 4:30. That's right.
All
Yeah,
right,
I
no,
don't
but
think the boys
Amazon,
are
though,
gonna
they
wait
got to
there.
stay for Amazon.
Amazon comes out pretty quick.
I can confirm
Yeah,
that they're staying.
Yeah, you can confirm. Okay. All right.
Such a disturb.
There's Ram.
There's Ram.
There's Katina Man.
working
There's
on it.
Adara.
They're not ready.
And you know what? Neil is that way.
Oh.
Big earnings after the bell. What should we do? It's not just Apple. There's also Amazon. Are we disrespecting Amazon that much? It's like, oh, Apple this, Apple that. Oh, I know you. Okay, Sharif, I know you guys did say Amazon, but a lot of it first was just like Apple. We get it. Apple, 5 trillion company. Apple, all-time highs. You know what, though? I'll be straight up. There's one thing Apple doesn't have. They don't have any exciting updates coming out like Origenics does. That's ticker OG, and on the NY, you like that, don't you, Joe? Nice the American. The company has now activated its phase 2A clinical trial in Australia with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, an intranasal treatment targeting concussion and mild traumatic brain injury. That's an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Origenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. I want to shout out to Origenics. Thank them for sponsoring this portion of the show. Big shout out to Origenics. Big shout out to Apple. Apple is doing absolutely fantastic, but I feel as if you guys all saw what was going on this morning, right? Like crazy volatility. Randy's like, did we see it? Did we not see it? I mean, it was absolute insanity right off the bell for a lot of names. And I know that feeling. Everybody knows that feeling where we get all that crazy price action off of the open. And just as like an obvious recap, like the days where we have Bloom doing, it's pullback in 30%, right? And you get a similar thing, like DRAM is going absolutely ham. You had IREN with a huge move. You had Microsoft with double digits. It's the kind of morning that we always joke around like, oh, you don't want to look at your personal account. Like this was a day where you definitely wanted to look at your personal account. But from the trading aspect, I can totally get it. I totally get it, everybody. The bell hits at 9:30. You see a massive green candle. You buy into it. Sometimes it reverses right away. The opens trapped you, and it does it almost every single day. Sometimes don't trade that first few minutes. Just read the first few minutes. And those 5 minutes can tell you everything you need to know about where the stock is going for the rest of the day. It's the single most important skill that you can learn as a new trader. So we're going to show you exactly how to do that. In just a couple of seconds, we're going to, according to Ramin, exactly how to do it. We're doing it live. And we're going to show you. You guys can see the screen behind. We'll be ready. Sean's ready to teach. He's ready to go. It's a blackboard. He should get the chalk out and just start diagramming what you guys should be doing, which is all good. But it is incredibly important those first few minutes, because I'll tell you, it's not every day will look like today, where you could have made every single irrational entry possible on a lot of those stocks breaking out, and it would have worked. Most days you can get burned chasing those types of moves, overreacting to the first little bit. This is a day where you definitely got rewarded for doing so. No questions asked. Someone just put in the chat GLW. I didn't even look at this one. You could have blindly taken this as a breakout. Close your eyes, punch long through the high, ride it to a top, just buy the dip into the first support, close your eyes, buy in front of this, and then it goes. Close your eyes, buy in front of that, and then it goes back into the top. That's just the kind of morning that it ended up being, obviously. So, you got to be at least a little bit careful as you're dealing with that open trade. You guys can see, these guys will get it going. I'm only in a couple of things when we get to it. Both of them are, well, version, but this one, DRAM at my level. So just anyone that wonders, I had 5150 waiting for it all day long. We finally got it, but now we are good, so we'll stitch it together. You all know what's up here, and we talked about it. So Sean is going to show you the most important skill you need as a new trader in the first 5 minutes. Let's go to the screen.
Thank you, Neil. Here we go again. It is your 5-minute opening range trade. We often sit there, the market opens up, we get all that feel, and we're like, oh my God, the market's going up, the market's going down. What am I going to do? I'm going to punch in long, I'm going to punch in short, I'm going to wait for something to develop. Right here, do not trade the first 5 minutes between 9:30 and 9:30 a.m., 9:35 a.m. if you're looking for a 5-minute opening range. You got to give it at least that 5 minutes of work, right? So here we go. Read them to predict the day's trend. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to scalp in and out of a trade based on the opening range trend, all right? Impulse buying, win rate. Never a good idea. It's like you jump right in there. You think something's going to work. You impulsively buy it. That's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to technically build up a strategy. And here we go. Opening range break plus RVOL, relative volume breakouts. That is a win rate that we can get behind. So let's have a quick look at what we're talking about. The first 5 minutes. And I'm going to show you an example right after this. You're going to mark down the highs and lows of that opening first 5 minutes. And we're just going to use 1 minute candles to do that, right? The first 5 minutes, let's find the highs, let's find the lows. That's what you got to do right there. It's no problem. Hands off. Just mark them down. Put those lines up. We'll show you in a couple seconds. Then you're going to make sure that there is a good amount of volume in your name. Right? The relative volume, we have greater than 1.5, as long as it's really greater than 1. You want to have more volume than what the stock normally trades with, and you can get a good idea of that in the pre-market to see if there's any action. But more importantly, I'm going to show you again, it's that breakdown or break up. That's the volume that we're looking for. Then you're going to look to execute that trade. So the minute that that range has been violated, either to the north side or the south side, we enter that long or short, okay? So we got to make sure that we are outside the boundaries. And then, of course, you can't be a day trader. You can't be a trader, period, if you don't manage risk. And I think that with the studies that we've done, 2 to 1 is what we're looking for in your first range break down, out, or up, okay? Here's an example here. This is on the NASDAQ. So we use something that's pretty easy. It's a triple Q's name. So this is your NASDAQ. And this is what we're looking at. Right into here, this is your first 5 minutes. So we open up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are the bars right into here. So this is your opening range, all right? We're either looking for a breakdown, which winds up happening, or a breakout, which also winds up happening here as well, okay? So right into the you want to watch out for that first little candle there, the up and down. Remember, we have auctions that happen right away in the morning. So we want to give it that first 5 minutes. And this is the range that we're talking about. Well, what winds up happening is we set our goal. Does it break higher? No, it doesn't. It breaks down. We volume check down here as well. We have an extended volume. We actually have more volume right there than the opening candle on the first 5 minutes. So yeah, it's a little more than 1.5. It's almost double your last candle right there. So the relative volume, we give that one a checkbox. What are we looking for next? The signals. Well, there's the breakdown. So that's our entry. And there it is right there at 674.35 is where we hit the short. Then we set our stops. We go 2 to 1. So if the move down, if our stop out is going to be at the top of the day's break, that's 67.20. So that's about $2. We're looking for $3.50 to $4 on the way back down in. So 674, $3 is right down here at 671. So that's our target. What winds up happening is we put our stop loss in there for 1R. That's it. That's the 1R range. So there we go, 676.25. That's our stop. Matches with that level. Perfect. The way down, there's our win rate, 676.25. And where does that get hit? Right into here. So it doesn't take you too long to make this 2 to 1 trade. But the best part about all of this is you have to place your entry signals, which is we've gotten right here with these 2 bars. Then we've got our stop loss, which we've got at the top of the 5-minute range. And then the profit target is given to us by 2 to 1 based on our stop. So right here, you see that it hits, and then it gets kind of choppy the rest of the way, and we start to move a little bit down. But this is an easy way to set up your day as we move forward here with this lesson. So again, it's the opening range break. Give it 5 minutes, let the trade settle down, then make your decision. In that 5 minutes, it gives you enough time to see what the market's doing and get yourself comfortable with the trade that's ahead.
Exactly, Sean. So everybody out there, draw the opening range tomorrow at 9:35. Get it out there, see how the rest of the day plays out, and let us know. Like, post screenshots in the comments for us, DM us. Let us know how it goes for you guys. So it's all about reading that first open and getting an idea of where it's going to go. Patience is a virtue. It's not an easy one. You know the crazy thing about patience is we always talk about how you need to be patient as a trader, and one of the best skills, one of the things that gives you the most patience in life, I don't know, I'm speaking for myself
Kids?
here. Well, okay, now I'm speaking for both of us then. I don't want to speak for you, but I feel like I could. Is having like
A wife?
kids, family. We can extend it further. No, I'm just gonna keep it at kids. I don't want to just keep it at kids. They give you patience. I think that's like it is probably one of the best. Or it could be like nieces and nephews. It doesn't really matter. Just kids in general. They do preach patience. It's not an easy skill to develop because I think we're of a mentality now, especially in the world. Like everything is at our fingertips.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's patient for anything because you have answers in 2 seconds. Any information you want, you can get. Anything you can build, you can do it in 2 seconds. Where it used to take a lot of time. Like I don't have to remember a phone number. It's crazy. We have a buddy. I don't even know how this is true. You have a buddy who he remembers every single phone number that you had from high school. Like if I messaged him right now, Zane.
He does?
I swear, I would go WhatsApp. If he was looking, I'd be like, what's Sean's phone number when we were in grade 10? And he would, you want me to do it?
Yes.
All right.
No, because I didn't know this about him. I believe you.
I don't remember my own phone number when I was in high school.
I remember the number, so I'm going to be interested to hear.
Hang on a second.
Neil and I, of course, went to school together, so we can ask.
I don't know.
We're going to ask our 45-year-old friend if he remembers what my phone number was 25 years ago.
He just turned 47. It was his birthday, I think.
That guy is old, man.
Well, wait, and we're old. I'm just throwing. I mean, you guys already know we're old.
Yeah, I mean, he looks like 57, so no, just playing around with him. Yeah, no, that should be fun. Let's find out if that's true. I mean, does anybody else? We know Adara has that crazy memory, but that would be impressive, man. I didn't. And how many of you guys out there remember your phone number from 20 plus years ago? I think. I feel like now with cell phones, we're gonna keep the same number forever. But back in the day, when you had those landlines, I feel like there was a bunch of different lines created because you needed one for internet. You needed and maybe someone had their own line or something in the house. But yeah, wow, wild times, man. Thinking back about all of that. Well, we did have.
Check your messages, dude.
Yeah, check your messages, my guy. Jersey, what the flushing down? I must hit the wrong button there. But yeah, we just did the normal trade there on Jersey Mike. We got back there from the gym, and it was just like it hadn't even opened yet. I actually ran into Neil in the hallway. He's like, I give up. I'm leaving. And then it was just a matter of time.
Oops.
Yeah, it was like 10 minutes after that. But again, I didn't, it wasn't like a huge position or anything. It did help us get back to green, which was nice on the day. So that was a good one. But $21 all the way up there. We have some good top outs around 22.60. it hasn't been overly crazy, but again, the lower end of the range was 21 to 25, and it actually came out at 21. Remember, all morning we were stuck at $23 there on Jersey Mike. It looked like it was going to open up in and around that area. All of a sudden, it was 21.50. The top was actually 21.50 when it opened, but it opened at 21. So they actually brought it down in because I was sitting there watching and I was planning to stop out if it broke through 21.50. Then all of a sudden, and I told Neil, I actually hesitated a little bit when I took the first trade. It took me about 8 seconds to get my stop order in and everything because I just wanted to make sure. I knew it wasn't going to be like a SpaceX name where, we had to get our order in immediately because there was going to be so much action there off the open. But yeah, it was pretty good, man. And this low wick, we actually looked that it didn't break. It hasn't broken through 21 as far as I know. Like I took the trade, never went against me. I didn't see a red tick in the account, and then it just started to go up. And yeah, we took 40, 50 cents, then it went up. Then we took some 22s there, then it went up again. So I think we actually did really good on the management of this stock so far there. The problem is we were preparing that amazing lesson that you guys just saw, and I didn't really pay attention to this, but maybe a VWAP take there. I think on the way back out, why don't we stop out of a little bit there? And my stop order is still in, but we'll change it for now to this area, and I'll just get out of, what do we have left? Okay, we can get out 25% or so of this, maybe 50%. 21.73. So let's go 21. Is it 21? Yeah, 69. We'll do that. We'll get out of 50% of what we have left if it breaks back down below that area. So Jersey Mike's, congratulations to everybody today. It looks like, it's not at the high end of the range, but for now, and again, it's
pretty
not
clean. Like
it's not down 4% either, right? I mean, this 4% is just because it's representing that $23 mark. So obviously,
which was lower from the range was the midpoint of the range too.
Yeah,
so it was 21 to 25. So in some ways, really, it was. I'd say like a disappointment, but I wish I just given up. I go outside and I'm on my walk and I'm like, oh, I guess it did finally open up. But you know what? I think I would have been stopped out. So
no, you wouldn't have. It didn't break. I'm telling you, it didn't break.
When I looked at the 1 second chart, I think you would have had to be robotic fast to put your stop in. I think to get stopped out, you would have had to put your stop in faster than humanly possible, would be my guess.
Yeah, and as I was trying to explain there.
And a human, it takes at least
I literally took 8 seconds because I sat down there and I wasn't even looking at it. I was dealing with other things. And then it opened up because I knew I had basically 3 units on it. It's like the same trade I would take in NVIDIA or something like that. It wasn't a huge trade to like sort of write home about, but hey, we like it. It's going to be my P. And actually Palantir I'm still up more on Palantir. How about that? Than I am on Jersey Mike's. And so just to show you, this move wasn't even. This was about $1, almost $2 at that low there. We stop out on a break back upside of VWAP. So, we were pretty patient there. Look, we can talk about that 5-minute breakdown trade that we just talked about there at the desk as well. We can go over some examples. And actually on NVIDIA today, I did wait for that. And, some days it will work out, some days it won't. But there's the breakdown, I thought, of that range, right? And we took it at 935. It gave us a little bit of money. And then once it broke out, the reason why this doesn't work for me today is because my initial stop, you see, I followed the rules. I actually got out right there once it broke back above that first range. But the problem is I started dancing with the devil once it was coming up here and going longer, and we got stopped out there. So, all right, NVIDIA, you got me on that one. But we'll continue to be positive here today, and just thankful that Jersey Mike was a decent open, and we'll see where it goes from here. My plan of action, I just told you where the stop out is. Let's put an offer in and around here. Let's just play levels now. 22.40. It doesn't seem like we've gotten too much ahead of that game yet. So yeah, we'll just play the game and wait to see what's going off here with Jersey Mike's. And pretty good, man.
Yeah,
maybe we'll have some subs this weekend.
It was a great one. Well, that's what we're
I got to stop at Farm Boy tonight, pick up some sausage. I got to ask Joe for directing stuff.
We said we were going to get subs for the Jersey Mike's site.
Oh yeah, that's right. Oh, by the way.
Do you eat subs, Joe? There's a lot of stuff Joe doesn't eat.
Who knows?
Does Joe like subs?
Look at this. This is Sharif. I was going to show you here. This is Sharif's, what he leaves behind us right there. So that's the unhealthy part of the egg with about all of these shells there.
Waste not, want not.
It was hard-boiled eggs there.
I'll be straight up. I don't care what the hell thing is with the egg whites, because I've done the egg whites. I did at university too. But if I did that in front of my mother,
yeah, you would get your ass.
I'm not even saying the rest, because slipper, boom, 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 boom. And then next thing you know, that you're eating egg whites. I don't know what CYCU is.
I know, I just saw that too.
But it is halted 12 times. I made up that number. I glanced at my halt page. There's like a lot of CYCU. I eyeballed it, so I just said 12. It could be 15, it could be 10. It's done 500 million shares. 500 million shares with that many halts means, what are they even doing? Like the halt ban sometimes will defy logic, but that's okay. It's at $1.50, it's tapping $1.50. It's going to halt with moves that seem small, but 10% is not much when it is $1.50, so expect some craziness. You were looking at that small capper. With something else I was, shoot. That's my train of thought with the egg white thing that got me.
You were just saying that it's there's no way you would leave that much on the plate.
Oh, well, it's
all that kind of stuff.
It's like the principle behind it. Like any West Indian parents are kind of like that. It's just.
Oh yeah, no, we used to.
What are you doing? I'm sure. Look,
I think
I'm sure
it's
George would be the
any.
same
Yeah,
way.
it's like just basically the immigrants.
It's like George
like
would
we
be
used to have to use we used to sop up the sauce on the pasta plate with the bread and all that kind of stuff. So anybody that's out there, or the oil and vinegar from the salad,
Yes.
all that kind of stuff, you wouldn't leave a drop on your plate. That is for sure. But yeah, shout out to Sharif there, having a lot of eggs in his life. No, we're never ready for you, Joe, but we are ready when you are. Joe now has a mic. I don't know. Where's your other mic? Is it dead on batteries?
We like this one, man. Yeah, we switched it up.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a big sub guy, Neil. Not a cold cut sub. I think there's a big difference. Like, I'm not out here to get any form of cold cut. Fire me up a meatball sub.
Right.
Fire pretty good stuff. Selena got something. I think it's like Lambo's sub or something like that in the city. She brought one home the other day. It was pretty good.
I'm with you. Turkey breast or meatball. That's
meatball.
basically
Yeah,
it.
exactly. Yeah. So
If I'm making it myself, though,
I like a tuna.
But I'm tuna if I'm making it myself. Like
Yeah.
tuna from like.
it's fair.
I don't know. I've never had Jersey Mike's before, but
Yeah, and I'm not.
if it's good, I love tuna. But if it's
For
I make
me,
myself.
do you guys remember not Quiznos? It was like Topper's Pizza. I don't know if you guys remember.
I know Topper's Pizza. It's still in North Bay.
Is there one? Yeah. So my grandpa used to get me meatball subs from there back in the day, and then Firehouse Sub has a pretty good one as well.
Oh yeah, Firehouse sub with
Firehouse.
meatballs. Yeah. If you want the generic
make
stuff,
me
of course, you
hungry.
get the Subways.
we had teriyaki chicken
we'll-
and rice for lunch.
We'll have to figure out Jersey Mike's. Maybe we'll get some. There's 3 or 4 here in Toronto.
Yeah,
So
there's one,
We
like,
did say that,
20
and I
minutes
got
away.
completely distracted here, so we didn't order any Jersey Mike's. But yeah, it was a lot of fun there trading that IPO. And yeah, thanks, Joe. Yes, pop in whenever. Last night I told you what last night we had for dinner. We had teriyaki chicken and broccoli and
then what
rice
we
and
had
all that
today.
stuff, and that's what we had for lunch on their day. So I should have probably gone ahead and done a Jersey Mike's. I think we missed the news on CYCU. So we did.
Yeah,
we
that's
did
what I
talk
did.
about it.
I
We
should
can
have
go up. I
actually
mean, Adara's back up there.
called
$55 million contract over 5 years. Is it guaranteed? We can find out. I don't know. Which basically triples its market cap. Yeah. So go ahead.
Yeah, this came out at 8:20 a.m. $54.6 million 10-year award with a not unnamed top 5 global consulting firm, specifically in the health and human
Unnamed.
service system. Apparently, state government agency expected annual revenue of greater than $5 million. Apparently, it's their biggest deal in history. Their history.
Okay. Well, we're opened up
Yeah, market
now.
cap $3 million, enterprise value $9 million, no long-term debt. They only have $300K in debt. It's not bad, but they didn't have any. Like their revenue growth was non-existent. They were actually declining revenues, but obviously this is going to change things. So yeah, if it's guaranteed, it's pretty good. But just sort of remember, lots of things can still happen. They can get this. They can get something like this. There could still be like offerings later on. I know we have a lot of people that say they like to swing these types of things. Up 500 points here and going right to zoom it out. Go to the last barcode up here after it broke $1, and that was about $1. Let's call it $1.60 to $1.90 with the resistance in the high 90s. So when it gets up there,
Oh, I thought it was
like
going to halt there.
it just hit the halt band at 77. So 177. The halt band is at 77. Oh, it just moved. How did
Yeah, I
it
guess
already?
did it reset somehow there?
No, that's too fast. Why is the halt band now it's at 81? They shouldn't move that.
It might halt down here. I don't
So
know.
yeah, the halt band's now at $1.81. If you guys happen to be watching, we also have another. Whatever. Like that's so weird. The halt band should not reset that fast.
Wow, there's just a
someone
huge
just
size.
took 300,000 shares on the bid at 69.
What the hell? There was literally somebody. I mean, I have the level 2 up right here.
And they're winning.
There was literally just like 300,000 or 400,000 shares that just showed up on the bid that
Wow.
that actually got filled.
Like that's five. I mean, I know it's 502 million shares today. It's fine. But what did we say the float even was on this thing?
Let me double.
But yeah, 502 million shares
10 million.
done today on a 10 million share float. So yeah, 50 times right now turned over on that one. I think I'll try to take some long if it tries to halt again. Bunch upside there. Finally trying to break through. If you look at a longer time frame, you're right into an area. Well, no, not actually. Now that this zooms out and opens up a bit, 200 period moving average. That's nice. Looks to take that out. You know, I always think that when you're on this kind of a run here, that $2 is imminent. You know, like, I don't know. We'll see if it has some sort of get up there to get back into $2. But that's what we're looking at right now, CYCU. So that's going to be a good one there, moving upside. You know, the market's been really holding pace right here, up 3%. So that looks like we're going to probably hold for the rest of the day with Apple coming today at 4:30. That should be interesting to have a look there. The NASDAQ up 3%. And, you know, looking at some of the names that are out there today, it's just been such a wild ride. This is a look at the S&P 500, and it's, you know, Amazon coming tonight. The healthcare names, the health technology names all getting hit today as there's a flight out of safety and more over to some of the more aggressive names. And we talked about that with the tech spot. We'll bring that up in a second. But yeah, J&J, that's not great. I mean, I'm in it. We're in it lower, but, you know, J&J at 255, that's down 3%. Might be an opportunity today. Eli Lilly down 4%. You know, definitely always opportunities in Eli Lilly whenever that thing goes down. Really believe that what they're doing is right over there with the GLP-1s, and then there's some GLP-3s coming there with the peptides and everything. But all of the risk, like look at Microsoft, its biggest day since 2008, I think. I was going to say 2008 there for Microsoft, 17%. Because I know when it was up 14 or 15%, that was true, but maybe it still is. There, and Oracle up 7%. Meta with triple eights not doing great today off of their earnings. And we'll discuss all of this as we go through the day. But yeah, consumer non-durables downside today again. Nothing really standing out too much. With Jersey Mike's coming through today, you got McDonald's there, down 1%. Jersey Mike's, of course, not in the S&P 500, but Chipotle reported yesterday, and they're up 13%. So that's a huge move. There's Yum Brands, that's going to be KFC and whatnot. Starbucks with their report last night, they're up 3%. So some nice get up back in that name here tonight as well, Starbucks. So yeah, it looks like it's going to be here's a good spot. The producer manufacturing names today.
Crazy.
Yeah, because again, we know Caterpillar, a little bit of love there for the data center buildouts. So is GE Vernova, and then Lam Research and AMAT, and ASML is not in here, but I think if we just check out what ASML is doing, I'm going to say it's probably 6 or 7% today. I mean, they've been
If it's not up, that's ridiculous.
It is, yeah. Oh, okay, 6% right there. So we actually nailed that one somehow.
You said 6. 7.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because what else did we say it about?
No, there was a couple of times in the lesson, and then there was a few times this morning. I don't know which stock it was, but something was trading in like the perfect range.
Oh, that Qs trade was 676. That was the price of the Qs.
I'm going to show Aaron that clip.
That's probably why.
She'll hate it.
But ASML up 6.11% there. We'll change our verbiage on that one.
6.7.
We're getting ready for Adara, but I just want to show you here. The CYCU has not rehalted again. If anything, it looks like it's trying to make a move lower. I think that break where that limit up, limit down bands are up here at 180. So if it does get up to that day high break, it probably halts on a day high break, which you guys tell me, that would be good. Right? Like there's the day high break right there, and then the halt at 150, open up 160. Now you're at Neil, I almost said it again. We were almost at 1.6 something there. And we'll just wait to see if it does pull back in. I think we can really test that gap fill there, or wait for it to halt on the way back up. In the meanwhile, we still have NVIDIA short. This has been, here all day. We got waxed there early. We talked about it, but we've, played it back into the short side. Without any further ado, Adara's over there at the wall with your informative lesson of the day.
Good afternoon, guys. We took a break yesterday because of the people. We're going to talk about it on this board in a second, but we're back with another edition of To the Window, to the Wall, where I pull up an infographic window and we talk about it on the wall. Let's talk about the Fed, because of the last 9 FOMC meetings, we've had at least one dissenting vote in 8 of them. That is significant. That goes back all the way to the meeting that occurred 1 year ago today on July 30th, 2025, when you had 2 dissenting votes here from Bowman and Waller, and it continues up until the meeting we had yesterday with 3 dissenting votes. Now, we did have a bit of a reprieve. Warsh's first meeting didn't feature the family feud he's always talking about. We actually had a 12-0 decision to hold rates steady, but we got some more dissent again coming through yesterday. So this is just basically a look at the dissenting votes. Again, at all of these 8 of 9 meetings in the last 9 where we've had some of these dissenting votes. So you've got, of course, the 2 dissents going forward here in July 30th of 25. Then you get Myron's first meeting, which marks his, as you guys can see, continued pattern of dissenting. He dissents at all of the meetings in which he's present, always voting for a 25 basis point rate cut, or in cases where there was a rate cut, a 50 basis point rate cut. So he always wants rates just a little bit lower than the rest of the feds. Now, the one thing this infographic doesn't show is who voted for what, which I understand is a little bit annoying, so I'll go through it. In the case here of both the October and the December meetings, you've got one Fed voting in favor of, a more hawkish tone. That would be the case of Schmidt, and then Schmidt and Goolsbee. And then in the case of Myron, he's always voting a little bit more dovish. Then you go to the really interesting part of things here, and that's going to be April 29th, 2026 meeting. This is the last meeting under the leadership of Fed Chair Powell, and the first before we, or I guess, sorry, the last before we get Warsh coming in. So this was really the end of an era here, and that era ended with an 8-4 decision to hold rates. You've got Logan, Hammock, and Kashkari all actually voting in favor of removing the easing bias, and then Myron, of course, voting for a cut. And then that we fast forward to yesterday, where you have, again, a 9-3 decision with 3 feds wanting to raise rates. So I think it's kind of an interesting look. It's not yet available, at least not in this updated form, on X at TTV Research, but you'll be able to find it on X at TTV Research on Saturday afternoon. I'm very excited to be at this board with you guys tomorrow. I have a really fun infographic to show off that I've basically been sitting on pretty much all week because I wanted to unveil it on Friday. So if you like SpaceX, stay tuned because I have a fun SPCX visual for you tomorrow. At least I think it's fun. I hope you guys like it as well. But yeah, join us on X at TTV Research. Join us on Trader TV Live. That is today's edition of To the Window, To the Wall. But for now, I send you back to Sean and to Neil.
Thank you.
That's why we're looking for that Neil Kashkari there, because we have a couple of
thank you very much.
Couple of
I don't like him.
Yeah, couple of dissents there, Neil, for Kashkari.
Not me.
Look, tonight you can go over to @Trader TV Research and find all of that Adair had just talked about there. Even Robinhood and Vlad right there as well. Roblox earnings preview is here. We didn't even get over Roblox yet. Here, I'm going to find, there's a little Jersey Mike's reference. I really like their logo, actually. Shout out to Jersey Mike's. There's a little bit of Rivian. Wow, there tonight as well. RJ there with Rivian earnings coming tonight. Wow, it's going to be actually pretty busy. I'm actually looking here as I scroll down. Where the heck? What the? Okay, here it is right here. This is what I'm looking for finally there for tonight. It's going to be a busy one. Apple at 4:30. Other than that, Coinbase at 4:15. We've got Amazon. Amazon's up 5% right now, so that should be a good one that we'll look out for. Amazon, Roblox, Rivian, Reddit, and then we wait for Coinbase and Apple coming. And then this morning, I didn't even look at Crocs. They were down early. I don't know if they battle back with this move in the market there today. Ferrari as well this morning, Stellantis, a MasterCard. We saw not a great number from Visa the other day. We can double check that on MasterCard.
Speaking about battling back.
Yeah.
That made me think of Ian Rispetto's super chat here. Thank you for the super chat there. Ian, we appreciate you. What do you guys think of VRT here? Think of starting a long position for the portfolio. Thanks. So for Vertiv, again, we're not here to give financial advice, but what I will say is there was something I said this morning when everything was going absolutely ham, and it was along the lines of, if you aren't bouncing in this move today, there's a little bit of concern there. Like, you saw me voice a little bit of concern with ARM when it wasn't going higher, or when it sort of failed that high and wasn't going higher. And then I look at Vertiv, and that failed its breakout and then just continued to trend. That gives me a little bit of pause. Like, I would be asking myself, okay, well, why don't they want to, when I say they, why do the markets not seem to want to buy this up on the dip if we're still thinking, I like the company. So, let it settle down. It's really only been a day and a half, and there's really good levels coming in on this stock. Like, I don't have to go up to a monthly chart to show you $200. So it was the high in late November. It was like a pretty clean February breakout at the 200 level. So there's even a chance that could come into play. So that'd be my thought. I'm not in love with, why couldn't you go today? Like, why didn't this get picked up?
I liked Vertiv, I thought.
Yeah, but I'm like, If the market's going to be up 3%, the Nasdaq's up 3 points today. I'm just going to give a quick update on DRAM because I'm going to tighten the stop on this. It's just not falling. If the market's up 3% today, everything else is blasting and just these parabolic charts. You could at least have like held VWAP and be like sideways and hold some of the gains. So that would be a little bit of concern. It's how the market's reacting, maybe not the company. So just a quick update here. I was giving this to the highs, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go lower high, tighter stop. You can see how little DRAM is dropping every time I've been short. Like not very far. Like this move here was about 60 pennies. Like right now, like the best fill I've gotten is like a quarter there. So I'm just going to tighten the stop. If it takes out the local high just above 70, I'm going to hop out of it because this thing is absolutely crazy. John Womack, SpaceX is red as well.
Oh, wow.
That being said, I don't think anyone is, like when we're talking about Vertiv on a dip, you're thinking, oh, maybe you're getting a little relative value because it's pulled back so far off the highs. I don't know that anyone's thinking about SpaceX in that context, but you're right in that point. It is also going lower. You should be concerned about tech stocks that are struggling today.
So I don't know what Trump said about Axon. Axon, of course, the creator of the taser. So I'm guessing that maybe Trump is looking at putting, yes?
I think the issue was that he went long Axon after there was a military contract. This is all reported, so don't confirm this, but there were some potentially eyebrow-raising trades that were made.
Eyebrow-raising trades with the current administration? Never.
People's
that's
eyebrow?
not something that we've heard of before. But it's not a crypto name. No, but I just was looking at this and thinking to myself, like, I don't know. I mean, is Trump right to go long on this name? Or, it's looking pretty good. Generally, you don't want to see a cross, but this actually cross is fine to me. 50 period crossing the 200 back up to the upside. It's not crossing to the downside. This is the downside cross that you would be most worried about. This upside cross actually looks fine to me. Trying to hold on. It's only down 1.5% right now. So I think this looks okay. I mean, tasers seem to be better than bullets, in my opinion. But again, I don't know. We don't really.
What do you mean seem to be?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like I don't.
Seem to be.
It should be
That's
more.
probably not allowed.
Maybe less effective, but better for the health and safety of the general public. But yeah, I don't. Not to get political about whether or not police should be having these things or not. It seems like it has some jumping abilities to it. And if you do break, I mean, I would say this is a nice move down from 640 into 480. Like that's already down right there. 20%, 21% right there, top to bottom. So we've seen 20% be one of those areas where we've bounced off of. We already showed you that, like Microsoft's move was 20%, Meta's current move is 20%. So, there's moves that are down there. So that, I don't know if we're at a bottom yet or not, but that seems like a decent spot right here to get long. So, you can definitely have a look at Axon. Thanks for the super chat. And whether or not President Trump is right or not, I don't think it's ever been wrong following people's trades if you believe in it as well. So, it's just an idea. And if you like it, get involved. Now, I don't think there's a problem there. And if it breaks 500 to the downside, I think you can get out, right? So a little bit of a base there for Axon.
Someone said they also do body cams.
Oh, perfect. I mean, I think that's even another thing, and if you are believing in a police state or something like that, then yeah, body cams and tasers and all that seem to be, something that, tasers is not new, right? I mean,
I'm willing to bet we're in a world now where you're going to have the body cams. Maybe this is already happening. It probably already is. You're going to have body cams from officers, and then AI is going to be breaking down scenarios and start maybe even finding ways that you can be a little bit more like proactive and recognizing like certain ticks and movements that might promote safety, whatever it might be. But the Overthinking Bear gave us a super chat and said, why aren't we talking about the market's most anticipated earnings today? Which you say is BBF. I had to look it up to make sure.
We're going to halt downside on that CYCU, by the way.
Dang it.
Oh, I can't get short, of course, because there's no
short.
shares.
Okay.
Well, there probably is shortable shares, but I just
but not free.
Not free. I didn't pay for it. Here it is. Oh, there it is. Just halted right there at 151 proof, and it's downside right there. So Axon, and we actually said that. Right, that there was a chance, and I didn't realize it would be the halt band, but there was a chance for this to fill that gap. And that looks like that's exactly what just happened right there. All right, so what Big Bear AI earnings are tonight? Okay, well, that should be exciting.
I did confirm by looking it up. I wasn't.
I haven't really looked at.
Obviously, we're a little bit more concerned about
tomorrow
Coinbase
morning?
and Apple and Amazon and who else is reporting tonight? That's the biggest. Reddit, Roblox, Rivian.
Coin. It's actually not. Other than the first few names, it's not super exciting. But we'll be here, I think, anyways, to do some of those calls for you guys tonight, I believe. Anyways, I don't know if we'll stay till 4:30, but okay, here it is. We'll just go into market events here, and just to check it out. Last time we were talking about trying to get to EPS positive, all right, on Big Bear AI, and we didn't get it. Like we went from minus 42 cents, minus 25, minus 49 into -3. That's what sort of spiked it up, right? And then we go, and we still get -4 right there. So I want to see them turn EPS positive. And with a few deals, we talked about the World Cup and security, and they have the heat sensors as far as we talked about body cameras and all that kind of stuff. But safety deals, they do have a deal with the government. Their Big Bear AI, and they just recently bought like a language model and have been implementing it as well. So, and that was also confirmed as approved by the U.S. government. So at the end of the day, I think they got to go EPS plus, and then you should be able to see this thing get back up to the upside. I haven't bought any more shares or anything in Big Bear AI. It's not a super large holding or anything. We did like this a heck of a long time ago when it was starting to move around. It's only been really going lower with a market cap. First of all, with a short float of 30% right there, right? And then you do have into this one, Big Bear AI. I just want to see market cap of still $1 billion. So that is relatively rich. Let's see.
Is that right?
Yes, that is right. But did he look that up or anything? Or
No,
what?
I'm telling. So remember I said we have a friend.
Yeah, he did say it.
Who
he did say
can
the right
remember?
quote
And
there.
look, you guys know how old we are, okay? Like it's not a secret. Almost everybody.
Don't worry about how old
understands.
we are. Our friend just turned 47.
He just turned 47, and he remembered
We may be the
Sean's phone number, like house phone from high school, which I guarantee that wouldn't be the same number from now. Like that's insane.
I don't even have a landline.
He knows it's crazy. I wish I had memories like that.
I cannot believe
it's
that,
almost
but-
like a Dara's memory.
It's not like we phone each other that often. That's the
Nobody
thing.
uses
It's
phone.
I
don't know his phone number now when I was just looking at the WhatsApp. I have no clue.
Oh, I have no idea what any of our friends' phone numbers are.
But
I
that's
don't
the
know your
power of what we have. That's why that
I
actually.
don't know my parents' phone numbers, to be honest with you. It's wild. I call it up and I just push. Like I have an idea, and I think I could get it like in 3 or 4 times.
I know my mom.
They just recently switched.
But I don't. I know my mom's iPhone. But I don't know my dad's.
See?
Because my pops he's tech savvy, man. Like I can just text message and whatever. He'll use WhatsApp.
No,
Like,
but you're
mom's-
never dialing anymore. It's like the same thing with the kids. We talked about this with money.
It's true.
Like before, when you went to the store and you bought something, you took out a $20 bill that you had earned all week or whatever it is. It was your allowance, something like that. And when you bought a cheeseburger or whatever you bought with it, you got less back. And it was more like, oh my God, like there's a point to saving because I don't want to actually hand over physical cash.
That's fair.
Now our kids, it's just like, oh, here, Dad, let me see your phone. Tap, haha, that's it. And I'm out of here. Like they have no physical, it's just like a digital way
It's
right
so
about
true.
now, right? And so I feel like the same thing there with our phones.
It just occurred to me why I know my mom's. It's because anytime you're filling out stuff for school about who the emergency contact is, if it's not my wife and myself, it's her. So that's the one I'm having to write down every now and then.
Makes sense.
I we are going to we had another super chat.
Oh, already?
Oh, okay. I thought we were going to see in a quick little segment another super chat here from Nick.
Yeah, I mean, great long, as you mentioned. Yeah, I mean,
Where is that?
Look, yesterday at SoFi at 15. Unfortunately, look, we had it written down today again. We didn't grab it because there was no dip, and then we were too busy, as I said, looking at NVIDIA. But yesterday on SoFi, we did actually, and this is the trade that I like. It's the washout to the downside there, especially on earnings, right? I mean, let the stock wash out, and I'm sure I could find many examples like this, probably even ones today, that made the move down. And then we didn't get involved in SoFi until right here. So let me just zoom back over. We are going to go to the screen in a second, or back to the desk. But there was the move down early yesterday on earnings, right? SoFi was getting killed. I don't remember what it was down. And then we finally found this little base right here where, again, it tried to get going, came back in, had a good bottom. The only problem is down here, there wasn't like a lot of volume. I remember talking about that yesterday. So we did take some, I think it was 05s or something, and then we took some at O's. And not only that, it matched That's 1490, but it just came back in, based out, and then the rip started happening to the north side. So it did give us a base at 15 that we liked. Came back into the close yesterday. I mean, everything was wild yesterday. And then today, again, nice move there for SoFi off of yesterday. So yeah, good continuation, Nick. I think you got that one. And I didn't buy any more down here. SoFi is still a holding of mine, pretty decent one there in the longer term. I actually have it in both accounts right now. My sort of TFSA, which we have around here, which is tax-free savings, and then and then the RSP here. This CYCU, it should open soon, but it's 131 is the tap. So your
rule of thumb, you know how it is. If you're considering trading it, go check out and buy the locates right away. Don't wait until you want to use them. If you're considering trading the stock, you think it's in play, it's so annoying because I did the same thing. I saw the halt, I went over, and it's like, it doesn't matter. You can't, in 15 seconds or 10 seconds, you can process shorts really fast here, but no human is fast enough.
Did you see how much it was? It's cheap?
Yeah, because I didn't even.
Oh, you didn't even go through it?
It's less than 1 cent.
Oh, what? Okay, I'm going to go.
Yeah, like it's 0.8 of a cent. Like it's, 0.8 of a cent.
Okay, I'm going to go get it.
0.8 of a cent. My goodness. I believe we're going up to the desk with Sia. We're going up to the desk with Sia. Our bad.
I'm back on. We're going to take a look. The SPY is currently up 1.5%. You have the triple Qs that are up past 3% mark today. You have the Dow up 1% and the IWM also up 8%. Let's take a look at SKHY, not SKHY, SKHY. That's SK Hynix here. That's up over 17% on the day today. So now UBS has initiated coverage on SKHY with a buy rating and a $204 price target. That is a 61% upside from yesterday's close of $126.79. So we have UBS analyst Nicholas Godua has said that at current valuation, we do not believe SK Hynix shares fully reflect structurally higher memory profitability. He also believes that the memory semis industry has changed drastically and accelerating memory demand from agentic AI as well. UBS is expecting DRAM demand growth to reach 36% in the year 2027 from 22% in the year 2026, which is this year. Also, SKHY is securing long-term agreements, advancing HBM negotiations for 2027, and expanding capacity, all of which can potentially support stronger margins as well as long-term growth. Not a bad look here for SKHY. That's up 17% on the day.
Yeah, and I mean, not a bad. That's one way to frame it. It is it's pretty. It's so pretty. As our good friend, you know what? Anybody that bought the dip on these, please tell me I have it. Anybody that bought the dip on the memory names?
It's pretty. It's so pretty.
And hold a second. Sizzler. And if you know, you know. And I'm not endorsing anybody that watches the remake of that. I got some beef with Hollywood. You're allowed to create new things, Hollywood. Not everything has to be a remake. Because what's the point? If you can't do it better or do it fresh, then don't bother doing it. There's lots of good fresh stuff out there.
Also, why would you hire Jack Harlow? And I don't hate on Jack Harlow, but he's not an actor. So to me, that's kind of a weird choice. Because he starred in the remake. Like, I watched the trailer, I was confused, and I did not engage.
There you go. At least you watched. I might have watched 10 or 15 seconds of the trailer because I'm like, oh my goodness, white man can't jump. And then I was like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? That's all I'm saying. I love that. Man, I love it. It was a great film. But back to the memory chip names because that's what we're talking about here. SK Hynix, it's worth keeping in mind. And I don't want to be that guy, but hey, we do look at levels, we do look at technicals. So remember, this was not a traditional IPO. This was simply a US listing. They did raise a boatload of cash. It did trade almost exactly like an IPO. So from that regard, fine. But remember, it was a 149 issue, and then the 150 was the obvious spot. Right? Like 150 was support for a couple of days. When it lost it, look how nasty it is. Where have we crested to? $150. It gets part and parcel why I'm sticking with the level I like on DRAM and shorting this 5150 level. Because I like the level on DRAM. Okay, so CYCU did open back up 135, so just a bit above that 131 tap. That was pretty close. It's trying to battle higher. I think a false break of this halt level, 150, like if it tries to break
I'll try long.
150, that's the key, because it was the prior high. It's halted 3 times at 150 today, so that's obviously a key level.
Let's see what happens
sorry,
here with
I didn't really
CYCU.
catch that.
No, Steve is here. We're just gonna wait a second on Steve, just to wait to see if this gets going there. 144 and change. Now, I mean, you were just talking about it, Neil. So you kind of stopped because you heard about Steve there. But yeah, I think you're right. If we break above this 150 area, again, is that where the limit up, limit down is?
Yeah,
I've
like
marked
multiple
it,
times.
haven't I? Oh, there it is. Oh, I actually didn't save because I had marked it before. Maybe I marked it on a New York stock. But here we go. We'll see if this does wind up halting. It's the only one that's really doing anything right now as far as the halt. What is this FXHO? No, that's not halting right now either. So yeah, it looks like, what was that, 155 we just showed you there on the limit, or was it, where was it? But here it comes right now. It's gonna try to give us another halt. I think it might be worth
57 now.
57, okay. I think it might be worth taking it on the halt, especially since it would halt above this gap area right there. All right, okay, and then of course someone just smacks it right back down again. It's only done 526 million shares, so I'll probably only take about 200 million shares on the halt because there's clearly enough volume here for that. Of course, we're not doing anything like that. All right, well, hey, without any further ado, I mean, we had Mitch on earlier, and we welcome our good friend Steve. How are you doing, Steve? What a volatile market these days.
Well, guys, I was up late last night buying dips, so I'm doing just swell. How you guys doing?
Good. What are you trading on Blue Ocean there overnight, or were you buying futures? Were you buying some things in the Kospi? What were you doing?
A little bit of everything. Mostly Micron. Micron's been my big trader recently. I've been really trying to keep things simple with all the noise, and I'm thinking, hey, if the AI trade's not dead, I think memory is the biggest bottleneck. I think Micron's the biggest name. That's what I'm focusing on. So I got a whole bunch in the 720 to 750 range. Ooh. Now I'm just holding on for dear life and hoping this isn't like the last 3 times I tried this and I don't get washed out on the, runners.
Why? I thought, the way we closed yesterday on the NASDAQ, we closed near the lows and we had a horrible experience there from 3 to 4 o'clock with the Fed and just sort of coming back in. We saw the TLT to the downside, right? The long end of the curve was really making moves there yesterday. What made you so bullish? Was there something on a chart you could show us about going in there and buying ahead of what turned out to be an amazing decision? NASDAQ up 3% today. What gave you the sort of idea of, hey, maybe there is a bounce coming?
Well, I'm having a little trouble sharing my charts today,
okay.
So I might have to walk you through it. But essentially, I was actually short. I've been biased short as soon as the Kospi opens, because it's been working, Oh, sorry, an alert just went off there.
Sell your Micron. Sell your Micron. Was that the alert? Sell Micron?
It actually was my just keep an eye on Micron.
Okay.
So I think I did get stopped out of a runner position, which is how I like to trade these, right?
Yeah.
I have the core. It works. I put a high, I put take profits to take money on the way up. And then eventually I'll get washed out on some of the non-core position. So now I'm just
So when you're buying those 750s, I mean, I have the chart up here. I mean, we understand that you're having a little bit of issues there, but your first area, are you holding through this first sort of push in the first 10 or 15 minutes there? The market really started to go a little bit of a pullback at 10 o'clock and then another leg higher. So, how do you treat sort of this move down there? Was this sort of stopping out? We had Brian Shannon on the other day. I talked about closing 2-minute candles. Maybe that's when you look to get out of your runners once those have died down a little bit. What gave you the ability to hold this Micron trade here today?
Little luck, little skill. I would say I was preparing myself for a very big move because it looked like we were going to flush horrendously, and we just simply didn't. So when that happened and we saw some really strong candles coming in, I'm just thinking, hey, we're set up for a really nice rally in the next couple of days, even if it's just a mean reversion rally. At that point, I had no idea.
Yeah.
So I was trading a 1-minute setup because I was trying to short. And it didn't play out, so I started to take positions long at 720. I had no idea if I was right. It started working tremendously, and I added into that. So
720.
By the time it was pre-market, I had already taken my profit and locked in my gains, and I just had a core position that I was honestly expecting to get stopped out of. I didn't even look at the open. Today's one of the few days I don't have streams, so I actually slept in and just let the system work. system said it should be a big move. And so I'm just happy because honestly, I probably would have sold too much otherwise. Too fast.
So will you, and again, it was Steve Talman here from Trade the Pool. Thank you for coming through one more time here and having some problems changing charts. So Neil and I will try our best to put up the charts we're talking about. When you say that, you slept in, congratulations. I wonder what that feels like.
Must be nice.
And I was just thinking you just put in a trailing stop order, or do you have something that's continuously calculating a measured move, or how does that work? Because I'm just a simple man. I would say stop out if we break back down below 850 or whatever that number is. Do you have something where it's if there's a 5% pullback, do you get out, or how do your stop orders work when you're not in front of your screen?
I'm a simple man. There's better ways to do it. But I've been very overwhelmed this week, so I'm doing Pareto principle, 80% of the effort or of the result for 20% of the effort. So realistically speaking, I thought the chart looked good. When the chart's looking super good on the short term, and I was getting tired, I just slapped an equal weight hedge on, just so I didn't sell and lose my spot in the rally. And then I had alert set. And there's one right now. I don't know if you heard that one go, an alert or attention, but essentially just levels of inflection where, to speak of the devil, right? Levels of inflection where I need to pay attention. So if I don't have a good read, then I hedge. If I do have a good read, well, I trust my read and I let it cook. So a lot of putting on those, so many alerts, a lot of putting hedges on and taking them off. And then as I see a bottom starting to form, I'll just add, and then I'll put a really tight stop on that add, right? So if it works, great. If it didn't, like this one, I just did it before I took a shower and got ready for this. It didn't work, so I'm out it was I'm out $30 or something.
Yeah,
whatever,
okay.
Okay. Yeah. So this is how I like to do it, because the upside otherwise was that I have another tranche of shares for Micron if I didn't catch that 1 minute reversal, and that's how we got here. That's how I have shares at 720 still.
Gotcha. So I want to ask you a question, because you mentioned Micron is what you're expressing for, the AI trade is not done, memory is not done. A day like today, because one of the things I was saying this morning, or I was observing, is, hey, if you didn't bounce tech today, that's a problem, right? So you could really start to see who was strong and who wasn't. Is the fact that there were names like Bloom Energy or maybe Iran, a few that just stood out a little bit more? Does that pique your interest to say, hey, is there a better place to be expressing this, or maybe it changes your mind on something? And on the other side of that, was there anything that this move showed you, hey, that's a short opportunity that you might have been able to notice? Just out of curiosity, those two.
Oh, great questions. Great question. You probably saw me cheesing there. It's because, my other biggest pickup was Bloom Energy, and that's been doing phenomenally off the 160 handle. So I swear, I'm not making this up. I've had a very good day. So the first thing is absolutely, I think it's good to be prepared from a fundamental perspective. For me, Bloom, GE Vernova, and VRT, those are my three big ones for the energy production for AI data centers, infrastructure build out. So if that narrative is intact, these are way undervalued still. So this is on, basically I have a large basket that I'm trying to start building for the AI trade. And I will actually have a big write-up coming out either today or tomorrow on that, breaking it down. Basically, I want exposure in memory primarily, but I also want lithography exposure. That's basically the guys who make the machines that make the chips. I also want, of course, the data center power stuff. And there's a few other sectors as well, a little bit into neocloud, but not too much. Thankfully, if you've seen the news with the margin calls today, that's been crazy. So that kind of brings us into the second part of your question, what looks weak? Well, the data centers, the hypercloud, neoclouds, the NBISs of the world, they've been having trouble recently, and we were all trying to figure out why. Turns out Mr. Leopold was getting margin called for a massive amount there. So that kind of explains that, and that's just showing that there's certain areas that I want to be more involved in than others.
Yeah, and NBIS, the number of names that are showing you 15, 20, 25% today is, it's absolutely insane when you really think about it. But I wanted to ask you a question. You said about you want lithography exposure, because Lam had a huge day. One of the things that I was mentioning when we saw that ASML story, China's looking for ways to eat into their business, is that might make Lam and AMAT more appealing. Where would you look to be expressing that trade? There are so many places that it can get overwhelming with parabolic movers where you're getting some value to buy the dip. So was there a name in particular in that group that you like? I mean, Lamb was set, last I checked, it was 17% to the upside, ASML 7%. So they all won. It's not like you could have lost buying the dip.
Yeah, great question. My favorite from a fundamental perspective is going to be AMAT. I think that's the strongest in applied materials. I also like ASML and hold a position there too. I think that these kind of become one of your kind of core positions or ballasts in this AI trade, along with compute heavy names like NVIDIA, AMD. Dell's a little riskier, but stuff like that. And I want these to be kind of like my core that I trade around. And, you know, the stuff like NeoClouds, that's going to swing more wildly. I don't want to have too many eggs in that basket at any one time, you know, but this core is something that I really do believe in. And I think that, I think that's a great kind of way to approach this. So I'm looking forward to sharing this article later today or tomorrow and really breaking down, going into the depths of all those different baskets as well. Because there's some others that we haven't had a chance to talk about yet. But it's such a fascinating sector. Photonics, another area, for example, that I'd love to get in more later.
Ooh, I think you're speaking Sean's language there with,
that's
with Photonics.
Coherent as well, Marvell.
Yeah, Marvell, Coherent, both those make
could
sense.
be some plays. Are you like Qualcomm at these levels?
There's when we're trying to buy the best companies and they're 30% off and we want this trade to work, I have no interest in playing anything that isn't like the best of the best. I don't see Qualcomm as the best of the best for anything but mobile compute, and I don't really know that much about it. I'm kind of a tourist still in this space, 50-50. So I'm sticking with what I know, you know.
Okay, yeah. I mean, if you looked at Qualcomm has a little bit of automotive too. I like it. It's on sale, same kind of way as that. But I do like, I mean, Vertiv, we were talking about that earlier today. So I really like the VRT look. Look, I'm going to take it to another spot right here. And again, Steve Talman here from Trade the Pool. We want to thank him for showing up once again on a Thursday. Always seems like a regular here. That's great to have him. Steve, what about Meta? Like Meta down 9% today. I mean, we were just days ago, we were at $680. And I think we looked at it was like 13 or it was 12 trading days ago. And then this is what's happened to Meta. You have your charts up. We can't share them, so we'll share ours. But this is down into 530, 540 again here. Meta, you know, like I said, was just up at 680. Now we're having a downside play into Meta. Are we buying it on a technical level down here? I mean, you just mentioned that you want to start building a basket for AI because you believe in that story. Do you believe in Meta? Do you believe in them on potential rebound here after a little bit of a tough quarter missing there and their EPS not good moving forward? Potential trying to sell some compute power. But Meta down at these levels, for anybody that's still holding their shares, is there a spot where maybe we dump it? Is it too late? It's a PE of like 19 right now on Meta. It's pretty cheap.
Great question and an interesting name. So do I think that they are a winner of the AI trade? Absolutely. Do I think that they are going to end up being the biggest winner of the hypercloud or neocloud kind of space? Yeah, probably. Does the market have to reward that anytime soon? They do not. I think that there are better names that are more appealing. That being said, I do like this more than I like this more than I think most.
I mean, you picked Microsoft not too long ago, and I mean, congratulations on that one. Microsoft having its big. I mean, you just mentioned Bloom Energy and Micron. I don't know if you woke up and saw your Microsoft position. Maybe you're out of it. I don't know, but there was a couple weeks ago, Steve, where you were really pounding the table a little bit on Microsoft and telling us, because we asked you the same question. I think it was like, what Mag 7 name? You know, or what Mega name, I don't know if it was a Mag 7, but did you like moving forward? And you said that you were starting to build a position potentially off this low there of 360, 370 on Microsoft, and then kaboom, man, today it's the largest win on a day since 2008, we heard. So, you know, that's a big move there for Microsoft. A, are you still in it? B, if so, is this a trimming spot there? Because the last time we took down the 200 period moving average, we were all the way back here in January, and then we tried it again right there, and we failed both times. So what do you think about this move, and what is your current positioning on Microsoft, if you don't mind?
It's been a very good day. So yeah, there's too much to talk about. I trimmed, but only honestly, because just really because it was too much of my portfolio at this point. I had been really accumulating that thing because I believed it'd have its day in the sun. We got the day. I fully believe that this is a good trade going forward. Yes, I did sell about a little over a third to get me back to what I would consider still a little heavy.
And did you say that you sold because it's becoming too big of a position in the portfolio, or was it not that big to begin with? I sort of missed that part.
It was getting big and it was uncomfortable for a while. So not uncomfortable now. No. Now it's a comfortable and healthy size. I would never size that big on something that wasn't a mega cap like this.
Right. Makes sense. Makes sense.
Okay, I mean, yeah, Steve, we're pretty happy with the way this has been. You ran through a bunch of AI names for us there. If you could pick one, I mean, there's a lot of people in our chat right here today because today's been an explosive day. I mean, it's easy to say Bloom Energy or Micron. I mean, all those names, there's names up 20, 30% today. You know, iRen's another one that might be something that you know in the data center build out. But is there something right here now that maybe we haven't mentioned that would be a good talk, and we could talk about it with you in the next couple of weeks, just like you made the sort of the play there in Microsoft? Anything you're looking at right now?
So many things.
I know.
I'm just going through my watch list here. One thing that really stands out, I love the structure of Dell still.
Okay.
Dell is a very, very strong name. It has been for a while, and it's been showing itself. One thing that I actually like about it is that I talked to my fundamental analyst friends about it. They're not thrilled. They still kind of feel like it's a lower quality company. And I think that it may be at one of those inflection points where we're starting to see that change. So Dell is one that I'm going to be watching in the compute section of
all right, so not SMCI. We'll prefer Dell. Every time someone asks us a question, Neil's always like, well, whenever we talk about SMCI, I just divert people to Dell.
Well, that's my answer.
So
like, what do you think about SMCI?
over there.
I think Dell about SMCI. Keep it pretty simple.
See, this is why we get along so well. Totally with you.
Well, among other things, but like obviously we enjoy having you here. One of the you keep it real, Steve, and we love the ideas for sure, and we appreciate you. Let everyone know where they can find you, where you can be up to next week before we get to talk to you again.
Thanks so much, guys. Well, you can always find me at Trade the Pool. I'm streaming there every day for Power Hour. I do earnings almost every day. There's the big earnings. You'll find us after the bell right there at Trade the Pool. So that's what we're going to be doing today. We got obviously a lot of big names, and it's going to be a blast. So come on in there. We'll have 3 great traders trading it live. I'll be doing a little presentation beforehand. I made a handy dandy slide deck. So yeah, come on over. It'll be a great time. You can find me on Twitter at Steve Teilman, STEVE-TEILMANN, 2 N's. Right in my bio, you'll find my Discord server, totally free. Come on in. That's where I really spend my time.
Perfect. And of course, at the bottom of the screen, we have all of those details as well. Tileman with 2 N's, everybody. So thank you, Steve. Have a good one. I'm glad you enjoyed your rest, and congratulations. It's always nice to wake up to a little bit of a P&L bump.
Especially sleeping in too.
That is for sure. So, all right, Steve, take care. Have a good one, and we'll catch you the next time around.
Thanks so much, guys. See you then.
All right, there it is, Steve Talman from Trade the Pool. We want to say a big shout out to Stephen Mitch, who we had on earlier today as well. And yeah, just a big thank you for that information. And I think we're all under the same impression here that, you know, that most recent dip down, and we talked about this earlier, I said it earlier this morning, right? And that is that, you know, at some point, some of the valuations are just going to get too good. And I use the examples of the software sector there. Like,
as well, Sean.
Oh, thank you very much. The CRMs of the world, you know, Salesforce, the ServiceNow, even Adobe, like some of these names, they just get so bad that they start to look good.
Well, about Adobe.
Maybe not Adobe, but
maybe,
you know,
maybe not Adobe.
Actually, you know what? I actually even looked at how bad is Adobe. But didn't Adobe have other? What do you mean Adobe? Adobe is, what do you mean? It's a perfect example, Neil.
Is it? I don't know.
Why are you throwing some shade at this one? This name is up much more than many other
I'm
things.
willing to bet.
I have
willing
my
to bet.
portfolio.
If I pick, and I don't want to cherry pick, but if we pick 5 reasonable software companies, put it in a poll and say which one do you guys want to buy? I promise you Adobe's gonna be dead last.
Oh yeah, no.
I'm doing it.
You can do it. Yeah. But the point of what I was saying is that
I know
at some point, you know, they get so bad that there's, you know, like there's capitulated volume down here that it bounces, right? I mean, and I'm using, you know, forget about Adobe. That's just whatever.
No, I'm not going to forget about it.
No, we'll put the poll up. But I want to use a name like a Marvell where, you know, it's gotten from 330 down to 160 there yesterday. So the move back higher at some point. Now, we could retrace back lower tomorrow for sure. I mean, some of this exuberance is definitely in the market today. But at some point, like, does 5 straight down days in Marvell get you interested? And that's one name we talked about. I mean, look at IREN this morning, which is why we asked, tried to ask Steve a little bit about IREN there. And, you know, it's just like, after all, if you like the AI space and you think that there is a little bit of valuation issues, well, some of those issues have been corrected by these recent moves down. I mean, even another name, right? At some point, and even though Adara has been, she actually gave some credit to Oracle today, by the way. You know, at some point, it's just like, it is, yeah, Yeah. It's all good there. Don't worry. But just more respect on the move, maybe. But there it is to the downside. And at some point there's going to be a story or two like today that come out and give these stocks a bump, right? And so I think he's right, man. I mean, as bad as we saw with Bloom Energy, and look, that's why we asked Steve, like he's trailing out.
Yo, by the way, like just now, ES fresh highs. I'm like,
not stopping.
I just tightened up the stop on DRAM to break even instead of like the highs. And look at what happened when it took the break even. This line on the chart has no context on a 3-minute chart. The context is on the 15-minute. Here on the 15-minute, there was kind of this level in there, and then the day that we dumped, it was resistance on that long. So that's why I like 51.50 on DRAM. But I just tightened the stop and look at it bust out. So the market is not relenting. It's still going. But here's the poll. Maybe you might not like the five names that I picked, but they're the first 5 names that came to mind. So everybody hop in the chat because I'm curious. It's not my. I just think I personally would buy every single one of these before Adobe. But which software name are you rolling with? Type 1 for Microsoft, 2 for Palantir, 3 for ServiceNow, 4 for Adobe, 5 for IBM. Now, obviously, I'm forcing you to pick Microsoft on a record day. So that is what it is. You got to buy the top. I can't make it up. We can't go back in time. So let us know which you are rolling with here. If you don't know what I'm talking about, jump into the chat. It's water's warm, or maybe you like it cold. It's cold if you want it to be cold. It's warm if you want it to be warm. Jump in the chat by hitting the subscribe button and just type a number and hit enter. It's very, very simple. And right now, oh, look at that. Not a single vote.
Oh, you just said it and someone did it. Probably.
Let's see.
It was probably
now,
was Probably was Sia. What
now
number was
somebody,
it? 4?
It
was Medical Meatball.
Medical Meatball? Medical Meatball, you get a pass because
I'm also going with 4
that's
then
the
too,
coolest
because,
name ever.
Because every single poll that
time.
we've called up has been inaccurate. So
remember yesterday?
We should mark this down on this day.
Well, so remember yesterday, the dead last in our poll for the earnings names was Lamb. What's Lamb up? 17% today? 17%. I'm pretty sure that's probably the best earnings name today. Would be 18.9%. That's got to be better than Microsoft. So the one that got 2 votes yesterday, now Adobe, of course, has 5, ended up doing the best. And it is off a boatload from the top. This was over 20% to the upside.
It's actually even IBM doesn't really fit the point that I was trying to make, but
IBM doesn't.
But it is a good. It's a good battle back. I mean, the problem with IBM is it was not even part. It's not even part of this whole software.
I should have picked CRM in hindsight.
Yes, of course, because
but it was the first 5. It was the first
IBM is quantum. IBM is way more than all those.
I didn't spend that much time thinking about the other names. Microsoft is obvious. I think IGV, Palantir comes into mind. ServiceNow, so easy it pops into your head. And then I had one more. I'm like, IBM. I didn't really. Yeah. It should have been CRM. I should have said Salesforce.
Yeah, for me the best. I mean, if I was going to pick a software name on there, I would use Palantir. But I just think that here with IBM, I mean, we did have that complete shocker of a pre-earnings report. Where it was down 20%. And I think we talked about Microsoft and having its worst day in forever. It was sort of the exact same thing there with IBM. They had their worst day in forever as well. And then it just kept on going. And even their earnings report was not well received. And we touched down to 200 and now bouncing back to the upside. So they're not even bouncing really, IBM. I mean, I like the stock. In a day where we see the market going absolutely nuts, IBM being still down 2.3%, not a great look, I don't think, for IBM and their shareholders today, in which I am one. So that is not a good one there for me today, IBM. Okay, we did get stopped out there of Jersey Mike's, I guess, once it broke VWAP. Looks like we had about a 10-cent. Oh no, that's right. Our stop was at 75 break, so we had about a 10-cent there with a slippage. I don't know what. Maybe that was. I don't know what my stop was, but it should have been VWAP. But anyways, there's the breakdown there on Jersey Mike's. So we do get stopped out of half of what we had left right there, and now it's trying to battle back. So I think we'll take this opportunity now on J. And get a little bit out for Jersey Mike's again as we come up to some levels that we're talking about. There we go. We get an 82-ish fill right in the middle there. And that's because we've now taken back VWAP and we're just sort of bouncing around these areas. So let's take out another fill. We're pretty light now on J Mike. So, a really good IPO for them today, considering that, by this time,
Cerebras, SpaceX, and all that, were probably.
They'd
Well,
already
actually, SpaceX on their first day was actually fine.
Yeah.
I think there was a good pullback. We did hit a decent short. And look, even if you don't do these kind of plays, like you could sense that this was coming back in. Like that's why we have all these outs up there. So I think you could have also, you could have also paid for shorts, that top wick. The other thing is there's not too much volume, but yeah, you could have played for this short. I mean, there's more money to be made on the short here.
That's the OB. That's the OB IPO entry.
Yeah, so we'll have to see. I can check to see. I don't think OB.
It was 10 cents a share to short this for us today, which was actually.
OB is.
That's on the more expensive end. 10 cents. So that's how good locates are. Like, I know a lot of people can't go short on IPOs. We get that question a lot. How are you guys shorting an IPO? It's because at Real Trading you can pay for those locates. Shout out to Real Trading. Scan the QR. I didn't even look to see this QR code right there, but I wasn't paying attention.
I hope the QR code.
10 cents is actually more than we paid for. I think SpaceX was 6 on day one. Usually we're paying 4 to 6 cents per share day one of IPOs. Like it doesn't.
And you're saying this was how much per share?
This one was 10, and that's
per
actually
share.
Per share, which is not. That's not that bad.
Oh yeah, okay.
It's not. It's not. It's
no,
not
but it's only
4
21.
to 6.
The only difference is $21 stock. Like
Yeah,
if you're talking about SpaceX, it'd be almost 7 times the price.
The value in SpaceX was unbelievably good.
And there was so much hype about that.
I believe we're going back to the desk with Sia.
Oh my God. That was loud. The IWM is currently up on the day 1.2%. Let's take a look at 3 individual tickers for now. LVWR, that is Livewire Group, is currently down 24%. So they've received notice from the NYSE that it's not in compliance with the Section 802.01C, which is because their average closing price has been below $1 over 30 consecutive trading days. Company has 6 months to regain compliance. You've QUAD here, Quad Graphics, that's up 5% on the day. It's just analyst commentary here coming in saying maintained at buy by Rosenblatt. And COUR, Coursera, that's down 18% on the day. They just reported a lower second quarter core revenue, which is what is causing that little bit of a drag down. Well, not little bit, that is a significant drag down of 18%.
All right, thanks. Interesting names that I want to talk about quickly was we had CoreWeave today. Steve was talking about, a little bit too much leverage on these names. And, you do see a little downside play there in CoreWeave over the last couple of days. And then Nebius as well, some of these neo clouds. And what is just like, these companies are buying these GPUs, setting them up and selling the compute power, like basically like renting out what, if you can't, you're not spending $200 billion. So they'll do that for you, buy the equipment, and then you basically dial into it, right? It's kind of like when NVIDIA had GeForce Now. I don't know if any of you guys are gamers or whatever, but that's something that's, you can look at that as well. But yeah, so that's what they're doing. And then today, found out that, hey, maybe that blowout short is now over with. And then there's this squeeze higher against, that margin. So, CoreWeave, a nice day today, followed by, I believe Nebius was having a very, very similar day, up 23%. So there's a lot of strength in this market outside of the names that we're looking at, 27% up. I mean, here's just a basic watch list that I look at. And this is why I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know how Steve was so gun-ho last night that this market was going to reverse. But there's IREN up 27, Cerebras, like another memory name, remember they were supposed to come out at 180. They came out at 350, not their fault, but now it's back up to 203 again. So it's a nice move there. Marathon Digital, although we don't have Bitcoin doing anything, Marathon Digital upside there as well. Micron, we talked about Micron, SK Hynix 150, so that's upside. DRAM up 16% as well. And if we go down to the red names, like what is actually here, you want to talk about a software name, Shopify, that's down 5%. Meta's down today. Again, DraftKings, shout out to Michael Burry. Doesn't he have a position on DraftKings? That's down 4%, so that's not great. I believe he's long. We've already looked at some of the healthcare names with
Isn't
J&J.
he short? And he's also short.
What else is he short? He was. I mean,
Palantir's one.
I think the Palantir one is old. I don't know if he's probably still in it there. Maybe Derek can help us with some of the names that Burry's. Do you know anything about the current names? It's Scion Capital, right? That's Michael Burry's fund.
Yeah, what's
so he's not. It's not actually his own money. Everyone keeps thinking like Michael.
I heard that he unloaded half his Palantir from him, but that was a while back. So people say he's still in Palantir. He could still be. I know a half was unloaded. He's short Caterpillar, basically at highs.
Oh, Caterpillar was
$15
another
off
one.
from highs. He's short Tesla. He's short
So he's in the money basically a lot.
NVIDIA.
Yeah, those are all really good.
Okay, that's a
He is
winning
long
trade.
Microsoft. He killed it. Honestly, when I think.
Well, it depends where he's
also
long
long
Microsoft.
DraftKings and Flutter.
Right. That. Yeah. I mean, I knew the
Yeah, those
DraftKings
are-
there.
yeah.
That was the one I was just looking sort of see what he was long, and we know that he was long. Microsoft, I mean, you can't really lose if you look at the charts.
I remember Caterpillar.
In a position there, but
I went boo when he bit.
right, and also Uber. Yeah, if you look at Caterpillar again, another name that I have in the old portfolio with you guys here as well, and I just recently bought Caterpillar when we all bought it together there just a couple of days ago, probably around that 900, probably around 950. I can double check whatever day that was. It was either that day or the day after I bought some, but down into 800 for the first time, and then I was reminded that hey man, Caterpillar has come from a very, very low base. I mean, if you go back into Caterpillar, this is last. So let's go back to last August 1st. So this was, I mean, I had already started to run. It was 4 to 450 last year at this time, ripped all the way to 1050 coming back in. But these are the levels, right? I mean, you're never going to nail something, but what you can do is reposition your portfolio. You know, just like Steve said, he's trying to start up a basket of AI stocks. He liked Photonics or Coherent as well, you know, a possible name there. And he did mention the CoreWeaves of the world and things like that. So, you know, this is the kind of stuff. AMAT, I believe, was another name mentioned. And I think AMAT AMAT's had a good couple. I don't think it's been hit the same way the rest of this market has. Oh, no, it has. Yeah, so 720, even, yeah, about the same, right? 720 down to 460. So you look at this stock is like, how could you recommend that? Like we just talked about Caterpillar, that was $400. This was 165 up to 740. But again, if you like the space, you take advantage of some of this negativity, which is why we always talk about raising some cash and you know, making that decision. So I don't know. I think there's something about getting out at the top and then rebuying some, but also letting your portfolio settle down and not getting caught with the same ideas. Because if you were like long weed names,
Yeah, but that's a different story.
okay, if you were long weed names, you know, those were really super hot for maybe a year, maybe a little bit more than that, and then they just fizzled down. And if you held the bag all the way down, that's a problem.
True.
And it's going to be a problem for people holding bags too. Like, when did you buy AMAT? Because right now, if you bought it anywhere here, and this is just one example, there's so many of these, Marvell, any of the names, Intel, whatever. If you bought Intel at 140, you're not loving life right now. You know, this does remind me of weed, you know, whatever, capitulation moments where we just tanked. Now, obviously, big cap names aren't going to go to zero, like the examples that I'm giving you. But at some point, it becomes so bad that it's good. And maybe Intel right down here at $80 has found a bid. You know, now you can buy it today and appreciate that move higher, or you can wait for a little bit of a lower take. I don't know if it's smart to buy something. What the hell? The Nasdaq's up 3.5%.
This is the best day.
Oh,
It's been a while.
did not even realize that.
Unbelievable day for the Nasdaq. And thanks to X2C.
Ecstasy, okay.
What's up? Roblox earnings should be crazy, right, parents? Well, see, this is one of those stocks that if you did like the parent index, we'd all be way out of the money. Because if I judged my opinion on Roblox stock by how much my daughter likes it, I'd just be losing money hand over fist, because it's like, oh, it's got to be good. It's got to be good. She's obsessed with it. It's addictive. Like the kids absolutely love it. So it's one of those that has not been obviously performing really well. There's been much better names in the gaming space too. That's the other thing. Other places to go which performed. But maybe this is one where it's been so bad it can finally be good, and we're gonna find out after the bell with you guys tonight. I believe they're at 405 or 410. Roblox 405. There you go.
I can go through like all of the times. I mean, it's also on X, but you've got First Solar, Amazon, MSTR, Dexcom at 405. You have Reddit, Roblox, Rivian at 415, Coinbase and BBAI. Both of those usually pretty much on time at that 415. And then at 4:30, you have Apple.
I'm not impressed there. But could you do that and even have memorized the percent expected moves? Because then I'll be impressed.
I think
obviously I am impressed.
I think that's an easy one.
Because there's like 5 big names reporting, and I just looked at it 10 minutes ago, and I can't remember which one's 405. No, but Roblox, of course, one of the bigger ones. Just keep in mind, like this is still downward sloping 50 or 200 period moving average. but it is putting in higher lows. And I think a lot of times, we say like you don't want to chase the bottom. This is triple bottomed here on the daily chart. Triple bottom at 40. If it could $4, we'd be crying. But higher lows are trying to come in here. There is a potential for a breakout of relief rally on this bad boy. So yeah, Roblox, that's one of the ones that should be some fireworks. You do wonder, on a day like today, where there's so much like money that got made, like if we see any profit taking at the end, there'll be some people that want to put some cash to work. They just got some easy profits. I was just looking at another triple top, and it was in BMNR. Whoops. And then you just saw me live, typo there, BMNR. I don't even know what symbol I just typed there. BMNR, you can see it up 9.5%. It's not like crypto's doing anything too crazy, but this is a triple top on the 15-minute with a high of 1833. So obviously, we've said this before, there doesn't need to be a ridiculous move in ETH for BMNR to go up, the same way sometimes MSTR, who by the way reports tonight as well, they don't need to have a big move up in Bitcoin to go. Sometimes the treasury plays are just going to have more juice because they get shorted and they get some squeezes. All of that being said, just given that it's like 323 obviously here, I keep forgetting. It bugs me out because BMNR used to be like .am and now it's on the New York Stock Exchange. I still make that mistake and it's probably been months now. But yeah, looking for a bit of a reversion here. It's at the level, but there's been not much until now to show any kind of a curl. So it's topped out. Just looking for it to break this consolidation down. That way I could look short just underneath, like maybe at 10. I think that would be at 10. And then the top here is like 18, 19. So it'd be about 10 cents worth of risk on BMNR once it decides it wants to try to break to the downside a little bit. So yeah, a little bit of time here until we get to the imbalances. So it's time for a couple of trades.
Yeah, I was, Palantir's been, we already mentioned that a little bit here, trying to get back to Greensville today on PLTR. This break doesn't look horrible. Bouncing off VWAP has been pretty nice. We've been holding VWAP pretty good there. Obviously, a lot of turmoil. It's my number one stock today, so we want to look back at it. There, we did hold VWAP. We got out once it broke through there, but again, good, well spotted, well traded there. And again, we let it just sort of calm down, right? We waited for about 10 o'clock. There's that opening range break again. There's the hold, and there's the bust higher. So that might have worked again on the opening range. Give it a first couple minutes. These, I'm not even sure. I wasn't looking at it here. Those wicks probably, I think they did happen down into 120. So a breakdown there, you could have scalped out a little bit. But at the end of the day, you wait, you be patient, you find that top, comes back in, use some of these levels and downside. So even right here, bouncing off of VWAP could be something there for Palantir. So you don't come there, bounce back up, retest, you don't even get anywhere near VWAP, and now you're back into the 50 period and looking to get through. Palantir, although not necessarily a name I want to go long on because it's down today where it is. I do want to show you just quickly again as the market's pulling back in. I was actually debating a short in the TQs if this level breaks. So there's something there. But Jersey Mike's, just a couple more outs. We have very, very small amount of shares now. We're talking like 5% left of JMKE. Might just dump them all, but I'm waiting for like the last second run. So let's just dump our last 5% if it breaks $21. All my stops have already triggered. These were all manual outs, right? That's VWAP there. That's a 25 period there. So they're all just me getting out when I should. So there's a break of $20.99. That's the price we're in. For our last 5%, we push offer enter. And if that winds up going to the downside, then we're just going to stop out. All right, lower down through $21. Okay, so we'll take advantage of it, hopefully, and be able to look at Jersey Mike's again at $21, maybe tomorrow. But right now, that's going to be the stop out level. My highest trade today is going to be Palantir, then Jersey Mike's, and then we're only traded 3 names, but down on NVDA as that's pulling back, and we're still short. So we should take another fill there on NVIDIA at 04 there, 194. So that would be a spot that we'll look to get out there on NVIDIA, $94. I'm going to put a bid there and try to think about closing this position. 326, the big dog's coming. Right after hours, right? That's going to be Apple.
Yeah.
Going to close around that 335 to 330 marker there. We're looking for an EPS. I believe it's something like $1.89. And we want to hear what they're talking about with Siri. I just got the new Siri as well myself, got an iPhone 15 Pro, so it's part of that AI sort of get up there. So we'll test the new Siri ourselves, but waiting to hear what they're going to talk about their service revenues, right? Waiting to hear what they have to say about, again, their new AI involvement. What will that mean? Are they going to partner up with, Anthropic or OpenAI and all that kind of stuff? I know we have some ChatGPT tie-ins already. We have some Gemini tie-ins for Apple. What's the story with their new AirBuds? And then are they able to pass on those costs? I mean, I think this all come in the call. What does it look like for their earnings per share, right? Because again, with the DRAM and everything starting to get a little more expensive these days, what does that mean for Apple and their products? Because components are such a huge aspect of what they do.
It's like where are you raising prices, where are you not? At least they have the benefit of being able to weather the storm in terms of raising those prices. You already saw that was a component of Qualcomm and ARM. At least the initial reaction to ARM, and then also Qualcomm, but that Apple gets a bit of a pass. Like handset's going to get hurt because of rising costs, but Apple is much more effective at passing on those costs. David Zed Simes is busy here. All overnight options swings I'm in. Thanks for the super chat there, David.
Okay.
The winners are Apple, Amazon, Reddit, DXCM, BBAI, and Coin. I don't know why why is there an asterisk for Coin?
I think he's just separating them all.
And then losers.
Oh, those are losers.
Roblox, Rivian. But then why Rivian and then Rivian again and Coin? Well, obviously you don't know yet, right? Like Rivian and Coin have yet to. Oh, that's why. The asterisk is that they haven't. Oh, never mind. I just figured it out. No, but BBI hasn't reported either. I'm confused. Why are you separating them? Anything can happen with Coin. Rivian, what I'd be concerned about for Rivian is go look down the line. There's still. Obviously, we had the Fed yesterday, and one of the concerns might be just go look at what they're pricing in for potentially 2 hikes by the end of the year. There, that means the caveat.
There's a caveat.
Oh, there's a caveat. So there's a caveat with each of those. Okay, fair enough. Rivian particularly, you'd be worried if we get a couple of rate hikes. I think that's the environment where some names do better than others, and obviously, if you're bleeding cash and need capital, like that's going to be a bit of a problem. They're already. Like there's margins and there's negative margins. And negative margin companies need to do what? Borrow.
Yeah, it's
right?
Like
you can do one of two things. You can either borrow or you can dilute. And right now, that is one of the biggest concerns is like the quality of credit for a lot of companies and what they're able to pull. And if you're not Mag 7, it's not like you're getting the favorable rates. And that's sort of the thing. Like I'd be worried about them a little bit here, but we'll find out the juice after the bell tonight for Rivian. It is 3:30, and at 3:30, I guess that means I just looked at my level 2 and CYC must be halted because I still have that level 2 up. So just a quick update before I give you the early look imbalances. Halted to the upside, 160 hold, 161 tap.
This GCTK is actually a good one as well.
GCTK.
I don't know if this might be the first halt. GTK, so we'll hit sirens up. Wake up, America, or wherever you're located. That just went hard there, GCTK. So a nice move there, back up to the upside. GCTK starting to go. GCTK, if I say it enough, I'll eventually get it. Glucotrack, right there. Glucotrack.
Of course.
Big name there, of course. 13th of August, they're going to come through and report a float of 6.5, short of 7 and 8%. I'm going to surprise no PE moving forward on GCTK. But yeah, short float, not huge. But again, it looks like GCTK up to 80 cents again right there. Normally there's a story. There it is. Thursday, July 30th, a halt on circuit breaker to the upside. Stock up now, trading higher after the company announced that its subsidiary Loki Therapeutics is advancing. Oh, good. So there is something there for them. It's not just a move based on low float. There's actually some news there, but it is a low float name. And doing now 300 million shares there, GCTK, just off halt rate now. So someone, again, look like that old story. I just read that story from 10 o'clock today. And that's sort of, I guess, right here where the volume started to pick up. And then just right now, again, someone woke up to GCTK. Maybe it's Steve Tileman. Maybe it was I see what's going on there, but a nice move up. Now back into 80 cents there. I think $1. Just saw, hey, what's up, Buff, in there in the chat? Yeah, $1 maybe. You like to see these names get into, areas where they want to land, and I think over $1,
gets you past that. Oh yeah, also it's 30 days, right? That you have to, under $1. So we broke under, I mean, you got to close, right? And so, yeah, that's May 5th. I guess rate, like this, see, this is what I mean about the 30-day thing.
But I got one worse for you.
Like it should have already been delisted, I guess. But
there was, what was it? Was it VEE?
VEE?
It was
VEE. Yeah, we used to trade that way.
I think that was
CYC just resumed, by the way. New
CYC
highs.
Back. It's going.
Yeah, there goes CYC. We're going to go up to 1 in Adair in a second. But there it goes right now. There's CYCE and, or CYCU. We did talk about this, into these levels. The problem is it was just a little bit too many halts right there. But we said if it learning more every day about trading these kind of names. This just fell right into, again, like a lot of area there where there was a lot of demand and back and forth and a push and pull. So, once it halts there and we open up stronger, I think that could have been the idea to buy, like around 140 to 130, falls back in, does not halt, and now you're going upside and almost took out the day's high. I think we did. We got to 185. So right now, a good look on CYCU, and always a good look to go back over to the desk. It's a DARA with 1. So we're going to go talk about some of the Asian markets and what to maybe look out for tonight.
Always lots to discuss here in the Asian markets. We had a pretty big earnings report last night, but what's in tap for tonight's sessions?
Thank you, Adara. So Asian markets trading mixed overall. We saw slight modest gains in Japan as well as Hong Kong. We take a look at the Nikkei 225 right now, up by 0.71%. Semiconductor shares making a rally as Advantes. They were up nearly about 11%. They raised its annual operating profit forecast by about 35% on robust AI demand. So that rally spread over to other tech and AI stocks in Japan. We got Kioxia Holdings up by nearly 3%, as well as Tokyo Electron up more than 4.5%. Good sign from Japan, even after they had their earthquake earlier this week. Now, in India, upbeat automaker earnings also offset that of higher energy prices. We got Maruti Suzuki up by nearly 2%, as well as Tata Motors up by 1.3%. So good look in India. And I mentioned about Hong Kong, they were up. The Hang Seng was up by 0.2%. Following the Fed's decision yesterday, Hong Kong Monetary Authority also kept its base rate at 4%. So apart from that, we had also news of AI optical module Zhongji InnoLight. They debuted with a very strong IPO, raising about $6.8 billion in Hong Kong's largest IPO in 7 years. So well done to them. But what should we look out for at the open for the Asian markets? Of course, in Japan, track that volume in Tokyo, especially the early market cash. Check to see if that Advantes continues to gain or whether markets could opt for some immediate pre-weekend profit taking in Japan. Also in India, they're facing a major technical barrier right now. There's heavy resistance at the 24,400 level, and that's also their 200-day EMA. So watch for volume coming from banking and auto sectors, whether there's a follow-through in India. It can break through or it might consolidate back to 24,100. And Taiwan, they suffered a really bad day today. I mean, an intraday swing of about 1,700 points. So watch the cash volume early at the open in Taiwan. See if markets defend their 120-day moving average level or any pre-weekend de-risking triggers, some further declines in Taiwan, especially right now when tech stocks continue to show a little bit weakness in Taiwan.
Lots to think about here in Asia. You can catch One and myself at this desk at 11:30 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. every day, 11:30 a.m. for the Euro market segment and for the Asian market segments right here at 3:30. We'll go back to that.
Take the first halt, and if it goes, it goes. Thank you very much there, One. We were just, anyways, what's his face opened back up here. CYCU, not what's his face. CYC opened back up 520%. It did tag a fresh high, but has pulled back a little bit, but it's still holding the halt price. Above the halt price, I should say. But we were just sort of saying, with these small caps, I do find like there's something about the first halt that you get. And if you get if you get in and it never really challenges that first halt price and runs away from it, you can end up with like an all-day hold. And if you get in there, like maybe you just sort of stop it out underneath the prior resistance. Like that could just be the play. And it doesn't even happen until noon. Anyways, good luck.
Yeah,
I just saw Tisha Perkins had just said in the chat, they're like, if they see it at $5, they're going to be freaking out or throwing your computer. But why would you throw your computer if it's at $5? That's 3x from here. Wouldn't you guys be happy if CYCU was at $5? That's a big winner.
You would think so. That'd be
would
pretty
think
awesome,
so.
unless of course you're short. Maybe because you got out already. So you're like, now you're like, what have I done with my life? But yeah, we have a new position. That's generally what this means. So we'll hit it again. Yeah, good. So here it goes, man. Downside on the NASDAQ. Just shorted it there through 50. I actually short at 51s. I wanted initially right there on this break of the 25 period moving average, but I was looking at it and it wasn't like a very good indicator. But we kept on going sideways there. So once we had topped out, then I using it as a little bit of a move down. I'm only at a 30%, and I wanted to give this up to 70s. All right, and so with a plan of getting some more shares. So my first outs was right here at 40. Then I also got a 30, or was it 30? What was it? 35. Sorry. So we got a 40 and a 35, hoping for lower on the NASDAQ. Okay, so just a little bit of a run out there. We already got our NVIDIA right there. A name that's really spiking. Yo, what's up, Chart Hustle? I'll talk about you in a second. I just wanted to show Oracle. Oracle's breaking higher. When we talked about that most recently, it was 7% or so. Now you're at 8.5% right now on Oracle, looking to take out its day high. Apple earnings tonight. Watching CRUS. What is CRUS? I feel like I should know that name. That is Sears Logic. Yeah, of course. Okay. Corvo and Skyworks, okay, for high beta sympathy moves once Apple confirms direction. So, yeah, I think that's fine. I mean, Skyworks Holdings, I guess you're talking about the pieces of the puzzle that are inside of an Apple, either the MacBook Pros or their iPads. So Skyworks right there. Downside, yeah, a lot of these names have been pretty beat up to the downside. But yeah, you could get some love back in. But look, it's not necessarily matching with what Apple's doing right now today. Skyworks was up, Apple's down. The other name there was Serious Logic. So we can have a quick look to see if that one's doing anything today with Apple. So yeah, that's also down, matching kind of what Apple's been doing today as well. Nowhere near. Apple's near all-time highs, right? But yeah, you might be into something with some of those plays there, and thanks for that. And you're always looking for secondary moves, right? It's like when we saw,
plays are great.
Yeah, like NVIDIA will move some of the chip names, and so we'll see what happens with Apple there.
Yeah, so we got another super chat here. It's easy peasy. 2% Claude's Gauges. Katina Man bought on print money flash green SNDK.
Ooh,
added early AM, early morning. Like Steve, woke up late. Everyone's sleeping in. 2x my daily goal. Enjoy the pool. And then Apple question mark. We just talked about Apple, so that's a good timing. What is it with everybody getting to sleep in today? It seems like it's a bit of a theme.
I don't know.
Yeah, well,
I can't sleep in anymore anyways. Like we have a game Saturday morning at 7:30.
But once you're about that life, you can't even if you want to, because what'll happen is you get accustomed to, once you don't sleep in on the weekends anymore, it's over.
Yeah.
Because then when you want to try to do it, sleeping in is 7 a.m. Like if I sleep till 7 a.m., then I have slept in for sure. Just very quickly, I mentioned I wanted BM&R off that triple top, but we did get in. It did the breakdown and it kind of missed it, but then you leave the order and it got filled on the way back through. I wanted it when it broke 1810 and ended up getting filled at 1809. Looking for a pullback, scalp into 95. Already got a couple of fills, and I want to fill down in 85. And then we'll look at the imbalances, because obviously, if ETH has an imbalance, that could obviously change things. We have about 10 minutes to leave balances, so let's go to SIA. There, but that's actually, I didn't get a chance. I said I was going to, and I didn't. So very quickly, early look imbalances for you guys. We'll go back to see in a second. CCL buy of 2 million shares. EWY is 1.3 to the buy side. SOXL 1.3 million to the sell side. IonQ 900,000 buy. So those are the ones that stand out a little bit. As I said, 8 minutes until the imbalances. Let's go back to see it.
Fuse wasn't muted, but probably a technical issue. We're going to take a look. The SPY currently up north of 1.5%. Let's look at the names before the big earnings after the bell. So we have Apple Electric Tech down today 1.4%. Nvidia is up almost 2.5% on the day, followed by chip names that have kept their momentum from earlier in the trading day today. We have AVGO, MU, AMD, INTC, Cisco, TXN, Dell, all up on the day. RTX lagging a little behind with Qualcomm as well. That's down 2.5%. But then you have SNDK that's had bad days, having a good day for a change, up 24.5%. Tech services here. Google trading technically flat, but it's still down 5% on the day. Meta continuing to slide closer to 8.9%. It was above 9% down on the day, so a little bit of a reversal here. Microsoft is also up 16.5%, over 16.5%, closing to 17%. Oracle up 8.5%. Netflix, Palantir lagging behind with IBM that's down 2% on the day, as well as CRM that's down over 4%. Finance, you have BRKB that's turned a bit flat over here towards the end of the trading day. JPM up 2%. Visa towards the red, 0.86%. MasterCard, Bank of America. You have MSGS all in the green with WFC, American Express, Citi as well. Retail trade, I would say the only bull over here is that I'm seeing Amazon up 5% on the day. Whereas you have names like TPR and Ulta also green here. Ulta is up 1.5% almost in the day. Walmart, Costco sliding a bit over here, down 2% from earlier as well. Health tech, you have Lilly sliding further down 4.2%. J&J that's down closer to 4% from earlier in the day. ABBV is down 1.5%. MRK flat at the moment. You have producer manufacturing, strength across the board here, just except some names, but AMAT, LRCX, super bullish over here. AMAT is up 15% almost, and you have LRCX up over 19% with CAT up 3% and GEV up 8.5%. Consumer non-durables, there's a bit of a pull down in KO, PG, PM, and PEP as of today, with the latter two names down 2%. Energy minerals seems to have made a little bit of a comeback here with XOM that's up 0.5% and CVX up over 0.5%. Tesla and consumer durables is up over 4%. Consumer services, you have a little bit of a pull down in the first three names. You have McDonald's and Disney that are down 1.2% and 2.3% each, followed by utilities, process industries, health services. Distribution not looking the best here as well. All the names dragging down, but all the other sectors, a bit of a mixed bag and bit of a mixed sentiment. But industrial sectors, one thing I want to mention, PWR has been holding on to its momentum from earlier in the day. It's up 17%. FIX is up 11.3%. EME also up close to 20% on the day. Not a bad look for this sector, but RSG, WM lagging a little bit.
Thank you there, Sia. 5 minutes till the imbalances, but we got a couple of gifts. I want to shout out Peter. Thank you very much. We got a gift from our viewers on TikTok. No message with that one, but I do see a message over there from Matt. And Matt was saying about the CYCU halt. Is it done? CYCU, obviously that small capper is still going. It's not halted now. It's at the highs and still running to the upside. There were some questions about gold as well from TikTok from Prem. And one thing about and we're going to get to Frank, thank you for the super chat there, but Prem was asking specifically about GLD. Look, you're having a good day for the metals. It's only 1.6%. What I would say is you're not out of the woods. Every single time there has been a bounce, it has just been more sideways action. It's been fake here. You're holding support with no breakout in sight. So it's been very sideways action. You need to see a sustained move and maybe get back above the 50 period. It flashed a death cross, but it's not falling on the death cross. It's basically just sitting, going sideways. So you have to put things into perspective. I know it's a good looking chart today and yesterday after the Fed, because good continuation, but for like a month now, it's going nowhere.
Yeah, no, Reddit. I mean, I still like Reddit. There was that report again, of course, that they might have to, look at this, Jersey Mike. So I just got out another piece on Jersey Mike now. Someone is trying to chase it down with a little bit of an order there. There, it's gone. I don't know if that was there it is. Yeah, clean fill there, 70,000 shares. So somebody took that guy out on the offer. Someone probably just trying to dump some of their position there on JMKE with only 4 minutes now until the imbalance. I was just going to say Reddit, they did have that Wall Street Journal report of, possibly having some butting heads with Google there because of Gemini, using, and basically all the large language models, using them to sort of source the answers that we're looking for. And then, they're not getting any
ad traffic from that, because they just pump out now they have a deal obviously with, these large language models that they're paying for this information to scrape it from Reddit, but apparently they're not getting the same pushback on the revenue side that they were from, you or I going there and clicking on a link, or the eyeballs on like whatever you're searching on Reddit, like, Tesla or whatever, you're involved with. Obviously there would have been an ad that would have showed up, and, they're not seeing the same revenues from that. So yeah, interesting to see. And we'll just see what it looks like tomorrow there or tonight on the call, and then what that looks like for the revenue side of things for Reddit. But I think you might be right. Maybe it's so bad it's good, right? Like everyone's talking about it, so therefore, there might be something more to it. So we'll have to check out what Reddit is like tonight and into tomorrow. But yeah, Jersey Mike, someone just ate that up. So we'll have to wait to see now what's going on with that play. It looks like it is making new lows. We just got out our new lows since it's open. And we are trying to figure out what we have left. And we had under 5% before. Now we have like 2% left. It's absolutely nothing. Our stop is still breaking 21, but we still want to make sure that we trade it properly. Just as Steve said there, like he could have made 30 more bucks or something on his Micron trade. You hold a little bit better and you get some better prices. You make just a little bit more. So we'll hold out hope that this does eventually hold out on those levels. But yeah, breaker 1.9, man, it is imbalance time. And when those start to come out, we're going to see something happen here. And, we don't have any NASDAQ names right now. With the NASDAQ being up 3.2%, it is making me a little bit nervous because I am holding these TQQs. The NVIDIA trade, again, very, very small. I'll put another bid right here on the TQs, because if the NASDAQ comes out quite big, which it may come out a big buy today with people thinking that there's some continuation in tomorrow, let's just get out. We're already out of 30% of this play, but we haven't really been moving. So it's just been sort of making these moves back and forth. So I don't even think it's that bad to get out at 41. Remember we had those feels about NVIDIA? Right there it is. There's our 41. But this feels better because we have the imbalances coming out. So my stops are already in. If we get blown out, we get blown out. That's going to be a take up here around 70, okay? So we are now moments away from those imbalances, just over a minute before that gets going. And another name, my number one name today is going to be Palantir. As we're just flat on the day. We're not green, we're not red, we're not doing anything. We're flattish. But right into there, 122 Palantir could look as a decent take right there on PLTR. All right, so the market is making a lower move here. So we're going to get some more bids. I mean, maybe we can correct our position here with TQQs. There it is. We get a 36. So we're getting less and less on this position. I actually only have half now. So here we go, man. We'll see what happens with the TQQs coming out right now in 30 seconds.
Yeah, just 30 seconds to go. So it's time to tighten up stops, get out of some stuff. So I'm going to pop out of this. I explained this to a couple people were asking, what's the deal with that day one buyout? So long story short, because I did explain it in